Did you press what? Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Punch Up Pod with Lila and Pat. It is election night, Tuesday night. We are already in it. There's stuff happening. We've got the New York Times screen up here. There are 6 states. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 states already. Mississippi. Oh, and Florida just called. Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky,
breaking news. You heard it here before the major networks. It's gonna be our promo.
All called for Trump. We've got Maryland, Delaware, and Vermont have all been called for Kamala. Oklahoma was just called. Oh my God, this is happening fast.
Real time. It's over. Trump's president.
It's over.
It's over. It's a wrap.
So
let's just play Jackbox all night.
I mean, this is just so depressing any which way. I can't believe we're being forced into this situation in our so-called democracy. We do have live streaming stuff up, but let's just
so we're going to bounce back and forth all night between some of these channels, listen in, chat, show videos, spin the wheel, drink some liquor.
What do you have down there on the right, on the bottom right?
DPAN, obviously. What's I don't know DPAN? What DPAN is. Let's get some.
We've had a little. This is PBS? A really cool, or AP, whatever. I think it was friend of show Justin who hooked us up. Let us know about this really cool site that we didn't know about. VidGrid. Yes, Justin. There you go. So thank you. This is so cool.
It's really nice, and you can go. Just so you know. Let's just show off our high-tech capabilities now at Punch Up Pod. You can switch to just 2 screens, 1 screen, breaking news here.
Where's our audio?
This night might go. Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West.
I'm loving all the comments about how professional we look. Pat, did I lose you? Oh.
1% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run the score in 2020. But Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's good.
Okay, this is a problem. We were not able to stream Kornacki, who's one of the highlights of MSNBC, former Bernie bro, sort of, but also they won't do it through VidGrid. It wasn't working. So
if somebody has an active link to an MSNBC feed, post it in the chat if you can, and maybe I can add it because we can post links and add the links here.
I tried it earlier. It wasn't working. Yeah, we'll see.
For MSNBC.
Yeah. All right, let's just take a look at the map. Did anything change? We've added, we've added a couple more. We're at 95. Okay, here, 95 right now for Trump. They added, what is this state? Oklahoma. Sorry, my geography, Lord. You can tell I was educated in good old US of A. First results for Michigan. No, they're still at 0%. I'm trying, this is a really cool map that they have at the New York Times. It's interactive and it kind of, lets you know what's happening. It's funny. Mississippi, they say they just called for Trump, but it says 0 vote, 0% in, but he's got the.
Yeah, we're going to get a lot of that, I think. Just, fuck it. We don't want to cover this anymore.
Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good for that state. And again, we've got Maryland, Delaware, Connecticut now, Massachusetts, and Vermont for Harris.
I think we won't really have a true swing state for a while now. I think they've got 16 states coming up in this. We're voting closed at 5 our time.
Yeah. So we've got, Pennsylvania obviously is a big one. North Carolina. How are we looking in North Carolina? Let's see.
That's Oregon.
No, I've got North Carolina. 56% right now reporting for 56 Kamala, 43 Donald Trump. That's where they are now with 7% of the votes in, but that's obviously a big one. Georgia right now only has 37% of the votes in, but right now Donald Trump has like 14 points on her. And, underperforming is absolutely the word of the day.
Oh, good question, Stephanie. We need to find a tally somewhere to get the real totals. I think we have. The New York Times breaks it down, doesn't it? I think it does.
It might. I'm gonna look, but I don't want to open up too many windows because I feel like I don't want to say it out loud. I've been so lucky not to get.
I'll poke around. We'll get a running total of.
I wonder if it does say. Let me just take a quick look in here. They're so crappy in the New York Times that they might just pretend that she doesn't exist. Although I will say that. They're not like in none of them. They're only just doing Trump and Harris in all of these.
They're just starting. So before we forget, we do want to thank everyone who's a member here.
Absolutely.
Much appreciated. Your support means the world to us. And we couldn't have this high-tech studio we have now.
That's right.
All these screens without your support.
Yeah, no, you guys are awesome. And it means so much to us. And, I see, and I hope everybody knows that we value you all equally and thank you. But sometimes I'm more on top of calling people out and giving gratitude online. And I realize I've missed somebody that I didn't see from, days ago. But, we are so grateful for all of you guys. So cheers with my big red fishbowl of wine. Cheers to all of you.
Cheers. I'm drinking Invisible beer today in honor of, you can see some of it. I'm drinking all day because we're going to be here for hours and hours, and I couldn't. Probably high octane liquor for 5 or 6 hours is a bad idea.
Maybe, but I did put 2 bottles of wine right next to me because I didn't know how long we'd be here. All right, do you want to see what's going on with that Cobb County in there and CNN with Steve King?
Cautious early on about that. Then you just come back out. This one's Gwinnett. Up here, Gwinnett County, Harris at 52. But again, look, we're very early here. We love counting votes. It gives me an early test of how things are playing out. The 52%, if you round that up, go back to 2020, Biden at 59. You're not alarmed yet because you're only at 2%. Just want to drop down here to DeKalb County. This is the most Democratic of the suburbs, just to the east of Atlanta. Biden gets 83. We don't have any votes in there for the vice president there. One thing the Harris campaign has been saying is if you look out here, you're moving more out to the exurbs now. You're moving more out to the exurbs. Still a high African-American population out here. That Harris with 77% in Rockdale County, getting 76% if you round that up, running well ahead of President Biden out here. So there are some areas where you have a higher vote count, Jake, in Georgia, where the Harris campaign says we're running a little ahead of Joe Biden. In some of those other places, we still need more votes before we can make a fair comparison.
All right, John King, thanks so much. And we have a key race alert for you now. We're getting some votes in from two key battlegrounds. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 77.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 21.5% of the vote. Harris with a 187,924 vote lead. But it is very, very early. It's only 5% of the estimated vote has been counted in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with its big fat packet of 19 electoral votes. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead with 76.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 22.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 62,597 vote lead. Again, very, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote in the battleground Michigan with its big packet of 15 electoral votes. John King?
Jake, I was just in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's been at the gym. It's a slimmed down packet of 19 electoral votes. It's not so fat. It's slimmed down. It's looking good. Here we go. Where are those votes coming from? Well, number one, they're mostly coming from Philadelphia. Kate Baldwin told you just a few minutes ago we were going to get them. Here it is. She said we would get 100,000 votes. We got a little over 100,000 votes, right? 17%, though, of Philadelphia, 87% in the first batch of votes in Philadelphia for the vice president. Again, bit of a broken record, but you compare her, Joe Biden won Pennsylvania. So you want to go back and look 4 years ago and how is she doing vis-a-vis Joe Biden? 87% in Philadelphia. He got 81% in Philadelphia. It's early in the count. We know these are early votes. Kate told us that. Early ballots tend to be disproportionately Democratic. So will this number hold up for the vice president? We'll see as we play out. If she stays close to that number, comes down a little bit, she'll be in good stead in Pennsylvania, but we need to get more votes. Where are the rest of the votes? You're going to come out here now to Lancaster County. This will be interesting. If this one stays blue, you got 52% for the vice president if you round up. But look, it's fewer than 1,000 votes there, fewer than 800 votes. You come back 4 years ago, Donald Trump won this county convincingly, Lancaster County, 57% if you round that up. So we got a ways to go as we wait that play out. So you see.
I just have to say, second person making this joke. I love it. Zachariah, the Juan Guaido, and I think maybe I'm scrolling back because I saw somebody else also make the same joke, which is always gonna make me laugh about Juan Guaido. Sorry,
months ago we showed you Texas as blue. That has changed. Just barely.
I didn't do that.
No, I just did it. I was testing. So if you want to mute, you can mute him as well on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I did. I was the one who did that. I love when you explain stuff to me that I already did.
No, did you mute it? Oh, it's probably hard for me to know because I'm listening to it all the time unless I mute it.
Oh, now it's not letting me. You know what it is? I can't do it if you've muted. I can't unmute, but I was muting it before. So you're the one who's going to have to unmute it this time. Do you hear me?
Yep.
I need more like response, quicker response time. No, nothing.
Let's use hand signs.
Yeah, hand signs. What's he saying? Totally. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. First of all, I need to make it cooler in here. I'm dying.
It's in these little tiny counties. And so
right.
you go back and pick another one. Jackson County, 78%.
We'll get the flow
bigger.
going here.
Yeah, we're going to get the flow going.
Counted, so they're almost there. 78% in 2024, 78% in 2020. Donald Trump's base is Donald Trump's base. Let's just pick another one just to compare it out. Hall County, again, slightly bigger. You see, 49,000 votes. That matters. That matters. You're getting a margin like that. That's 30,000 votes out of one county in a state that is very competitive. 73% 2024. Let's just come back and look. 71%. So in that county, Donald Trump's overperforming 2020 Donald Trump, which is good news for the Trump campaign. Now you got to add them all up in the end. And again, the key for the Democrats is here. I just want to check back on Fulton County. Still at 53% there. 71% for the vice president. This one, still no math. Cobb County. If that one stays red, Donald Trump's going to carry the state. But it's not. It's still very early in the count there. You come down to Douglas County. A moment ago, I was talking about Rockdale County. This is one of the counties the Harris campaign is tracking and saying, okay, this is good news for us. Why do they say that? She's about 76% of the vote count in. She's at 66% when you round that up. And Joe Biden was at 62% 4 years ago. So again, it's relatively populous, suburban area, southwest, ex-urban area, southwest of Atlanta. And you're looking at the Biden number, and then you look at the Harris number in those counties.
So funny, because on the New York Times page, they are now Trump at 95 electoral votes and Kamala at 35. So they've called more states than CNN has called right now. But I also, just so everybody knows that we're going to be doing some fun stuff here, as the night goes on, just to give us more excuses to drink. We've got some keywords. It's not like traditional bingo, but it's more, you know, another excuse to do a shot, take a hit, have another edible, do whatever you need to do. But we got some, you know, key phrases we're looking out for.
Yeah, another edible. I don't know if you should encourage so many edibles.
There's going to be a lot of edibles, let me tell you.
A lot of edibles.
Marsha
Congratulations to Marsha Blackburn
and Jim Banks. Couldn't happen to two worse people. You know, it's so funny. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Pete Buttigieg is the Juan Guaido of the Iowa caucus.
Breaking news.
The former presidential candidate is expected to defeat John Deaton, a best-selling author and cryptocurrency advocate. Staying in the Northeast, another projection to bring you for Democrats in the state of Connecticut.
I saw Bernie.
Incumbent Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will win his third full term in office as he defeats Matthew Corey.
Will we get communism? Is communism on here somewhere?
Yep, communism. Office now 5 times. The 5th time, not the charm for him. Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut. Meantime, a projection to bring you from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse seeking his 4th term in office. He's projected to defeat Patricia Morgan, a Democratic member, or rather a Republican member of the state house. And now in Vermont, the longest serving independent in congressional history, Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his 4th term.
Why do you think it looks so goofy?
A business executive.
That was a choice.
What do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the 1 pickup in West Virginia, they started out the night at 2. Now it's at 1, and they are currently leading, still early, but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold seats. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now and get you live updates, live results as they are coming into CNN.
Here we go.
With the state of Texas. This is a welcome sign for Democrats.
Wow.
It is still early, but
that's
now,
interesting.
Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area has about a 30.
I mean, I don't want to root for Democrats, but I'll root for this guy against Cruz.
I mean, Ted Cruz is just so god awful, but yeah, I don't
see this, but it is still early, and this could present one of the few opportunities for Democrats to.
It's so funny. I know we talk about this all the time, but you know, people are like, "Why are you always only criticizing Democrats and never Republicans?" And it's like, that's just like a given that we all despise the right, which is why we have to call out the people who pretend to be their opposition. Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, but yeah, I don't want any right Republican senator or congressperson to win for sure. But I'm not like, you know, cheerleading.
But it is also, again, and I don't want the Democrats to win either.
Right, exactly.
You don't have too many choices here.
Like Alyssa Slotkin's awful. She's awful.
1,000 votes ahead of former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers. This is for the open seat left by retiring Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow. 3% of the vote in the Wolverine state.
All right, we're still kind of stuck here on the New York Times
for the U.S. Senate.
Interactive.
These are the raw numbers. Democrats hold 32 seats. Republicans 42 with that one important pickup in West Virginia, but 26 seats remain up for grabs. It's an open contest right now in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah.
51 seats to control.
We got to get our predictions
out. All right, Boris, thanks.
Oh yeah, what are we gonna do? What do you think?
I mean, I'm just gonna call Trump tonight. What do you think? It's Trump.
I mean, I was gonna call Trump also, but does that make it less interesting for everybody? Did you vote, by the way? Can I ask you that?
I voted.
Did you mail in or did you actually go?
I dropped it off. I that's what I do. I drop in my mailbox, my mail-in vote.
Yeah. I sent it in the mail last week, and actually California is really good. I think they I'm going to put us back here just for a second because they're taking a break over there. They do all the tracking. Like, they're really good about letting you know every part of the process, which is great.
Yeah, we have your vote. It was counted. Well, we have your mail. We have your vote.
Yeah, it's coming first. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So we have a few updates when it comes to our guests. Mr. Stephen Semler should be here relatively soon, probably in about 10 minutes. We had some cross-wire communication with Ron Placone, who said that he has to hold down the fort over at Status Quo. They have live satellite feed from Nevada with I mean, it's all friends of the show, but anyway, with Tina Desiree Berg is in Nevada and Jordan is on the East Coast. I'm not sure exactly where, but so he is there. We have Stephen Semler coming. We have Zeynab Day coming. We have a couple of possible drop-ins. We've had a couple of can't get my kid to bed, and so I might be later. We'll see what's happening. So, you know, we'll see how it all pans out, but we are here for the long haul for sure. Thank you, Jenna. He's in. Oh, okay. I see everybody. Yes. Everybody knows except for me. I just want to make sure you guys all know. And yes, Zeynab, it's fantastic.
Yeah. And for the record, we have 20 pet clips. We got 20
yeah.
timeline cleanses.
We've got tons of, we have comedians. We have
all videos.
Closing ads.
We got everything.
You want to show a couple of the closing ads, because right now we're in a bit of a holding pattern. It's 8 o'clock on the East Coast, so it's probably going to be a bit of time before
show
they call something else
entertaining. These are real ads.
These are the real ads, the closing ads. So, you know, I don't know if we showed Trump's disgusting scary ad, which was from like 2 days ago. Do you want to show that and then show like the shift? Okay, so this was his like, oh my God, the world is falling apart ad.
4 years ago, we took a wrong turn and lost our purpose. We lost the strength that makes Americans who we are. If we dared to speak the truth, it was called hate speech, and our values were labeled shameful. That's when everything we care about fell apart. We surrendered our borders, our paychecks, and our courage. Our patriotism was called toxic. Men could beat up women and win medals, but there was no prize for the guy who got up every day to do his job. Now we're being asked to settle for the way things are. And we're wondering if America can make a comeback. We can, because we've done it before. When we get knocked down, we don't stay down, we get up again. We fight, we fight, we fight.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Okay, so gross. Was there a single, apart from the boxer who is a biological woman, not that like we should even have to have these conversations, but there's not a single other woman in the whole thing, and that's a lie, and I hope they sue the crap out of him.
To put her in the ad as if she's like the enemy in this situation,
so gross, when
it's just factually dead wrong to start with. And even if she wasn't a biological woman, like why would you put all that pressure and attention
on one person?
Why would you target your evil fucking supporters?
Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, it's so vile. It is just truly vile. They did change. Okay, so they had two quippy ads. I'll show Trump. We'll show Trump's, and then we'll show Kamala's, and then we can come back. But these ads I thought were, I mean, still gross on Trump's side, like truly disgusting, but more appealing and more snappy. So here we go.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
So that's the most clever they're going to get, right? Kamala is for they, them. Trump is for you. First of all, one of the huge knocks against her for most of us on the left was that she denied care to a transgender inmate when she was attorney general. So I guess this is her new thing. Of course, there's access, which should be on our bingo card.
Well, there's 3 points of view. There's the Republican villainizing her and making her out a communist,
right?
To be a communist and this crazy lefty. And then there's her reality, which she's not that at all. She's bullshit.
Right.
But then she's now pretending to be more in line with the stuff that he's painting her with. Like, oh, I'm not really this liberal who wants to support trans people. You know, that's not me.
Yeah, no, we're gonna, nobody gets healthcare actually. not even on the platform. We'll expand access. Expanded access to everybody. And then this was her kind of positive, snappy last ad.
Imagine, you know, we've all seen the Oval Office on TV. Imagine on January 20th, that day, it's either going to be Donald Trump, if he is elected, which he will not be, but to help people imagine what the stakes are, it's either going to be him there on day one, walking into that office, stewing over his enemies list, or when I am elected, walking in on your behalf with my to-do list. And I'm a hard worker.
You're not.
I mean, if I believed a single thing she said, I'd be like, you know, that's a good ad. She's not a hard worker.
Yeah, she's running obviously she's running on joy, but
oh yeah,
she's really running on hope. Like people,
she's
hoping we believe that she's a leftist,
yeah,
you know, on the left, and she's hoping people in the middle think she's on the right.
Yeah.
And she's hoping people on the right just hate Trump so much that they don't, you know,
got to go after those ever popular Nikki Haley, Liz Cheney voters.
We should have a trigger warning up because oops.
Oh, what happened? She went away. Even VidGrid didn't want Nancy Pelosi.
I kicked her out of our
blocked,
her
canceled.
She's gone.
Blocked.
You're blocked forever,
Good.
Nancy.
I saw her on a Sunday show, or a clip from a Sunday show, saying, this was like a week ago, saying that after she couped, she didn't use the word coup, but after she told Biden he could do it the easy way or the hard way and removed him from his candidacy, they haven't talked. He hasn't talked to her since then. I was kind of shocked that she admitted that in public, you know?
I mean, I think it's her protecting her legacy and wanting to be the power broker kind of thing.
Yeah.
Look, I did this for you, America.
Ugh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're still stuck at 35 Kamala, 95 Trump. We don't have any new states. Ohio now has 40% returns and it's close. Should I put this up for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So I know it's really small, but let's see if it gets bigger if I click on it. So did that get bigger for everybody? I have to keep going back and forth between screens. Okay, so right now it's 49.7% Donald Trump versus 49.6 Kamala. I mean, you know, that's kind of interesting, right? Oh, sorry, I have too many different things going.
Yeah, we're still in coin flip land. We haven't had any definitive information telling us, you know, a swing state is going to break one way or another.
Yeah.
But what we do know is largely all night has been little whispers of underperforming.
Yeah. And overperforming they talked about a couple of counties where Trump is overperforming. And obviously Florida, you know, I know Zeynab's going to want to talk about this, and I really want to hear her talk about it because she's so familiar with all the sort of ins and outs, but how Democrats just abandoned the 50-state strategy. You know, you think about, like, they're going to lose Florida. Biden just imposed more sanctions on Cuba for his voters, potential voters in Florida. But then Kamala spends no money for Florida. They've just decided that that's, like, you know, that's a lost cause. I just, you know, it's such a mistake. But the truth is, when you're not running on any policy, how are you going to appeal to people? It doesn't matter. Like, you know, if it's just team red, team blue, then yeah, don't waste your money on Florida, I guess. But if you actually care about the state of our country and policy and people, you know, surviving and living a dignified life, you might want to possibly invest in all the states of the country you would like to preside over. All right, I'm trying to close this out. Here we go. Yeah, so right now, and you know, the nice thing about this map also, I wonder who's doing it, because you know there's a huge tech strike going on right now. So the New York Times, I mean, this interactive map is actually really, it's pretty high tech for somebody like me. I love it, which means it's probably not all that high tech, but whatever. But they, they used to have like that barometer, like the needle moving and all these other sort of interactive things. Sorry, this is super important. Oh, did we just both press on it at the same time?
Oh, no. Okay. Block that person. Who's this Devin person?
Anyway, but so there is this tech strike, but one of the cool things about it is not only do they tell you as it's happening, they kind of keep updating how many, what percentage of the state is in, and
wait, we've got a breaking news.
All right, let's do it.
Votes. Let's take a look at the electoral map count now. Donald Trump in the lead with 105 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Let's take a look at where there are states that have not been projected yet. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has 71.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 27.8% of the vote. Harris with a 238,000 plus vote lead. But it's early.
It's going to be really close.
8% of the estimated vote has been in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris has 57.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.5% of the vote. Harris with a 50,000
really
plus vote
lead. Be depressing.
That's with
if it doesn't happen that
6%
way.
of the estimated vote in.
It's funny also,
Michigan,
they have her still at 27, and the New York
Battleground
Times has her at
North
35
Carolina,
electoral votes. I wonder which state
49.8% of the vote, but Donald Trump bringing up the rear, 48.9% of the vote.
Oh,
Harris
hey, all right.
now
Let's bring Stephen in.
Approximately 7,200 vote lead.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Welcome. All right, I'm just going to remove that so we can just see each other for a moment. Hello. Happy election night.
Thanks, you too.
What are you drinking?
I'm about to open up this Prosecco.
All right. That feels more celebratory than I'm feeling, but I'm drinking a ton. It just feels like...
Yeah. Well, I decided that regardless of the outcome, me being a relentless optimist, not by nature, I force myself to be this way.
Yeah.
That I'm going to not necessarily spin it, but create a narrative that there's not necessarily good news,
right,
but that there's an avoidance of bad news. And I was thinking of a bunch of ways how that could exist, both if
I want to
Trump
hear
wins
it.
or if
yeah, let's hear it.
So for example, if Trump wins, obviously it's going to be quite bad for a number of reasons. But on the other hand, his presidency will be such a disaster that in 4 years, the Democrats will be forced to
get Pete Buttigieg.
Oh God, I don't think so. Obviously, there's been a huge shift from 2020 to 2024, and if Harris wins, there's essentially a reward for the Democratic Party to focus. Someone just commented, "Focus on joy," and I'm already being just like taking the piss out of so already.
We have a lot of snark in the chat. Everybody's really angry with the situation. So yes, 100%.
But me being the annoying optimist.
No, I'm joking. Yeah.
So if Trump wins, then obviously things are quite bad. But at the same time, if Harris wins, then we're probably looking at least 8 years, probably 12, until we have a major climate bill, because she won't enact one. By then, definitely too late. Yeah. Trump wins, we definitely won't get one in these 4 years. It'll probably be an unwinding of the climate provisions in place, but those climate provisions are already inadequate. So the damage will be substantial. But the good news is it'll be such a clusterfuck that by the time 2028 rolls around, the Democratic Party will have to, if it is all desires to be taken seriously, it'll have to move back to its 2020 form, meaning back to economic populism. And then that opens up space for, I think, more candidates who are serious about the climate crisis. Now, again, that's just one example, and it's naivete because you got to keep in mind that I'm grasping here. But what I'm saying is there are reasons to be grateful for a Trump victory or a Harris victory, depending on how you look at it. I think either way, we miss out on something terrible. It just depends on how you look at it in the time scale. I don't know. What's your read on it?
Well, I'm just going to jump in here because I've been chomping at the bit a little bit, and we'll give you your bio. We need to explain who you are to people and why you're too good of a guest to be on our show, and we appreciate you for that.
Speak for yourself, Pat.
I mean, to be on the show I'm associated with, but I really think under a Trump victory, there's more space to galvanize support for our causes, and the people that would be silent about it or neutral or not enthusiastically out in the streets protesting and demanding action, they're not going to be there if it's Kamala presidency, as in the numbers we can get if it's Trump. And look, if Kamala was going to actually do something about it, I would not have that position, but she's not. Neither one of these are. So then the question becomes, what's best for our movement if our movement is the only thing that can get something changed? If it has to come from the street and workers and not actual government, how does that grow?
Look at everything that was, hey, cheers to the Prosecco and finding the joy, the optimism. They killed Me Too, defund the police, minimum wage, healthcare, climate, because that climate bill was disastrously small. And as we've said a million times, they can say it's the largest climate bill ever, but it's also the smallest because it's the only. So it started off as a 16 trillion Green New Deal. And then Joe Manchin said he wouldn't go above 6 trillion and then 4 trillion. And then Biden was like, how about 2 trillion? It ended up at 500 billion. So they decimated everything and all of the energy stopped, right? No defund the police, no Me Too, no healthcare, no minimum wage, nothing.
They aren't even talking about the public option anymore.
No, it's not even, And plus a genocide.
But they're going to save abortion, the people that lost abortion.
Yeah.
There you go. I think the one thing, about the genocide law, they just brought it up. I think the one thing that will change is that we'll get more honest reporting about what U.S. policy actually is, even if it doesn't change one lick. I think, this obviously is no news to you or probably anyone watching, but on Gaza and the broader Middle East, the media focuses so intently on what the administration says and not what it does. It reports on what it does. It report on arms transfer, and it'll be really useful sometimes reporting, leaks, stuff like that.
Right.
But it doesn't factor into their analysis or in their coverage. They take everything at face value. So for instance, I saw an explainer from The Hill the other day. There are examples in larger publications as well, but this is the one that comes to mind, is that it just had an explainer on the differences between Harris and Trump on the Middle East. And it said Harris was pushing for a ceasefire in Lebanon and Gaza. By what indication? She says she is, but unless she's talking about cutting off and enforcing U.S. law, enforcing an arms embargo on Israel, then you're not serious about a ceasefire. So
and it's not even the teeniest change in policy from Biden, who called for a ceasefire as well. So it's not. You can't put any trajectory on her being any left of Biden.
And if for a moment you happen to think like, oh no, she's going to be better, right away her staff comes out and makes a public announcement saying, no, she's exactly on the same page as Biden with it. So
right. But the media just doesn't. They're still judging by people's perception of it. Like you can look at polling or Twitter or whatever. There's still people who ardently believe that she's pro ceasefire.
Yep.
When that's clearly not the case. It's just, I think if under a Trump presidency, they will provide that context, i.e. what the administration actually does.
Right.
It's like, think of it this way. Like if someone comes up to you and says, hey, I just got stung by a jellyfish.
Right.
And you're at the beach, you should probably believe them because it's like the context indicates that they're, they probably did get stung by a jellyfish. But if someone comes up to you in DC or Pittsburgh, where I'm at, and says, I just got stung by a jellyfish, probably not, because the context indicates there are no jellies around here. Therefore, you have no such claim. So what are they doing?
Yeah.
They're being dishonest. They're just trying to get you to pee on them.
Yep.
So don't. Or do. I don't care.
Yeah.
I will pee on them. If
bring her over. I got something.
Sort of a stretch.
We could be on air 5 or 6 hours tonight. We might reenact this somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, and sorry, I just wanted to go back because also COVID and that death ticker that they had going under Trump, and it stopped under Biden, and he's gone on to kill at least 800,000 people more, and there's nothing about that. Where's Glenn Kessler? Was that who it was who did like the Pinocchios? They've done it for one president, Trump. Like he's the only liar.
Yeah, where did all those fact checkers go? What are they up to?
It's only Trump who lies. The other politicians are really good. Ooh, whatever that thing is.
Yeah. So back to explaining your bio, because we forgot to introduce you.
I know we brought you in with no ceremony. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I've already talked about like peeing on people. People are gonna think I'm just some sort of idiot, which I guess I sort of am. But...
No, you're not. And actually, that's the best thing you could do with these people.
Well, that's good. I'm in the right company.
Yeah, tell us about yourself. Yeah, okay. Tell us about yourself.
I'm Steven. I'm kind of a fuck up, but like I pulled it together in some ways. I make a lot of charts that take a working class angle, I guess, to U.S. politics as a kind of antidote to, you know, billionaire centric views and even the Democrats' sort of middle class fetish.
Yeah.
I make a lot of charts for this newsletter called Polygraph. It's called that because I make a lot of graphs. I guess kind of a shitty joke.
It's a good joke. No, that's a good one.
I run a think tank called Spry that's just getting off the ground, and I do like I just got brought on as a senior fellow at the Center for International Policy, which is where Bernie Sanders' former foreign policy advisor is. So
Matt Duss, is that? Yeah. That's fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
look at how many jobs you have.
Yeah.
Like 4.
Yeah, it sucks. I'm still barely getting by. But, you know, the thing is, like, I'm trying to think of something impressive I did recently, so I gain credibility with the audience. Oh, I wrote for Brown University's Cost of War project, I wrote the recent report on military aid to Israel that found a record amount that went this year, and the total amount that the U.S. has spent subsidizing Israel's genocide and effectively, you know, fighting wars on Israel's behalf and stuff. So that was one recently impressive thing I did.
Well, speaking of that, we'll start with the Israel part. The most recent newsletter I think I saw from you, or maybe it was on your Twitter, was the number of journalists killed since October 7th and the percentage that was killed by Israel, even as our politicians pretend that they care about, you know, they talked about Evan, oh gosh, now I can't remember his last name, from the Wall Street Journal, who is imprisoned in Russia, like ad nauseum. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Nobody should be in prison for journalism, but like never talked about Julian Assange. Makes you sort of wonder if maybe part of the reason that they finally allowed Julian Assange to be free was so that they could negotiate. Oh, Pat, he's using my avatar. That's so funny. We're only allowed one in StreamYard, so we both fight over it, and we're always changing each other's. But you know, this is appalling, and no foreign journalists are allowed in unless they are supervised by the IDF and edited by the IDF. So we're not really getting much out of Gaza anymore because it's just, you know, it's like citizen journalists, right?
Yeah, I mean, and there's like a lot of like pro journalists there too, Palestinians. It's just that they aren't. I mean, it's like they aren't even met. Like, you know, an Al Jazeera journalist is in a coma because he got shot in the neck by an IDF sniper, and like no media outlets aside from Al Jazeera say anything about it. And it's just like, if that happens in any other context, there's a huge uproar and controversy. But in Gaza, it's just no. It's what everything that we know about happening on the ground in Gaza is ultimately because of Palestinian reporters, and they're treated like nothing. And it's just devastating. So that chart is a vast undercount for a variety of reasons that you just put up.
Yes, I thought we were like 78 or something now, or
yeah, because it's from I made that thing in early August, and the numbers were already historic then, and it's from the International Committee to Protect Journalists, which has a methodology that in some ways just seems very unnecessarily bureaucratic and slightly politicized to some extent, but at the same time, you could also make the case for it that it's very robust.
Right.
It is, but it is, I mean, either way you look at it, regardless of how it is, like, because it's that, it's a big at least qualifiers needed before any of those numbers are wielded out. But I will say that the ratio is probably about right. Like 9 in 10 journalists killed worldwide are killed by. I mean, the leading cause of death this year is Israeli airstrikes among journalists worldwide, which is just like, how do you even make sense of that?
Yeah, the second Russia does anything at all like that, right away the State Department calls it out. They put, journal, like, just to see the difference between when Russia bombs a hospital, and which, again, like, war crime, disgusting, cruel, genocidal, but there are no hospitals in Gaza now. I think the last 3 are under siege, right? So, like, nobody's, and, every time that Matt Miller is questioned on it, they're just allowing Israel to, investigate. Stern words.
Yeah, and it's the thing about, like, so recently it's been, a couple of weeks ago, the U.S. gave Israel like that 30 days thing where it, intentionally, accidentally leaked, although it was intentionally, it came from that tool from Axios.
Yeah. Barak Ravid.
Yeah. I don't apologize for calling him a tool, by the way.
No, God, that's really kind and generous. Absolutely.
It is. But at the same time, because he's such a tool, like, you rely on him because he's the tool. But the letter states that Israel must make improvements, and the first one lists one of the only ones that's really non-qualitative, meaning like can be evaluated. It's like it's countable. Is the number of trucks that Israel lets into Gaza at 350? Right. So that's the first one listed. Now, first off, this is the major deadline, by the way, that I'm working under, so that's why I can't stay for too long on this stream. But I'm working on a report that will assess Israeli compliance with at the end of those 30 days. So I'm drafting it now. We'll update the figures when when it strikes, when the clock strikes midnight. But it's like, on one hand, I'm evaluating Israeli compliance with this thing, but also acknowledging that this demand is completely arbitrary, and it's just like a stupid side quest for the administration to kick the can down the road and not enforce U.S. law, namely Section 620I of the Foreign Assistance Act, which states that no country, the U.S. shall furnish no military assistance to any country that knowingly, where there's information where the country is blocking U.S. military assistance. Right. And no one really heard of that law until this year, really, because think about it, like, two things, ISIS blocks humanitarian assistance, and hence in 2015, the U.S. did aid airdrops to a besieged population in Iraq that was, besieged by ISIS on top of this mountain. 9 years later, 8 or 9 years later, here we are with like a similar newspaper headlines where the U.S. conducts airdrops, but this time it's for the Palestinians who are besieged by Israel. It's just so rare that a country would block U.S. aid while also receiving U.S. aid. It's just never happened. So leave it to Israel to be that groundbreaking bastard to make this law relevant.
I feel like, so much of our foreign policy is creating the problem that then we can, give like huge amounts of money to the military industrial complex to fight, right? Like, that's the whole thing. It's like philanthropists. Like, the reason I don't care if Bill Gates gives money to homeless people is because he's the one who created the problem that there's homeless people in the first place. Like, let's just tax him and forget the philanthropy. But Israel's really made it so clear, as we are giving them billions of dollars and weapons, then we give this paltry sum, or like, I think the last time you were here, it was right as the aid pier, that, theater, humanitarian aid theater, was like being washed off to sea. One of the soldiers, U.S. soldiers, just died. Yeah. But that was like, $230 million or something to help feed people, as we are giving all the money and support to the people who are starving them.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So that reminded me of a thing I just missed out on that report I was talking about. So the pier itself, as we discussed, I think last time I was on, is pure humanitarian theater. And part of the reason is, like, why it was humanitarian theater? Because it was just credible enough where the administration could pretend it was doing something, because it would just cite all the aid that it was delivering across the pier. Meanwhile, it's piling up on the beach. There's no way to get it to, the actual people. And it's telling that with this recent 30-day demand, that the crux of it is that the Biden administration is purportedly demanding an increase in humanitarian access.
Right.
If Israel is to continue receiving U.S. weapons. But you measure humanitarian access by how many people in need can access humanitarian aid. Instead, they're talking about fucking trucks. Not having sex with trucks, but you know what I'm saying.
Peeing on them.
Yeah, but as you said last time, they went from how many people got aid to how many trucks to how many pounds of food to
number of trucks.
A couple kids ate,
to pounds of aid. Yeah. Just like,
and meanwhile, there were all those trucks outside that actually were ready to go, but were being blocked by Israelis who were being protected by the IDF. So like, we didn't need I know we all know this, but like, we didn't need to build a pier that made it harder for people even to get in the access to the aid, which killed one of our service people. Like, none of that was necessary.
No, if you really wanted to get in, you put U.S. soldiers around the food and trucks, and you demand they go through.
Yeah.
And then if IDF were to act on U.S. soldiers, that's a reason to cut the aid off. I mean, it's pretty clear. Change policy.
That's why they didn't do it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So the findings of the report will be, as it looks away, like, no, Israel's not complying. Yes, this was a circus act. And the main reason is because it's humanitarian theater, because it's the truck crossings are a convenient photo op opportunity, though Israel can't even bother to meet that cosmetic threshold. But you can still block humanitarian aid once it gets past the border, because, if the U.S. was actually concerned about humanitarian access, then it would, again, measure how much aid is getting to the Palestinians. But once aid gets past the border, the little amount that there is Israel obstructs it by bureaucratic procedures, making the whole area unsafe, or directly attacking the aid workers themselves. So it's just, I don't know. So on one hand, I'm taking this, going great lengths to evaluate this administration's demand of aid trucks, while also shitting on that metric and calling it humanitarian theater. So it's going to be challenging. Essentially,
this is the beginning of your oops, we have so many different things here. Nothing's happening. Just so you know, I'm looking at the map as I'm talking to you. So if there's anything breaking, I promise I'll put it up. But so tell us about
so this is just like the first. So Israel effectively blocks the last three stage of the humanitarian supply chain. So I used to work in the humanitarian sector.
Okay.
So I know a little bit about this. So the last three are from like distribution points that are on the periphery somehow, and then you get them to local distribution centers, then you deliver it to the people in need. And the last step is called last mile delivery in humanitarian parlance. Now, this chart shows Israel, blocking aid from between steps 3 and 2. Okay. So it's letting less and less aid into Gaza itself. And this, again, this is just like, even if Israel met that 350 truck threshold, they could still starve Palestine.
Yeah, how many trucks do you know were needed to sustain life before? Because obviously they're not allowed to produce their own food enough to sustain life. So they rely on aid before the October 7th.
Yeah, Pat, that's a really good question. Part of it is like the Israeli blockade starting in, I think, I forget what the date it was, like, but it's been going on for like 15 years. The intense Israel, or since Hamas came to power, so 2006 or 2007 or whatever. So since then, there's been like an 80% increase in the extent to which Palestinians in Gaza rely on humanitarian aid. So they are already almost entirely reliant on humanitarian aid, but now like it's completely, like, even the little amount of commercial goods that get in are way too high. And of course the Israelis are prioritizing those trucks to get in, selling unaffordable goods to people rather than humanitarian aid. Another interesting tidbit I found is, to answer your question, Pat, I don't know. It's like there was an answer. You see this 500 truck threshold that's kind of become humanitarian, or not humanitarian, but like mainstream, that there has to be 500 trucks per day, aid trucks to enter per day. But that to me sounds low, because that was, again, I mean, I'm talking a total collapse of fisheries, of farmland,
I mean, they were shooting
bakeries,
fishermen.
infrastructure. Yeah, it's just a total collapse. So that estimate that 500. So 300. My point is that 350, 500. It's way too low. But even this cosmetic step, that chart shows is like the most obvious way to block humanitarian aid is at this border, because you see the idling trucks, you see the numbers which are tracked by the IDF. I mean, Israel's own data shows that it's blocking humanitarian aid in the most obvious way possible. And that's not even the fullest extent of it. It's like they also block it en route from the border to the local distribution centers, and they also block it from the distribution centers to the people. So that was the follow-on post.
So
the one that followed that one.
Yeah.
What do you think the result of your report, and not just your report, but the administration realizing, I mean, the public realizing Netanyahu didn't meet Biden's alleged 30-day threshold warning,
Well, not yet. We don't give grades till the end of the semester, as Matt Miller said in such a disgusting.
But will there be? Do you think the Democrats are going to shift at all as a result of it?
No. I think they will. I mean, the way I mean, the report will. I mean, if not my report, like someone else will report on something similar. Probably not as good, because no one nerds out over aid trucks as much as I do.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll make a difference in terms of administrative policy. But I will convince myself that it matters in the court of public opinion, and maybe forcing the adding political pressure to the administration. But again, they could just say, "Fuck it, we're not going to do it."
I mean, they just don't seem to care at all about what anybody in this country thinks, right? So, like, if they're not willing to take into account what their voters want right now, while they're hoping to get those votes to become president, right? Like, she certainly isn't going to care when she's in power. It just would prove to her that like nothing matters.
That's exactly right. The latest USDA figures for food insecure people in the United States is like 48 million people are food insecure. So you have that with no real domestic plan to address that, while on foreign policy you have a deliberate U.S. like effectively enabling a policy of starvation in Gaza. So there's some continuity there, but it's not exactly flattering for the Democratic Party. So
yeah, no, I mean, and also as they're giving billions of dollars to Israel, which people love to point out, like they have healthcare or whatever. I mean, now their economy is sort of on the fritz because of their genocide. But because I don't want to lose you before, and I know you don't have a lot of time, but before we just talk about the economic stuff, so I saw you retweet this post from Jeff Stein, which Kamala Harris's economic promises tonight in Philly. This was from yesterday, in the order they were delivered: ban corporate price gouging on groceries, lower costs of childcare and housing, tax cuts for lower middle income families and small businesses, lower health costs, including for long-term care for seniors. And tell us, I mean, I have some of your graphs, but what do you think about that economic proposals of hers last minute? Yeah.
Jesus. I mean, that's pretty much all she's bringing to the table. So she's not really, I mean, I read the entire 82-page proposal.
That's why we pay you the big bucks.
Only perverts do that, which is why I guess I read it. But I'm also the guy who reads bills and shit like that. Oh, God, I hate myself. But I think the one thing, again, Harris. So, okay. I put the moment. So Biden ran on comparatively an ambitious domestic proposal in 2020.
Right.
Whether he would, I think we were all skeptical. I think I knew you guys then, but I think we were talking about it was nowhere near credible.
Yeah.
But there was at least some legislative effort to get the human infrastructure bill passed, which was just, I mean, it had housing, it had Medicaid expansion, it had earned income tax credit, it had the child tax credit, it had a whole bunch of money for climate and all sorts. I already mentioned housing, but all sorts of proposals that were just basically watered down versions of what Bernie Sanders was proposing, but still useful, mind you. Okay.
Yeah.
So diet version, whatever. So Manchin comes out opposed to it because Biden split the human infrastructure bill from the physical infrastructure bill by that point, which was, again, by that point, it was basically a big highway bill. I'm not trying to slander the infrastructure bill because it had train funding in it, but basically became a giant highway bill. So at that point, the infrastructure bill was the bribe. And by splitting it, you lost all leverage to win over Manchin and Sinema and any other bastard in the Senate.
Right.
So, but the House passed the Build Back Better regardless. And Biden still had leverage over Manchin to pass it via permitting reform, et cetera, allocating resources to West Virginia through the military budget or through the infrastructure bill itself. So Biden still had a lot of leverage. He still could have passed Build Back Better despite, let's call them, errors on delinking the infrastructure bill from it.
Yeah.
But and he kept talking about Build Back Better for at least like 2 months after Manchin came out against it in Fox News in like December of 2021.
Stephen, I'm so sorry. I'm just going to hold you off for 1 second because we did just get an update. They both gained some. I don't know, Pat, do you want to put on our media or do you want to just talk through this? What do you think?
Let's talk about the election, I guess.
Just for a moment. I want to get back to this. And we see Zeynab just joined us, so we should bring her on also. Yeah. What do you want? Yeah.
And battleground, Wisconsin. Let's look at the electoral map now. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 64.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 34.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there with 326,000 plus votes. Only an estimated 16% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with 43.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 55,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote counted in Michigan, still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 106,000 vote lead. That's with 39% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a healthy 221,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 66% of the vote counted in Georgia. About 2/3 of the vote in Georgia has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there now with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 13,334 vote lead. That's with half the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 50% counted there in Virginia. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 53.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there by roughly 16,000 votes. That's with about a quarter, 25% of the estimated vote counted in the granite state of New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 197,000 plus vote. That's with half the vote counted in Ohio, 50% of the vote counted in Ohio. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
Jake, let's start with the context, what you just went through. I'm going to wander over to this.
Magic Wall.
I just want to bring Zeynab in really quickly because she is here. We want to have her on. Hello, how are you?
Hey guys, doing okay, I guess.
I don't know if you know. I know we're all just kind of trying to get by here. Do you know Steven, Zeynab?
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
We were just, it's funny because that's what they're doing on CNN, but meanwhile on the New York Times, I'm toggling between so many different things. Yeah, they've called a few more states in the New York Times. So they're at
it was probably New York because that's a big jump. So I'm thinking it probably was the New York.
Okay. All right. All right. Where do you want to move to? First, welcome, Zeynab. How are you? We were going through the economic proposals of Biden, who didn't really follow through on any of them, minimum wage, the 16 trillion to 4 trillion to 2 trillion Green New Deal, the public option, like none of it. But we don't even have any of that from Kamala. And Stephen just had, so these were some of your charts that you recently posted. Okay, let's get rid of some of the stuff. If you want to kind of just talk through any of these.
Okay, yeah. So this measures financial hardship. When it goes down, that's good. But as you can see, it's higher than it was in 2020, which is bad if you're Harris, and bad for all the millions of people whose livelihood is worse now than it was 4 years ago. But one thing that, if I was better at graphs, I would have done this, but you can see that huge dip that happened because of the American Rescue Plan. And now a whole bunch of those provisions were supposed to be made permanent through Biden's Build Back Better plan, but he never enacted it. So as a result, as the American Rescue Plan's provisions expired and weren't replaced by anything through BBB, inflation started to hit. So people got whiplash. They got essentially fucked from both sides because they had to deal with, higher costs of living through inflation, but then they had fewer means available to them to, survive that increase because they were getting provisions taken away.
Right.
And that included that stretch lasted a while. Like there's a whole bunch that went away around the same time to explain the dip. But even I think one of the major reasons why the financial hardship rates have stayed so high is because even recently, or I guess not so recently now, but like a year ago, you had the expiration of these child care grants, which effectively prevented this. You may have seen a report by Julie Cashin at the Century Foundation called the Child Care Cliff that warned of the expiration of these grants, these child care grants that kept child care centers open during COVID. If they expired, then millions of kids would lose their spots in child care places because either the places couldn't stay open or the parents couldn't afford them. So as a result, I haven't checked the numbers because I've written about it, but I haven't checked the end result because I'm frankly too scared to look. But regardless of what the numbers actually are, if your child is about the size of a fire hydrant, you're either paying more for childcare or you're earning less because you have to take care of your kid. So either way, it's even stimulus checks were a very obvious way to reduce financial hardship. Okay. But even less obvious ways like that, where you have to do like a little bit of math to figure it out, I think that's another reason. But again, Harris is running on just to replace a couple of the things that were in BBB, not the whole thing. So she's effectively running on a woefully unambitious domestic policy and an incredibly hawkish foreign policy, which to me sounds like every Democratic defeat since the 1960s, and also is morally abhorrent. But even what I'm more scared of, and what Zeynab can probably speak to, is like, what happens if Harris wins on this platform? Like, where do we go from here? I
think we're all on the same page with that. That's terrifying. Yeah. Okay. They are announcing more stuff. I just want to put that up there. We're at 120. Oh, is that what we just were? I thought I saw a flash. I just don't want anybody to feel like we're not keeping them up to date on all that stuff. Yeah, Zeynab, why don't you tell us where, tell everybody where you're from, some of the work you've done, and the 50-state strategy we've got going on here.
Oh, hey guys. I don't hold this against me. And this is where I met, I guess, Lila at first and Pat when they were interviewing candidates way back in 2017 when I worked as one of the founders of Brand New Congress. And so I helped advise 100 U.S. federal races. I was press director of AOC. Don't hold that against me.
Thank you. You brought that ruckus. She uses all your great words that you helped her with.
I did write her speeches and her messaging. Yeah. Unfortunately, to have that used now in not so great a ways, and it doesn't feel good. But that is what happens in politics sometimes. But I was never Democrat. I was always independent. But I thought, okay, if we can run primaries, we can maybe push people out, we can get non-corporate candidates in. We took nominations from the community for these people to run, and we went and recruited people to run for office that weren't politicians. It's an ambitious thing. What I learned through all of that is that the Democratic Party will throw anything at these progressive candidates or leftist candidates to keep them off the ballot, to keep them from winning. They'll even go as far in Senate races. I saw them endorsing and even giving money to the GOP incumbents.
Yeah.
When these candidates like Zach Ringelstein, Paula Jean Swearengin, Betsy Sweet, made it all the way to the general election and were polling great. It's when they started polling great is when the Democratic Party would come in. They would push unions to endorse GOP members. It was insanity. So now the way that I look at solutions is outside of that, two-party system. And I always supported third parties and independents, but now I think that might actually be the easier route than this primary route. As far as this election goes, and right now to what Stephen was talking about, I see Kamala as the accelerationist candidate in some ways. And I know that that's a crazy way to frame it, but if genocide in Gaza is not going to be a red line, if the economy that we have now is not going to be a red line, if not offering any economic solutions. Stephen mentioned the childcare cuts. That's not something we ever hear the mainstream media talk about. They're not talking about this, but it is impacting families. And childcare is so expensive that it can cost half. Any parents know it can cost half of what you make or more. So there's something that when I was doing messaging, we had a part of the Green New Deal that also addressed childcare. When we were doing messaging for that, one of the things that we said was childcare poverty. Right. And what that is when you are forced not to work because what you make is less than what your childcare cost. You can make $40,000 a year, and with your, with rent as it is today for the average person, car payment, insurance, and childcare, you are in the hole. You don't even have money for groceries or to go out and buy toilet paper. And that's not an exaggeration. And people are feeling this. I also think that people still remember that Trump gave them a child tax credit, an actual child tax credit and advancement, and Biden gave them a child care tax loan, whatever the heck that is. And so people got the check. They cashed it thinking that this was people. There are many people that have been interviewed by mainstream media that mention this because they went in to file their taxes and all of a sudden they have to pay this $1,500 to $2,000 to $2,500 back, and it set families back. And this is millions of people because they didn't know that it was a
Oprah gave somebody a car, right? And it was like, oh, and now you have to pay taxes on it. I just want to say quickly, because Stephen, I know you had said that we want you to stay as long as possible, but also feel free when you have to go. I don't want you to feel like you're, I know you have a deadline, but we would love for you to stay as long as possible. I just wanted to put that out there so you don't feel like you have to wait.
Oh yeah, no stress. I got like 20 or 30 minutes.
Okay, awesome. Is there anything?
Can I just say though?
Yeah.
This is just a terrific feed. So I was just listening to Smart Analysis while the map was up on the screen, so I could listen to good takes from presumably someone who was blacklisted by the DCCC, and then also keep track of current events. It was sublime. It was just perfect.
For those of us who multitask, we're all like geeking out with all the different feeds and the
nuts.
Yeah. So the point of that financial hardship graph was basically to say, like, and I should have included this in the piece, but I saw this today. So there's one poll question that essentially proved my point that I spent a long time, proving, but yet there's like a simple poll question that asks this. But for you personally, which of the following do you consider the best measure of how the national economy is doing? 52% said the prices of goods and services you buy. The next highest one was unemployment and job reports. And only 4% said the stock market. The stock market and jobs reports is basically all the Biden administration has been talking about for the last 2.5 years. Now, granted, Harris has done a better job of this, like acknowledging the cost of living crisis. But at the same time, still, I don't think people who experience financial hardship enjoyed being just thrown random numbers at it. It's like if I thought to myself, all these women at this Whole Foods must be too shy to ask for my number, I guess I'll just start yelling it. It's like there's a presumption of arrogance and just weirdness, even if like you aren't struggling yourself. Situation's bad out there, so you just kind of feel a bit weird about it.
Yeah.
And I really think having a job doesn't mean what it used to anymore either. Like just being employed.
It even has 4 of them.
That they don't get that in DC is the big thing. Like, okay, you got your job, but you need 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to in their generation. And that's
there's
really
all gig work too.
Yeah.
It's all gig work now.
Yeah.
And the people aren't hiring employees. It's private. Everyone wants to hire, or a lot of businesses want to hire people now on private contract work, right? They want to hire them out as contractors.
No benefits, no
skirting.
Yep.
Skirting federal law.
And Kamala's running on basically, if you read through her policy, it's deregulation. She's going to deregulate the housing industry. Yep. That's what this code for, get rid of the red tape to build houses.
Right. For BlackRock. Yeah. And one of her top advisors is her brother-in-law, Tony, who is, fighting against unions for Uber. Right. So like, she's got Mark Cuban out there saying we're going to get rid of Gary Gensler and Lena Khan. She's got her brother-in-law, who is actually, I think that his company that represents Uber and other companies is actually being sued by the Biden administration for their antitrust. Like, what a fucking
disaster. That goes back to the accelerationist question, because the reason that I believe that because I didn't clarify this, but the reason that I believe that I went off on another tangent, I'm sorry. The reason that that I believe Kamala is an accelerationist as well, in a different kind of way, is because everybody goes to sleep when there's a dim president. Yes. And if you look back in history, a lot of the neocon policies, the ACA was a Heritage Foundation policy that aimed to privatize our public health system. There was some public health system infrastructure there that was pretty strong. Back in the day, you could go to the clinic, you could get your teeth looked at, you could get your cancer screenings, you could have emergency visits if you had things like a cold or a broken bone or you needed stitches. You got all that stuff done at the clinic, and most of that was subsidized. Right. We had tuition-free college at 85% subsidized before Clinton gutted that. Now it's 11% subsidized, and students are carrying the burden. So generations before got to go to state and community college for essentially tuition-free. Those are just 2 of probably, and Stephen, like 100 things that Democrats have been, neocon policies that are literally Heritage Foundation policies from their project. I don't know.
Well, the tax credit. I heard you talking with Jordan the other day, right? Like the child tax credit wasn't that a Heritage Foundation, the child tax credit, or what you were talking with Jordan the other day on Status Quo about? It wasn't the child tax credit. Sorry, I can't remember.
It's the $6,000 child tax credit that Kamala is proposing for the firstborn child, or for the firstborn for the new family, is literally in Project 2025.
Yeah.
I've read all. Yes, Stephen, I read stuff too, man. I don't know why I do this to myself either. But it's in Project 2025. It's one of their, white nationalist family values thing, incentive for people to have kids, but it's only for your first kid that you have. It's $6,000. Great for those families or whatever. But that is a Heritage Foundation Project 2025 policy, just straight up.
When you look at the border bill, they're like, oh, we're going to do a fascist border bill. We're going to continue building Trump's wall and bypass 26 environmental laws to do it. Like, they are, it's what Chris Hedges always says, right? The more effective evil. Like they do the things. They get away with it because liberals all go to sleep when there's
media doesn't cover it. The right-wing media calls them communist. And then the liberal media, like the Joe Scarboroughs of the world, sugarcoat it and say, this has been a glorious reign of the most wonderful leader we've had in generations.
Most progressive president ever.
He called Joe Biden what did he call him? He called him the Renaissance FDR. So he's apparently our generation's FDR, Joe Biden. Anyway, sorry, I digress. I'm done.
No, I just wanted to add that so much of her policy is based on tax credits. right? And tax credits are really not helping the poor. I mean, they need money now. They don't need a break on their taxes, you know, and especially when you're talking about the small business loan part of it, like $30,000 tax credit for your business doesn't get your business off the ground if you don't have $30,000 to spend in the first place.
We're not talking about grants. This isn't grants.
Yeah. Who's that benefiting? It's benefiting more neoliberal people who already have money.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, listen, I know we talk about this all the time, but anytime a policy isn't universal and it's means tested, it's designed to fail. And all of her policies are even worse than Elizabeth Warren's, you know, papers, plans, and all of her stuff. They're just all means tested bullshit, all of it.
The one that drives me at the fucking wall is fighting the climate crisis through the tax code. That one just drives me makes me absolutely livid. Actually, one of the projects, so I was just brought onto this think tank called Center for International Policy, not even part-time, it's just a project basis thing. But one of the things I'm talking about is it's basically just at the center of climate militarism and inequality, which to me is just like, oh yeah, that's my fucking jam right there. But one of the projects that I'll do, I should probably run this by them first, but what I'm going to propose is basically what the military industrial complex has the climate crisis needs, i.e. labor protected jobs, mandated minimum wage, direct government investment. You don't see arms manufacturers holding bake sales or you know, talking about the tax code. No, how are you going to pay for it? From the government. Yeah. Okay, I'll give you one mind-blowing statistic, then we can move on to the election. But the amount of $548 billion is the amount that of Biden's infrastructure bill total amount over 5 years. The amount that weapons manufacturers got this past year, I estimated at $550 billion. So we're talking about a massive redistribution of wealth here that if it went to the climate crisis instead, if it went to trains instead of tanks, then you would see a massive reduction in US CO2 emissions, because you'd see the reduction from clean energy transport, and you'd also see a reduction in military emissions as well. So, you know, it's like, is the climate crisis an emergency or not? If it is, then treat it like a security issue, meaning treat it like a state-run, socialized system. Yeah,
I mean, they all, you know, I know like the MMT people get so upset because they're like, we have money for everything. We never ask where the money's. But it's dissecting the priorities, right? Like we don't have this whole thing where we're going to separate something out, the Build Back Better from the IRA, and then Joe Manchin it just to get 1/32 of what we needed for a Green New Deal, right? That was going to be a $16 trillion. We had, you know, months of people talking and finagling for the $500 measly nothing, you know, nowhere near sufficient IRA, or whatever climate bill. But they never ask, where are you going to pay for it? It's always just necessary. And then you have Obama saying, well, if we get to 2 degrees, 3 degrees, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And like, climate scientists are freaking out online, like freaking out. Okay, yeah. You want to? What do we got?
Well, they just called a key race alert, so let's see what they have to say.
Let's see.
Wow, I'm surprised by this.
Did you unmute it, Pat?
23% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania counted as of now. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 44.3% of the vote. Harris with a 64,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 12% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead. 50.7% of the vote. Harris with 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 75,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half, 51% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump still holding on to his lead, 52.9% of the vote. Harris has 46.4% of the vote. Donald Trump right now with a 249,000 plus vote lead. I'm sorry, now it's a 255,000 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the vote counted in battleground Georgia. In Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead as of now, 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 15,000 votes. That's with more than half, 56% of the estimated vote, but still a lot of vote to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Harris with 53.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.9% of the vote. Harris with an 18,000 plus vote lead. That's with under a third of the vote counted in New Hampshire. 30% of the estimated vote counted in New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Harris with 44.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 332,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost 60%, 58% of the estimated vote counted in the Buckeye state. Now let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
So, Jake, you lay out the results, and there are some surprises there, right? At least where we are right now. So we just want to go back and follow up where we were. David Chelling was talking about some of the outstanding vote. We know in Virginia is early vote, and that percentage is going to jump, and we know that the vice president is doing quite well in that vote. So I just want to show you what he means by how this can change. Again, Donald Trump's lead has been shrinking. It was 16,000 not that long ago. It's 12,395 now. Look at the Northern Virginia suburbs here. I just want to show you these circles help us understand where are there live outstanding votes, meaning votes that we know are out there that have not been counted yet. Right? You see the big circles, the biggest circles around the Northern Virginia suburbs, also Richmond and the suburbs around that, and some big Republican circles down here, Virginia Beach area, and some here in the suburbs, more to the south, the exurbs south of Richmond. But I want to focus up here, and just to show you why you can say early on, you say, whoa, what's happening here? But then things can change pretty quickly when large population centers report their votes. So let's take Fairfax County. And it's the largest of the suburban counties. It's the number one county population-wise in Virginia. The vice president's getting 66% of the vote, 63% of the vote in. Look at the number where she is, though, 250,000. We know turnout is robust, right? So we should be somewhere around 2020 when we end 2024, maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower, but somewhere around it. 250,000 votes right now. If you go back in time, you see 419,000 votes. So if she's winning 60+%, president was winning 70% 4 years ago. You have Vice President Harris winning 66, a little below. Virginia looks like it's going to be a little bit more competitive this year. But you can see just right there in that one county, there's a lot of votes still out, and she's winning disproportionately in the math right now. That can change, but it generally tracks when you get above 60% of the vote. And so just in that one county right there, the math, when those votes come in, the math can change. So doesn't mean it will, but there's more than enough Democratic votes still outstanding, or votes outstanding in Democratic areas.
Interesting to me that they have 53 to 154, and New York Times is at 99 to 178. So New York Times seems to be refreshing or calling it a little earlier than CNN, but we'll see how that goes.
But the key word tonight is repeatedly underperforming slightly Biden. So
yeah.
It's good to know that Harris is winning so handily in the county that's most densely populated with military contractors.
It's so you're right. Like truly, I know somebody wrote in the chat that like what we're basically just going to figure out who's going to be sending more money to Israel. Yeah, Len, like big decision tonight will determine who will oversee sending our tax money to Israel. I mean, it's just so depressing. The other thing I wanted to just talk about, as you were talking about, like, you know, the ratchet effect, is that Trump's tax cuts, which were really horrible, and where we are now when we talk about addressing them, right?
I mean, everybody supports taxing corporations and billionaires.
Yep.
So just tax them. Why?
Well, not the donors. The donors don't. Mark Cuban is not into
donors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lila, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, you're compromising with your donors.
I mean, they don't care what we. Yeah.
I don't know. You just come across as like just servile and pathetic, and then meanwhile, Harris can't answer any question about Israel or Palestine without acting like it's the first time she's ever heard or considered a question of that sort. She just seems so flummoxed every time she's asked.
I mean, she's wildly underinformed, it seems, but she does have that script every time. Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Like, that's it. That's just her whole deal.
AIPAC is really an effective organization. If you asked most members of Congress and Senate, they would repeat the same line because it's printed for them.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
well, I think she loses because of Palestine, but back to your, the economy is the top issue for voters.
Wait, no. I want to hear everyone's predictions now because Pat gave his.
Yeah,
Pat,
well,
said she loses.
I just want to say real quick, the economy is the number one reason voting issue. The top issues is the economy, and they rate Trump better at the economy. So that alone, and then you throw in Palestine as the icing on the cake. to kill enthusiasm to get out and actually vote for the left.
What do you think, Zeynab? Oh, sorry. Yeah. You think Trump? What do you think, Zeynab?
I think Trump wins. I am surprised with Michigan's vote, though.
I'm still sad.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, it's so funny. They keep talking about the blue wall, but the blue wall has been demolished for 25 years now. I mean, it's been demolished since NAFTA. Those people in the Rust Belt have been angry since NAFTA. I mean, it's the reason that Hillary Clinton, it's not just that she didn't campaign there, it was also that people were angry. Exit polling showed that was one of the primary issues. People were upset about whether they were right in their analysis or not. They were feeling the economic, economic burdens. Yeah. But I think it's going to be Trump, and I think it's going to be Trump fairly handily.
Yeah.
Which is going to be interesting. And I think we may see some different swing states than we anticipated, or not swing states, but states that are going to be really close, like Virginia.
Right.
Right now, I had anticipated Virginia being really close, but the media wasn't really presenting it that way. They were presenting that it was going to be fairly securely Dem. So I was interested to see it being that hairline fracture, because their state houses bounced back and forth. And that's one of the few state houses where there's two parties actually running people and both parties are running people, unlike everywhere else where the Dems aren't running candidates in 65% of the country. So
yeah,
I really want them to lose Michigan, because it would put the asterisk on Palestine as an issue that cost her this election to me.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Sorry, somebody in the chat did say that they have not yet, Deborah was saying that they haven't yet counted the areas that would be more influenced by the Gaza vote. So, it will be really horrifying if she wins doing a genocide and that's approved. What about you, Stephen? What's your prediction?
I'm in agreement. To piggyback off Pat's point about the economy, like specifically the economy of how people view it, not how Democrats and liberal pundits describe it, which is, using GDP, personal unemployment, economy. That sort of thing. Yeah, personal economy, everyday expenses, that sort of thing. And because, let me put this out there: Trump has no credible plan to address the cost of living crisis. But he'll capitalize on the anger that people feel towards Democrats and Harris for not having any sort of, they seem out of touch and, again, a bit weird, like me shouting my phone number in the grocery store, which I don't do, by the way. That was just hypothetical.
I think you might want to try it. Yeah, that sounds like a good way to pick up the ladies or men or whoever. Just want to shout out and thank, because sometimes when we get cut by the stream and it doesn't come back, but thank you, Macarius, for the super chat. Will a Harris lost snap libs out of a brunch mode? The answer is no. It will not. They will blame the left and those pesky Muslim, Palestinian, Arab American voters who cared about their families being decimated, and all the other people who also cared about that, because you don't just have to be young or of that group to be horrified by the genocide.
But there will be more defections from libs. I mean, it's a gradual process,
Yeah.
I mean, Democrats will
they won't change, but
I think they'll completely lose their working class base, regardless of the outcome of this election, because the people who would just grin and bear it won't see. I have a hard time thinking the people who spent the last couple of months rationalizing their vote for Harris will see any of the changes that they anticipated, any of the positive ones at least. But regarding my prediction, I think Harris wins the popular vote, but Trump wins the Electoral College. But I think it'll be narrow.
Interesting.
So I think Trump wins, but I think Harris wins the popular vote. Can I just say that the Electoral College is so fucking stupid, and I say this as an all-powerful Pennsylvania voter, but I find it so immensely frustrating because it simplifies things in some ways, and it irritates me that Kamala Harris could have easily gotten, my large white swinging vote simply by simply just taking a step away from Biden on Gaza.
Yeah.
But she just refused to, and several others were in my position as well. So it's just really,
to me, it's not even just a step. She couldn't even take a fake step, like a fake signaling
so
I'm
crazy.
1% different on Palestine.
Like usually they lie to get elected. Yeah.
Right. She did say her most, like the most that she said like today or yesterday or something, I'll do everything in my power to, you know, stop an expanding war, et cetera, et cetera.
She's working ceaselessly.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that yesterday Blinken came out and said that there was said that it was abhorrent what's happening in the West Bank, and that they had sanctioned 4 extremist Zionist settlers for their violence, or 14. I'm sorry, I said 14.
Well, because it was 4 like 6 months ago or something, right? They did 4, and now they've added. Okay, I didn't hear this.
Those were 4 IDF soldiers. These are some of Ben Gavir's, you know, civilian army that Blinken was talking about. And then, it was actually Matthew. Well, I don't know.
Miller,
it was one of the Draculas.
Yeah.
I'm not
Matthew
sure
Miller's
which one. One of them crawled out of their crypt and did a press conference yesterday. They all look the same to me.
Just awful. Yeah.
One of the two. But it's really struck me that even though they were acting like they were putting some pressure on Israel, it's an important thing that yes, sovereignty in the West Bank. But it was such a small boiled down. It was such a small
because there were hundreds of settlers, right? Like
yeah
14.
And the sanctions were basically, we're just going to ask Israel to look into this, or we may potentially look for these specific sanctions. They did say that they worked with something like 12 groups to help curb the violence there, and that they were working with the local police to help curb the violence there. It was mostly lip service, but I feel like that was the grand gesture before the election. I could be wrong, but I feel like that the grand gesture before the election was literally a drop in the bucket to the atrocities that are happening.
You don't think that Bill Clinton's speech in Michigan was the big gesture to help?
That
was half. That was half.
Religion into it, just what Palestinians want to hear.
Yeah,
that was one of the worst things I've ever.
It was so. I mean, honestly, it was hard not to believe that he wasn't doing that to sabotage this campaign. Like, you go to Michigan, must win state, and only talk about young people and Palestinian Americans who are concerned about a genocide. Like, anybody with a heart, a soul, or a brain to see that what they're doing there is what they're going to do here. The IDF trains our soldiers, right? They bring that, like, the little Gaza that they have set up in the West Bank is a mock trial for all of our cop cities. Like, all of this is interconnected, and he's so disgusting. I don't understand why anybody who's ever been allowed on the Lolita Express raping little girls is being invited to speak in public ever.
To go, Lila, related to that, well, regarding the settlers first, like, it's such a pathetic gesture about the sanctions, because it's like, okay, why are those settlers carrying American-made, Colt-manufactured M4 rifles?
Yeah.
But also, you want to hear? I have a hot take.
Okay.
Yes.
Biden wants Harris to lose.
Oh.
Because he's bitter about being pushed out of the race.
Yep.
Maybe this isn't a hot take to you guys, because
no, but it's good. I like it. I agree. Yeah.
But,
I like where this is going.
But he's bitter about being pushed out of the race, and he has done everything in his power over the last couple months to make it difficult for her to win, i.e., continuing to not address cost of living at all. Every foreign policy decision, and I mean every single one. I mean, regarding not just in Gaza, but expanding the war to Lebanon, where the most Lebanese people in the U.S. live in Michigan, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the most densely populated. I should know this because
calling Trump supporters garbage, sucking on a baby's knee in public.
Yeah. But I mean, especially like expanding the war to Lebanon too, with just, I mean, I should know about this state. I went to grad school at American University of Beirut, so I should know this stuff. But just every foreign policy decision, from his decision to restart student loans as well, he could have put that on pause again if he wanted to. Yeah, he could just start another. He could, people say that the Republicans forced it with that debt ceiling deal. That just only applied to that national emergency that that the bloc referred to. I mean, Biden, there's nothing stopping Biden from declaring another national emergency and saying, oh yeah, we'll just apply another student loan pause to that. I love Pat's, by the way, so I'm just adored of what's going on in Pat's screen.
That's strike. Yeah, they talk about like we should be so scared because the Supreme Court just handed, executive power, like an unlimited executive power. But we have an executive in power right now who's not Donald Trump, who could just start doing something, right? Like, what do we just only have to be scared when Republicans are there? And yeah, one of the other things that Stephanie just pointed out was when he went down to Florida and put on a MAGA hat and said that DeSantis was doing a great job after the hurricanes. When Kamala was,
will you turn my light down?
Trying to get in touch with them to see what she could do. She wanted to be the person in charge, right? Who was going to like help after the hurricanes hit. And instead we have Biden saying, no, DeSantis is doing a great job. And, he puts on a MAGA hat. Oh my God. Do you want to do like a little fun something, Pat? I know you're dying to spin our wheel. Is that what you want to do?
Oh, I was just thinking, I mean, normally we've gone almost 2 hours without spinning our wheel and doing
without a
shots
single fun thing.
Let me see the wheel.
All right, we're gonna see the wheel. Give me 1 second. I gotta There's a lot of stuff going on here with our things. I'm presenting and sharing the screen. Normally this is up, but we've got to add a million different things here. All right, where is it? There we go. Ta-da!
Do it.
All right.
Yeah, baby.
Well, that I love. All right, I'm going to refill my glass. And then I'm also going to spin again. I'm refilling my glass and...
Yeah, baby.
All right. See,
you would land on the only serious thing on the wheel.
I know. Well, do you want to just do something else fun right now?
Spin it.
All right.
Nothing heavy right now.
Here is how it's like, Kwame Ture or Noam Chomsky talking, which I love, but it's not exactly light. Okay, wait 1 second.
Yeah, baby.
So loud. Oh, well. All right, I'll top it off more, but wait a second. This is the drink gods are getting me are fouling me up here. Okay.
Yeah, baby.
No way. You don't have to be, beholden to the wheel. Just show something.
Should we just show one? All right, we'll do a timeline class.
Mr. Brown can move, can you? Written by Dr. Seuss. And I'm gonna wrap this book. Oh, the wonderful things Mr. Brown can do. He can go like a cow, he can go moo moo. Mr. Brown can do it, man. How about you? He can go like a bee. Mr. Brown can buzz. How about you? Can you go buzz buzz? He can go like a cork, pop 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 pop. He can go like horse feet, clop clop clop. He can go eek eek like a squeaky shoe. He can go like a rooster, cock-a-doodle doo. He can go like an owl, hoo hoo hoo. Eek 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 eek, cock-a-doodle doo. Hoo 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 hoo. How about you? He can go like the rain, dibble 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 dop, dibble 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 dop dop dop. He can go like a train, choo 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 choo. All the wonderful things Mr. Brown can do. Moo moo buzz buzz, pop pop pop. Eek eek hoo hoo, clop clop clop. Dibble dibble dop dop, cock-a-doodle doo. Mr. Brown can do it, man. How about you? Mr. Brown can whisper whisper, very soft, very high, like a soft soft whisper of a butterfly. Maybe you can too. I think you ought to try. You can go like a horn, blur 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 blur, like a big cat drinking slurp 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 slurp. He can go like a clock. He can tick. He can talk. He can go like a hand on the door, knock knock, tick tock knock knock knock. All the wonderful things Mr. Brown can do. Blur blur slurp slurp, cock-a-doodle doo. Knock 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 in, hoo hoo hoo. He can even sizzle sizzle. He can do that too, like an egg in the frying pan. How about you?
All right, that was a nice little interlude.
That is really impressive, and I think that that is not something I would ever do on camera for a variety of reasons. But I think, and not that I know a lot about child rearing, but I think that helps babies, I imagine, help them understand rhythm.
Yeah, the rhyme.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I failed as a parent now because that's not how I read my books to Lydia.
I just want to quickly say thank you, Daniel, for your super chat. We really appreciate it. And you all keep us sane. It's a real fun hangout that we get to do a couple times a week. So thank you guys very much. Thank you, Daniel. That's really nice. Thank you. the way that they got people to memorize, normally I think 10 is the number of unrelated characters, numbers, letters, whatever, that people can remember easily, and anything over that becomes very difficult. And so that's the way they get people to know their ABCs, is by putting it towards to a song. So that's how you help people to memorize more than 10. Trick there. Parenting trick.
Always.
Yeah. Education. We bring it all.
When they're counting these votes, is there any bias one way or other towards Democrats or Republicans, like the early ones, or like mail-in, or and then
That's
they
really
tend to be
interesting.
Democrats, or?
Yeah, I was hearing in the run-up to today that Trump had, and this was from a Democratic pundit, that Trump had a bigger than expected lead in the early voting.
Yeah,
which he shouldn't have, because they've trained their voters to not vote early.
Right.
So that's a bad sign for Democrats, that the early voting was leaning Trump more than they thought it would.
Why did they teach their voters not to vote early?
They did, because Trump didn't trust voting. So in 2020, he was very much, you can't trust the early vote. Go vote in person. And so,
well, I think also like older white conservatives are more likely to just show up. They don't have to be at jobs, right? So like it's more for people who are younger, are more financially insecure, who like that is really helpful for them to be able to do the mail-in. I think that might have been part of it.
That's why I did the mail-in.
Yeah, I mean, because who wants to go stand in line and see those people, and then see all these people who don't do a single thing for 4 years, and then show up to vote and feel like they're doing their civic duty, and yell at you after they say they're gonna, don't worry, we're gonna push them left, and then as soon as you start saying anything, they get mad at you. Well, give them a chance. It's not even been, it's the first 100 days, and then it's midterm. So like, wow, they're so behind on CNN. It's so funny. They have 81 to 154, and New York Times is at 178. Whoops, what did I just do? Yeah, there. 178. So I guess they've just called a few more states. But they're still the big ones, right?
Yeah.
No shockers at all yet.
Yeah.
And we've still got the entire West Coast, so.
Yeah, I mean, California is how many? California is 54 electoral votes. Yeah.
Yeah. And New York was 25, I think.
28.
28. Yeah. I
love correcting you. 28. Lilo is right. And what are, okay. Oh yeah. So Michigan is 15. God, it's only 15, huh? But she's up 53% to 45%. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the whole thing. Say again.
Oh, that's a big gulf. That's a pretty big swing, depending on the percentage it's in. Is it still low?
Yeah, no, it's only 13%. It said, so it's kind of irrelevant still
for Michigan. Yeah, and the different counties. We haven't talked about this. And I think we all understood the difference between uncommitted and abandoned Biden, right? Uncommitted was much more like, we're Dems and we're just trying to force it, but we're still Dems, and we're, and that was the Waleed Shahid project. Whereas abandoned Biden is much more strident and much more principled. And now this just came out, which is, so uncommitted movement splits after taking money from a PAC that supports Harris, and volunteers started their own uncommitted group after learning their leadership took $400,000 from a PAC that doesn't support third-party presidential candidates. Do you want to dish some dirt, Zeynab, on?
You put that on me. So when I worked at Brand New Congress, obviously Waleed took my place as press director of Justice Democrats, right? And because we were a conjoined PAC for a while, Brand New Congress and Justice Democrats, was weird. Okay. We had this big PAC split thing because it was people that wanted to do reform and, kind of kowtow to the Democratic Party, and then other people that were like, no, we're radicals. So I kind of went with the radical group, and then the other group went off here. But Waleed worked with Shaikat Chakrabarti and Corbin Trent and I can't remember the other guy's name. All of these dudes were former Bernie Sanders staffers, right?
Right.
And they formed this group, a consulting firm called Middle Seat. Well, Middle Seat made $23 million trying to make Beto O'Rourke look progressive.
Oh my God. It's like Third Way, but right?
It's
what is
not Third Way. Middle Seat is like
but I mean, it sounds like
one
they're
of those
like
seedy PR consulting firms. But what they did is they tried to make Democratic Party candidates look progressive. That was sort of their thing. And so all the Justice Democrat candidates almost ended up paying for all of their consulting. I think AOC's paid now $9 million to Middle Seat. And Cory Bush even paid something like $2.9 million to Middle Seat. And John Fetterman, it was insane when I looked at how much John Fetterman's was. It was something like $35 million to make John Fetterman look progressive.
Wow. And then he just opens his mouth and ruins all that. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, and that went directly to Middle Seat. Just an insane amount of money. The last time I looked, I think they made like $116 million. Well, Waleed's now gone and started his own consulting firm, and his consulting firm is being launched under the Uncommitted movement.
Jesus.
So now they're talking about how they're going to be endorsing candidates through the Uncommitted movement, Democratic Party candidates. And so there's this whole sort of consulting firm infrastructure. And what they'll do is they'll go and they'll find a movement that's organically building. These groups will find a movement that's organically building. Then they'll start a PAC or, a political action committee or something to kind of legalize it so that they can then collect signatures, organize around it. So in a way, it can be good at first because there's some centralized organizing. But what ends up happening is all these lists and everything that they get end up getting sold to MoveOn.org, to Democratic Party groups. Right. So this massive uncommitted list could be going directly to the Democratic Party from the Uncommitted movement to boost even potentially non-anti-genocide candidates.
Yeah. It's so gross.
Because these lists get sold and they make a lot of money off these lists getting sold. These consulting firms do. Yeah.
Pat, I can't unmute it. You have to.
And it's sad. It makes me sad.
Sorry.
On the way.
Donald Trump. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump has 49.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48.6% of the vote. That is a 28,000 now vote lead with 63% of the vote counted. I am going to now bring you a projection. And CNN can project Louisiana will go to Donald Trump. Louisiana, with its 8 electoral votes as expected, to Donald Trump. Let's see what that impact is on the electoral vote count. Donald Trump has 162 votes, electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes. She has exactly half. 270 votes are needed to win. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern, when 16 electoral votes are on the line in 3 states. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Polling places are about to close in Montana and battleground Nevada and in Utah. Nevada is the key battleground to watch in the next hour. Kamala Harris fighting to hold on to Nevada for the Democrats, a state that Donald Trump narrowly lost in 2020 and in 2016. As we await the end of voting in Nevada, let's check in with Jim Acosta, who's at a polling place in Las Vegas. And Jim, you have new information from the Nevada Secretary of State.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, one interesting development that has emerged here in Nevada is they're running into a problem with some of the mail-in ballots that have come in so far. Some of the signatures have been an issue, and election workers are now reaching out to some of those folks out there who have signature issues. Your signatures need to match those that are on file with the state. And an interesting anecdote here, one of the problems that they're running into is that a lot of young voters don't know how to sign their names. And so when they've signed their names onto some of these ballots, they are not jiving with what state officials have on file. And so what they're doing at this point is sort of frantically reaching out to a lot of young voters across the state of Nevada to say, hey, wait a minute. Hopefully they're looking at their text and saying, hey, wait a minute, there's a problem with your ballot. You need to check in with the state and make sure that your signature is verified so your ballot can be counted. So that is one thing that they're looking at this point. There are about 14,000 of these ballot issues that they're trying to rectify. They do have several days to work that out. And as you mentioned, Jake, the polls are about to close here in Nevada. If you're still in line, you can stay in line. We heard out in Nye County, which is about an hour outside of Vegas, they've got a line about 2.5 hours long. And
oh my God,
that process is going to go well into the night in that county as well as here in Las Vegas, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta in Las Vegas. Thanks so much. Let's go to Kyung La in Phoenix.
All right, so they are still behind the New York Times, which is at 178 to 99. That's crazy with the signatures. Like, come on.
It'll give fodder for the right. Is what's going to happen. It's going to be a mess.
How long is this going to take, by the way?
Oh, sorry, Steve.
Oh, yeah. Weeks?
Weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to add one more thing, Lila, because I just want to make this clear since I was talking so bad about
I know, and I cut you off because I
no, it's okay.
Yeah.
All these movements kind of got co-opted, like March for Our Lives, Sunrise, Women's March. They all a lot of them started out organically. Then the Democratic Party kind of comes in and kind of pulls people back into the party. It's part of the infrastructure. But I want to say that there's organizers in every single one of these movements that are authentic, that are doing the work, that really care, that are out there, and there's plenty of people that there were, thousands of people involved in the Uncommitted movement that I'm sure were authentically wanting a ceasefire and passionately pushing for something. And so I didn't want to talk bad about these organizations or insinuate something about them without saying that there's a gulf there's a difference between the organizations and the people that organize under them oftentimes.
Like the unions, right? It's like the union bosses versus the rank and file. I agree with you 100%. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's just like the Democratic Party.
Out by
a lot of the people working within the Democratic Party really mean well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Zeynab, was the Uncommitted movement prepared for... So I'm unclear when exactly it started, but there's a point where it was trendy to call for a ceasefire, but then the administration co-opted the term ceasefire and then used it to just, prolong the genocide. Was the Uncommitted movement ready for that? And should it been, or was it should they have been calling for an arms embargo earlier on, or did that factor at all in terms of how they functioned? I mean, first off, it was a massively I think there were 740,000 uncommitted voters throughout the primary. So there's not chump change there, but how committed, how agile do you think they were in terms of the administration's narrative shifts?
I think that there was a division. So the Uncommitted movement started with voters wanting to vote uncommitted as a voter. And when the PAC was formed, what they transformed it into is a few DNC delegates. A couple of them were Palestinian. That's great. Yep. They wanted to vote uncommitted. And then some other DNC delegates that wanted to vote uncommitted. So it shifted from voters voting uncommitted to these delegates voting uncommitted at the DNC. Right. Even before the primary was over. So that was sort of the shift. So when it comes to their messaging, there was some controversy within because there were people that came in sort of grassroots immediately and was we want to talk about an arms embargo. We want to, our demands are also refund UNRWA. And some of these they had started pushing, but it's hard to say because there was so much distance sometimes between the on-the-ground activist and the core. When I look at, some of Waleed's tweets and stuff, they did the no more bombs. They did the ceasefire now. And so I think that they did start to, which was good, they did start to shift their messaging toward
something more tangible that could be co-opted.
Tangible, yes. Honoring international law, upholding the ICJ, respecting the United Nations. The Leahy Act, for instance, was one of them that they added. However, it's when it came down to the wire and it came close to the election, that's when they've now endorsed Kamala Harris. And that's when they started doing the Kamala Harris, you got to vote for Harris. But they released a statement, deleted it. The original statement, I think that they posted another one. The original statement said that they were always, the PAC that was founded was always a anti-genocide, but also anti-Trump PAC, that their goal was always to defeat Trump ultimately. Right. And that was, they knew that Trump would essentially, the writing got a lot of scolding because it was essentially suggesting that they understood, because of where Biden was going with the genocide, that he was going to lose. And that one of their main concerns was beating Trump.
Wow.
And I was like, ooh,
yeah.
Well, it's not the genocide. It's just stopping Trump, right?
Very partisan, and kind of that cultish partisanism that happens.
This was a tweet today that I just really respected. There was another one that if I put up, we would get blacked out. But yeah, I mean,
that was a good tweet.
That was a good one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, tell me again about the body count between Trump and Biden, and also the Cheneys, like that whole bringing them on and like glossing over their history, acting like they're patriots and good people. I mean, Trump is not a million times, he's horrible, but like Dick Cheney is one of the worst people alive. And so to act like he's some great patriot and I'm honored to have his endorsement is so revealing. And I mean, there was this awful clip. I'm going to spare everybody because it's a hard enough night, but like from Whoopi Goldberg talking to Liz Cheney, wanting her to be the AG because she's a lawyer. And true patriots, you know, what they're doing, like they are basically making it okay to vote for genocide, because Trump's genocide would be worse. And once you've gotten to that level, just fuck all of this. Burn it all down.
What the accelerationism is. This level of dehumanization is, and I know that we've had it before. People say, you know, we're the heart of empire. We've done mass atrocities. That's true.
Yeah.
But this is the first live streamed genocide that has ever been in history that we are watching unfold in front of our eyes. This is going to have real impacts. The fact that people can walk to a voting booth and vote for two people that are supporting these atrocities, and one of them who helped aid it directly through the administration she was working as vice president in. It's to me, it's a scary place, and I don't know what it means culturally for us, but I do think it's going to have impacts. This logic of being able to overlook this amount of horrors. I mean, it's horrors to be able to make rational arguments to diminish the severity of what's happening and rationalize it in some utilitarian manner. When you have all these people sharing around the trolley experiment unironically or arguing 99 or 100% Hitler, like, what are you doing? What are we doing here? Sorry.
Well, they've gotten away with,
it's
you know, the fact that we didn't have a primary. It's a neoliberal wet dream right here. You know, there were no progressive ideas on stage at any point this cycle. You know, so the ratcheting to the right, whoever wins tonight, the Democratic Party has gone right for sure.
This is the farthest right that we've ever had, right? No healthcare, no minimum wage, not even a pretend like public option. This project of voting the lesser evil has gotten us to the Dick Cheney Democrats. That's where we are, Dick Cheney. Yeah, and a genocide. Fucking God.
At what point does like people like Waleed Shahid, who I actually know, I studied abroad with him in 2011, but he doesn't talk to me anymore. I wonder why. But I think so. At what point then do you condition your vote on policy, if not genocide? I just don't understand,
what your red line is.
Thinking,
right?
Yeah, because it's like, I was talking to a presidential candidate who isn't one of the two people mentioned on screen recently, and she was saying that, similar to what Pat said, like this hard right shift, it's like a blessing for the Democratic Party. Like if they're successful, then their new coalition is no progressives. We're going to ally with the Lincoln Project people, who, by the way, are supporting Democrats because they see, and the neoconservatives for the same reason. Yeah, they see an opportunity to wield their power through the Democratic Party more than the Republican Party. So, yeah, I just wouldn't. Yeah, I'm getting lost my train of thought here, but like basically, I just don't understand. Like, at what point do the Democrats actually have to win your vote?
Never.
And
it doesn't matter about policy. If you bring up policy, they get mad and they just say Trump would be worse. But we already saw Trump, and he wasn't worse on genocide, but he would be now. That's their whole thing. And truly, the only red line for them is the letter in front of their name. That's it. Like that's truly it. Remember all the stuff about like Bernie's not even a real Democrat. And the response is like, well, unlike Liz Warren and half the people you support, he was also never a Republican. So like what does matter? And they really can't answer it. They just
Can I read a tweet I had go viral today about this exact subject? I mean, I did a whole writing about how Kamala's accelerationist, but if I can find it here.
Love good tweets. And then I know what we should we got a few comedians we could show that have said really fun things in regards to this election and the genocide. So we'll try to lighten it up for a few moments. Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
I said if a Kamala win would signal to the oligarchy that as long as there's a Trump or worse, they can use fear to shift as far right in the Dem party as they want. It moves us deeper into fascism. If mass atrocities and genocide aren't a red line, that's a horrific reality. What's next? So they're going to find if there's not a Trump, I feel like a Trump is going to be manufactured
100%
from here on out.
JD Vance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Josh Hawley or whoever. I mean, yes, 100%. I mean, this was the biggest gift the Clintons gave to the Democratic Party, or the muckety mucks, right? Like you Pied Piper, this disgusting game show, racist reality TV show, another pedophile island, Epstein, Lolita Express piece of shit that they were friends with 30 years after anybody who is from New York or even in this country knew that he was like slime and disgusting. They were still inviting him to their daughter's wedding and golfing with him, right? Up until 2016. Or 15. But now that's always like, that's the barometer. If Trump is worse, worse than Dick Cheney, I don't think so. Then George W. Bush, no, I mean, not by body count, not even than Biden, if you go by body count.
Not even by policy. Which is
really
crazy
like
when you think about it. Rhetoric, yeah, but that's it.
Yeah.
It's like we're all prisoners now, really, in a way. Like we have to, we get to vote for which warden is in charge. And that's how they want us to think. Like,
yep,
these are your two choices. You're stuck here. You are stuck. Green Party's a dead end. It's not going to happen. One of these two.
I think if Harris wins, she gets JD Vance and mops the floor with her in 2028. And then we're stuck with him for 4 years while Harris, if she has any opportunity to invoke any sort of climate or any sort of progressive agenda, I don't think she will. She's given no indication she wants to. Yeah. So then we're 8 years on with no necessary major climate bill. And we're 8 years on with not reaching a major climate agreement with China. We're just further along in the arms race, which is frightening. One dude who we should be thankful is not in the Republican Party because of his competence. Well, he is in the Republican Party, but Clarence Thomas.
Yeah.
That dude, I've met him. For a long story, I don't want to.
Really? Tell us.
Were you shouting out your phone number in Whole Foods at him? No, what happened?
No. So what happened is, this is a long personal story, but basically, I was an all-state volleyball player in high school. I was recruited by small schools, but I didn't want to go to small schools. So I was offered an opportunity to be the manager for the Penn State women's volleyball team. They won while I was there. For 3 years I did it. The fourth year I was an internship in DC, but they won 3 national championships. For 3 times that, all national champions would go to DC, but for 2 of them, we elected to go see a Supreme Court case and then talk to the justices afterwards. Notably, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was unavailable for both meetings, i.e., she couldn't speak and was barely cognizant at that point. And keep in mind, so I graduated, so this was a while ago. So that we knew for a while that this was a problem. I did end up committing a sexual act in the Supreme Court, so I defiled the institution.
Well done.
Yeah. So, yeah. But
But anyway, Clarence Thomas, that dude, if I saw him today, he would remember who I was. That dude is so gregarious and funny and personable and just and crazy smart. Look, I'm one of those people who believe that, like, we should have as many words for intelligent as Eskimos have for snow. That dude, if there was one single objective measure of intelligence, Thomas would be near the top.
Wait, Clarence Thomas?
Yes, he is extreme. He is the ideal fascist. So that's why he is already like one of the most, if not one of the, he's one of the most powerful people in America. But like, as like a presidential candidate, if he didn't have such disgust for the everyday person, and he actually put his mind to it, he would be one of the most. We would be at full-fledged fascism at this point. That dude is
scary.
Wow, I'm shocked.
I'm serious. No,
Yeah.
That dude is impressive.
He's
He's a huge Nebraska women's volleyball fan, which, like, even as a white person, if you go to one of their games, you would be like, there are too many white people here. This is just not right.
Right.
But like, yeah, he has like a lot of weird things going on. But if you want to protest him for any reason, like if Nebraska ever plays University of Maryland and you're in the DC area, or just go wherever Nebraska women's volleyball plays, no, just go to either Nebraska or likely University of Maryland if they play Nebraska, because he's a huge fan and he'll probably be there. That's actually the last time I saw him, and he remembered who I was.
Because you guys but you haven't told us like the dirt on what happened between the two of you.
Between me and Clarence Thomas?
Yeah.
Nothing. I just met the guy.
Oh, I thought because you're like, no, he would remember me because
he gave us the story. It was
the sexual act.
Just kidding.
No, it wasn't with him, by the way.
Oh, okay.
It was just. But that has nothing to do with the story. It was just that I.
That was
I
outside.
wanted to make it clear that I saw an institution that I disagreed with, and as a college kid, I defiled it in the only way I could.
Nice. I like that.
Well,
I love that. I hope you took video so you can share it.
But that's another. That dude is like one other way of why liberals are so annoying, because he's like, he never asks any questions during hearings. It's like, that's your main complaint with that dude?
That's what we always hear. Yeah.
No,
that's what we always hear. He's not very bright. He doesn't ask questions.
No, he's
and then he subs out his work.
He's extremely effective in his opinions. Like, he's really made a difference in the Supreme Court. And all I'm saying is that we should be thankful he's not in another cat. This is just the best stream ever. But we should be thankful he's not in mainstream politics.
Yeah, I mean, if it were up to Biden, he would have tried to get him in there. Already blaming the Greens. Green Party needs to disband after this. Yeah, I know, it's so gross.
Is there so I don't know shit about the Green Party, to be honest, or how it functions or dysfunctions, whatever. But I do feel like there's a need for a Labor Party in the US. Yeah. And I was just thinking what it would entail, what compromises, and would it just go after the people who don't vote at all, or would it have to make some sort of weird connections with the libertarians who never vote Republican on some issues, I don't know, Second Amendment or anti-war or something. I just don't know. I mean,
yeah, I don't know either. I know, Shama Sawant, when she started the Workers Strike Back, or I don't even know exactly organization, I thought that was gonna sort of move that way. But now I know that the thing that's up and running that has the most chance of getting to 5% is the Green Party. But yeah, we need a true Labor Party. We also have the SEP, right? Socialist Equality Party with Joe Kishore and Jerry White. And that is very much about, it's a real, left-wing rank and file workers having to, international socialism, basically. But it's hard, right? Because of the way everything is set up here in our country. It takes money. Then they can suppress you with all the lawfare. I mean, just look at, the Green Party has the biggest recognition, right? Brand recognition of any of the other third parties. I mean, libertarian, but the Democrats, use up all of the Green Party resources by trying to sue them off ballots and question signatures and, even we had Matthew Ho on. Was he North Carolina? When he was running. Yeah. And saying that like, yeah, he's great. Like that do we have something big?
Oh, no, I was just going to show the numbers that it was on North Carolina. North Carolina, he's got a big lead in the popular vote.
In North Carolina?
Yeah, Trump does.
I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah.
But they're trying. I did hear talk that Democrats think North Carolina could be the game changer for them. Like they're counting on stealing North Carolina somehow, which would ruin all of Trump's.
The people there are very progressive. They're leftist. There's a lot of leftists in North Carolina, but they hate the Democratic Party. So it's it's for real, man. That's Appalachia.
They're smart. They're smart in North Carolina.
That's redneck. We don't like either party really. So we're like, what you got to offer? Which one is offering the most? Like, there's not really in Appalachia. We don't have partisan loyalty anymore. Not really.
Nobody should. Truly. North Carolina, they have 16 electoral votes, and with 72% of the votes in, Trump is at 52%, and Kamala is at 47%.
You know,
there's a projection here, real quick. Colorado. Not a shock.
Okay.
All right.
And then there's
in an alternative universe, you know, Biden, instead of like screwing people over, like lying about the $2,000 checks, he actually gives people $2,000 checks, and Georgia is now in Harris's favor.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's as simple as that. But on the parties, I have a 46-page document that's a plan for how third party should start, run, and get going. But
all the manifesto, and I'll support you.
Yeah.
No manifestos, Pat. You can. Hey, you know what? We can have you write the manifesto as a forward, and then. I like. But it starts with running independent, actually, because there's easier ballot access in most places independent, and targeting those areas that the Democratic Party isn't running anyone, since they're not running in 65% of seats across the country. In all the places that they abandoned when they abandoned the 50-state strategy, when they kicked out Howard Dean, start there. I think that's how you build a movement, is you start in those areas, and you start running people in seats that have zero competition, and see how it goes.
That's interesting. That's
Absolutely.
really interesting.
Absolutely. And also just like run, like, I don't know, all of the stuff where they're always trying to game the system instead of, running. I mean, we all know why it is, right? They all have the same donors. They're all paid by the same people. But if you actually had policies and a message, you can bring that anywhere, and I know we're all like sad and disappointed and whatever by Bernie. I get it. I am too. But like the last time I had any hope was right before Super Tuesday in 2020. And then in the election, even in the general, when they did those exit polls and Fox exit polls, and all of Bernie's platform was majority popular with Republicans, like, this country is actually not divided. I hate, every pundit, every news anchor on corporate TV says that. They're not divided. The division is between the people in power and all their money and the rest of us, and the rest of us, for the most part, want the same thing. Very frustrating.
To your point, Lila, on capping increases on food and grocery prices, do you support? This is a public opinion poll by, I think, YouGov and CBS or Economist or something. Number who support it, 65%. Strongly support, 45%. Among the strongly support category, 58% Democrats, 38% Independents, 37% Republicans. Now, that's the highest category for all categories: Republicans, Independents, Democrats. So Democrats all told 80% support, Independents 57% support, Republicans 55% support, which is just huge.
Like there's a winning.
Can't even commit to it.
Yeah, there's a winning
it's not rocket
strategy
science.
if you get rid of your. Oh, Pat, did you freeze?
Am I frozen?
No. You are, but it's in a very like contemplative. Oh no,
it
looks
wasn't.
like
It wasn't a flattering pose. It might have been the first. When I freeze, it's like I look like a modern art masterpiece. Just total shit.
I am with you. Every time I have frozen, it's like when the camera does the reverse angle, and you're like, "Wait, I thought I was looking kind of okay," and all of a sudden you're a witch. Every time I've frozen, but yeah, that was good, Pat. You look like the thinker. It was like a Rodin.
If not like another party, is there like a way to, I guess Uncommitted, I tried and failed to do this, as Zeynab just elaborated, but like a coalition of swing state voters across swing states. It'd be kind of exclusionary though. It exclude my friends in California.
Right.
California. But I still think it would be like a couple years to organize. Like you could steal seats in those swing states, and then also every 4 years you'd have like ideally like millions of people who would condition their vote on a certain set of parameters.
Like principles, ideology.
Yeah.
Like I do want them to be mad at me. That's the other thing when they're like, oh, but if you were in a swing state, you should vote for it. I was like, no, I want them to know why they lost. Like, it didn't do any good for me to vote in California. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, it's also, we're not all living for just 4 more years. There's a longer term effect of the genocide and not having your party allegedly represent anything you want in life.
Yeah,
I was going to start an org. Oh, sorry. I was going to start an org card called Zero Confidence. And that's essentially what it was going to be. And there was going to be a basic platform, and then independents were going to run on it, but they were going to run as zero confidence candidates to upend the system because it's not working for us. And then that would sort of be the whole thing around it. I felt like it was kind of an evolution from Brand New Congress because that did not work, obviously.
Right.
And maybe try the independent route, but instead of focusing first on federal races, to start at the local level and move our way up, kind of like the Tea Party did.
I mean,
the
local
Tea Party
races
and
are
Libertarians
so
did
important.
that.
Yeah. And they're in there. That they do have that. Like that's why when Democrats talk about like Project 2025, which is it is frightening, but that's just the Republican platform. I mean, that's not a new thing, right? And so they're talking about we just need like the good Republicans back. I've never met one. I don't know what you're talking about. And now most Democrats are in with those Republicans anyway. But first of all, Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation, Kamala's like welcomed all of them into the Democratic Party. But also, this has been a long-term project of theirs. Why don't Democrats have that? And we all know why they don't have it. It's because their donors are the same. And so what they do is put like this slightly nice polish on privatizing healthcare and calling it Obamacare instead of Romney care, right? And then when Obama does that and forgets the public option that he ran on, like, oh, by the way, has anybody ever entered office and moved left? Like ever? Why do Democrats keep talking about it? Never.
That's why not having a primary really doomed us, because they're not even pretending to do anything left. And we know they're going to be right of their promises.
All right, guys, I got a jet.
Stephen, you're amazing. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
No, you. Thank you. We'll do a recap, a post-mortem, and we'll figure out what the Democrats have learned from this whole experience.
We'll be short.
What has the party incapable of learning learned? Let's see. All right.
Drink before you join for this conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Loved having you. Really appreciate you coming on, man.
Cheers to you, and thank you for all your work. Cheers. Have a really good night. We'll talk to you soon.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I am getting pressure to get our Jackbox thing on here, by the way.
Oh, you are? Okay. All right.
Sneak in a Jackbox.
Do I need to dip too? Do you guys have someone waiting?
No. You stay.
If you're gonna play Jackbox, especially stay.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna play Jackbox for sure. But do you guys care if I fix my ring lighting? It has been blinding me this entire time.
Of course you should do that.
No worries. We've probably got about 5 minutes before we start the game. I'm gonna bring in some people and
some people.
Show a timeline cleanse or something. Bathroom break.
I'm really sorry. Yeah, that's what let's show. I have to go to the bathroom. It's an emergency.
No worries. So People that were invited to play tonight, go to the Twitter and the link is there to join. I'll repost it and we'll get this game going at 7:30. 7:30.
That sounds great.
I'm brown, so look at me right now.
That's so funny. I know I have that too. But you know what, Zeynab? Sometimes I stand up in front of the camera with my shirt that's much darker than my skin.
White balance.
Yeah, it kind of like fixes it a little bit. And truth to tweet, I absolutely will. Give me a second because I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
No worries. I got us. I'll play this timeline cleanse, but we'll resume coverage in 5.
I'll wait for you to start. Okay. There we go. I think that'll be better. Hey, did we leave everybody?
I love you, Mo.
We just left everybody hanging here, huh? I don't know what's happening. Pat left. I had to go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry. But while we're waiting for Pat to come back, let's just watch Amar Rahman talking about U.S. democracy.
A lot of people want the Democrats to lose, understandably. A lot of people want the Democrats to be punished and to suffer a historic and humiliating defeat. And white liberals are very tense, right? They're like, is that what you really want? Is that what you really want? You want Trump to come back? You want Trump to win? What I want is for you to not lecture us on how to respond to a genocide you didn't try to stop, okay? You think that's a good idea? You think that's a good idea for your community? Because it's your community that's going to suffer if Trump comes back. People like you are going to suffer. What do you think of that? I think that a political system that ultimately makes you choose between genocidal dementia and cheeseburger-powered fake tan Hitler is a system worth overthrowing, okay? Maybe that is the conclusion you should be coming to instead of lecturing black and brown people on why they don't worship the Democrats, okay?
He's great. I love him so much. All right, let's check in with where we are.
And those were so much feels, right? Because it's all we've been hearing. And as a Middle Easterner, as an Iranian woman, people have been telling me, well, he's going to deport you. I'm like, I'm an American citizen. He's going to deport you.
Yeah, their racism kicks in so hard, right?
Oh,
like you're
very,
very
very fast.
You're not a real American.
But it's just not, it's not
I don't know
just
if
that
can you hear me, Lila?
Trump's going to deport me. It's that
Thumbs
they're
up, can you hear
excited
me?
about it. Oh, hey, Pat. Sorry.
I don't have
we can
audio
hear you.
here right now, so I'm trying to figure out
We
what's
can
going
hear
on.
you. We can't see you.
So bear with me for a second. You guys can Run the show, Lila.
Yeah. So yeah, they're telling you about how you're going to be getting deported. Wait, Zeynab. Oh yeah.
And they'll say things like
the most hideous racist, like wait until you're deported and you're in cages and Trump locks. It's like the glee. There's like, yeah, they're very excited about all the punishment. Honestly, it's like Zionists talking to me as an anti-Zionist Jew, talking about how I'll be raped by Hamas. Yeah, it's really so revealing.
It really is the same dialogue because it's rooted in bigotry at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, it's disgusting.
And the threats are just. There's a meme that goes around that's like it's like it shows, and it's like a marginalized person complains about Democrats, hurting them, and then it shows the liberal, and the liberal's like, I just fantasized about how Republicans are going to kill you. That's accurate.
I mean, it really is. The detail that they describe all the horrible things that are going to happen. I just want to make sure I put in, because a couple of people have asked for Stephen's, which we should have done. I'm so sorry before he left. And it is just, that's what I thought. It is just his full name. I'm just going to put it in here. And he's amazing. He's so smart. He has all this research. And then he does put it into really easy to read graphs. And as anybody who's been watching our show knows, we use his graphs all the time at Stephen Semler. Okay, I'm just putting it there in the chat. All right, so now we are at 112 to 198. So what did they just call? What are the ones we're looking at that are still big possibilities? We've got Michigan, Wisconsin. Wisconsin has 51% of the vote in, and Pennsylvania has 57%. Sorry, Wisconsin has 51%. Pennsylvania has 57%. Trump is up in Pennsylvania. He is, oh my gosh, he's up in Wisconsin, and he is up in Michigan. I mean, all by very small margins, but that's what's happening. There had been a thought that possibly Iowa was going to switch over to be Democrat right now with what percentage? 49% in. Trump is up almost by 9 percentage points. I mean, it's going to be truly astonishing to see what happens. I know we don't all need to say this every single time, but I hate Trump. I do not want a Trump presidency, but I also really don't want a Democrat Kamala presidency in the midst of a genocide and not taking into account any policies that any of her party wants, any of the voters want. And to have that win, I think is so dangerous, short and long term. So Pat, how you doing with your game situation here?
Here, we're ready to go.
Really?
Yep.
I have a really quick update.
Okay, tell.
Bring it.
House results.
Oh yeah.
Dems have lost. My cats are knocking everything over. Dems have lost 3 seats. The GOP have gained 3 seats.
Wow. Okay, I'm putting it up here right now. 1 second, so we can talk about it. Look at that. Jesus. That's just. Yep. Oh, I mean, unbelievable.
We may end up having a Republican trifecta. I hope
That's
not.
What I was saying is that, sorry, that might be too loud. If the Republicans win, there's a good chance they sweep both houses.
Yeah.
There really is no chance of Democrats getting it all, but there's a possibility of the Republicans having it all.
Ooh, Senate's even worse.
Oh my gosh.
Exciting.
Hello and welcome. I just want to say a quick hi to people I've never. Kiko, we had you on when you did one. Was it the trash can drink?
I think so. I'm trying to find what happened to my shot glass though. So it's somewhere in the house. So I don't know if it got jacked or someone just said, "Hey."
Someone probably stole it. It's a hot commodity.
Yeah,
the Punch Up Pod shot glass.
Yeah, it's a nice shot glass. I just need to find
it's our merch. I don't know if anybody can see it there, but it's our little merch.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah.
Oh,
And hi, Mo. It's so good to
Best
see
shot
you.
glass in the world, just saying.
Thank you.
Hi, Layla. Hi, everybody.
Hi,
Mr.
Justin,
Chestnuts, Kiko.
Mr.
What's up?
Chestnuts, good to
What's
see
up?
you all. I'm
Hi.
Lila.
Nice
Nice
to talk
to
to
meet you
everybody.
officially. Yeah, I know. It's fun. All
Hello,
right. I don't know
Lila.
what we're doing here, though.
Okay,
Do you
so-
guys want to play while I just keep track of what's happening on the
You are
the election?
playing. It's mandatory.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Lila, it's not a Jackbox game without you, okay? Just saying, all right?
Okay,
So,
thanks. Thank you.
all right.
So we're just going to play one quick. We might later in the night we'll probably jump in and do some more. We had some hiccups here, but if you're watching, stick around. We're going to still do election coverage, and you can actually vote in the game too on people's answers. We're going to play Quiplash,
Okay.
and yeah. So there'll be a room code up here. You're going to go
Cheers.
But is it short? Yeah. Cheers to everybody. Thanks for joining us and like dealing with this atrocity that we're having to live through together. We appreciate all of you so much. This is fucking crazy.
That's why I got the wine.
Yeah.
And I have had edibles,
What are you drinking
so
there, Mo?
it's called Three Fingers Jack in a rum barrel, but it's pretty good. It's like only $20.
Oh wow, you spend a lot more on your
I got,
wine
like-
than I do, but I like that.
I got fancy shit tonight.
That's good. I like it. I like it.
Well,
quite classy, Mo. Quite classy.
Right out of the
Drinking straight from the bottle. So
for
classy.
anybody playing, please enter the code. If you're not playing and you want to vote, wait till we get the room started, then please join.
What do I go to? Jackbox?
I want to join in this game.
Jackbox.tv.
Thank you.
And tell me if the volume is too loud or too
I don't know any of these games. Pat's forcing me to do this. All I want to do is look at an interactive map, but he wants to make this fun. So if anybody has fun tonight, it's all because of Pat. It's not because of me.
I'm injecting it.
What's the did you already give us a code? Do I need to know a code?
It's on screen.
Oh wait, I gotta.
Okay, I'm trying to come in. Hold on.
I have to disable my VPN. I always forget that.
Wait, who said that?
That was Mr. Chestnut.
Mr. Chestnut? Yeah. Is that because you want to watch the Dodgers in LA? I had to do a whole like.
No. I just
want to.
Unlocated.
I blame Canada.
You know what? That is fair.
I still don't see it, Pat.
Yeah, I'm currently drinking some Kool-Aid.
The code is CHKZ, Lila.
There we go.
Cheers, Kiko.
I think we're just waiting on Lila.
Cheap beer.
Yeah. There we go.
All right. So anybody else can jump in the audience and vote here.
All right. I don't know how to do it, but I'm watching. And I'm also keeping track of any late breaking anything.
Just write funny answers. That's all you're looking for.
All right.
Funny answers.
Do we have to keep it kind of PG because we're
No, that's not
streaming?
fun.
PG-13.
Oh, okay.
No, relax.
Let's not get our friends kicked off of YouTube.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe not as crazy.
It is.
I did.
Yeah, we normally cut pretty loose.
Members can join the game at any time by entering the room code. Audience
Rein it
vote
in.
count too, you know. This is round one. You are about to see two prompts on your device. Type something hilarious or not for each one. Then everyone gets to decide if your answer is better than someone else's. Democracy at work. The more folks who choose your answer, the more points you get. Go.
That's democracy.
At least we got democracy at work somewhere.
So important. Jackbox.
This is harder to do in PG than I thought it would.
Yes. Oh my lord.
Yeah. PG sucks.
I don't know if I even did it. Oh, I thought I entered something. I don't know, you guys. Yeah. I'm gonna I thought I entered something, but nothing's actually showing up. All right.
almost out of time. Use the safety.
I am not in the groove here yet.
I don't even know how to do this.
I don't even have comedy in me right now.
Yeah, I think
I
missed.
try my best to be funny here too. So.
The warm up round.
I believe in you. Exactly. You just gotta limber up.
Okay, vote for your favorite.
I think I'm missing the point too, Kimmy. I'm just drinking, but I'm watching you guys, and I hope you all have a really fun time.
You're just writing funny answers.
I'm trying, but I don't know if mine are actually going up.
Damn it. Oh, yours haven't come up yet.
Look at that. Pat just wants to play because he wins. I have no idea either. Hang in there. We're going to get back. You don't want to.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed all of these.
Okay.
The PG didn't last long.
PG-13, I think.
Yeah.
So I think PG went out the window. Sorry.
I mean, that's the correct anatomical term, you know?
Yes.
I think it's PG. It's PG. Yeah. Let's die.
Went down to check this out.
Audience, you guys can vote if you join the chat.
Oh,
there.
that's sad.
The name of a serial killers.
How does Jill Stein get no votes? What is happening?
Chicanery, same old shit. Oh, they are both good. Okay, I'll vote for this one.
Like, I think,
Wow, look at that.
That's
how you do
gonna
that.
want to like just blend in, you know?
Next up,
Yeah.
The way the
All
game is
those
going by
Romney
slashes.
Republicans.
the role of Frodo Baggins would go to blank. Put in your votes.
I like how you spelled Johnny Depp, whoever did it.
Yeah, Jay Honey. I like
Jahani.
it. Jahani.
I'm going to
You
get
have to say
extra.
it really breathy.
Jahani.
Johnny.
Okay, I do think this is really weird, Jenna. How is it possible that Jill Stein is not like racking up any votes? What is happening? I don't really understand.
That is strange.
Right?
I was thinking about that too. Especially in Michigan, I thought she was going to get more votes.
Yeah, nice vote. Thank you. Thank you.
It's anecdotal, but a lot of man on the street interviews had people saying they were going to vote for Jill Stein everywhere. So that's really weird.
Get to voting.
Oh no!
Whoa.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Man,
Teaching that in Florida already?
I thought we were going PG here, folks. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm so sorry.
No, can't. Oh my gosh.
Wait, the question was the worst thing a history teacher could say, right?
Yeah, that is the worst thing you could say. That's not an endorsement, you know? That's
Should be off.
Yeah.
See, Lila gets it. You get it. All right. Here we go.
Now I really like the games.
Now that winning is on the line.
Yeah. Interesting. Harris trailing in 5 battleground states.
A rejected church hymn, swing low.
It's being a lot worse than I thought.
Wow.
Vote now.
Definitely PG-13.
Okay, new New York Times update: 210 for Donald Trump, 112 for Kamala.
Ooh.
They just called.
It's not even close.
It's not even close now.
No, I mean,
It's over.
what do you expect? I mean, like, you don't distance yourself from the platform of, you know, your president.
Like the least
incredibly
popular.
unpopular.
Oh,
Yeah.
Correct. You guys voted correct.
You think if they lose the House, Senate, and presidency, that anything's going to change?
No,
No.
they're not going to learn a lesson.
They're definitely not going to do any kind of autopsy.
No, they're just going to blame Jill Stein.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, and young people. I know. That's really interesting, Allie. I need to look on Axios. I don't want to toggle off of my New York Times just because my bandwidth doesn't seem to be able to handle having so many windows open. But I'm going to take a look at that. And yeah, Cora, definitely. I also would
Lydia?
like a new timeline.
Lydia, will you let Ella out, please?
Hey, Zeynab, we can hear you.
Oh, I wasn't muted? I'm sorry. I turned off my.
The dog has to go out, or the cat.
Oh, sorry. I thought I muted. I apologize.
And next is,
that's all right.
what did Adam and Eve really do to get thrown out of the Garden of Eden? And vote.
Oh no.
I feel like Pat wrote the second one. Just a
I
hunch.
feel like that too. Yeah.
All right. We've got North Carolina. Trump is up with 85% of the vote. Virginia, Kamala is up with 78%. Pennsylvania, Trump is up. Michigan, Trump is up.
I leaned too hard into PG.
Yeah,
never. You always have to go full R. You go full R.
Yeah, not NC-17, but a hard R.
That's
Hard
round
R.
one.
I feel like I operate best at the NC-17 level.
I welcome that. I think that's always the best way to go. Arizona, they're tied. Okay, interesting.
Now round two, where all points
Oh
and
my God.
bonuses are doubled for
Seriously?
Donald Trump.
points.
Wait, yeah, riled up about really. Okay, wait. I want to hear about
The
what's
audience
happening
can try
there.
the audience play
You're already
along
getting
while we
riled
wait for our
up
players
about
to finish.
Stein voters. All right, I want to hear what's happening there. Yeah, and that's a really good question, Audra. I know some of the things they're not doing that they used to do that were interactive because of the tech worker strike, and probably unfortunately they can continue using their, however they've managed to do this for their website. This interactive stuff is probably already programmed in, so I don't know. And I mean, there's a lot of people crossing a picket line. I mean, it's just gross. Just gross. The votes totaled from the polling place. They post the receipts on the doors. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Jenna. Sorry. I'm just trying to. I posted the pictures of the printouts on my Twitter. Oh, okay. And this is about the Jill Stein votes, or just about everybody? Check the results posted at the polling place, and once that Jill Stein got 0
Hurry,
votes.
hit the safety quit button if you can't think of something.
Since I can go back and message
5,
is that
4,
about Ohio?
3, 2, 1.
All right, let's see.
Cards on the table. First up, the only way to truly kill a bed bug is to blank. Okay, everyone.
Oh, God.
What do we think about the whole the Stein votes? Okay, about the whole walls. Was he invited on Rogan? I don't even know, but it was interesting that Rogan came out for Trump yesterday, right?
Unsurprising.
Yeah.
Not a big shock.
Just quick look where we are
That's crazy,
is
Cora.
210 to 113 right now.
Moving on. Don't throw out those used chopsticks. They can be used to blank.
Oh,
Vote on your devices.
No.
Don't do that.
Yeah, you'll have weird minds. Just say, weird minds.
Why would you type
See, I
that?
tried to tell him to keep it PG. I tried.
Is that you, Mo? We
Mo,
can't
you're
hear
muted.
you.
Oh yeah, Mo, you're muted.
We can't hear your beautiful voice.
Of course it was
My
Mo.
bad. Well, I'm using correct anatomical terms. I'm using scientific terms. I said anus.
I've known you too long, Mo. I knew that was you.
For elephants.
I mean, this is already bad.
Ready, set, vote.
Oh no! Oh no!
Cora, who is Griffin? Who's saying that? I'm curious what the cope is that's going on in the Democratic Party.
Opium.
Yeah, I mean, like they can theoretically win, but
It's over, guys.
I mean,
Yeah.
Minnesota is Tim Walz's state, right? And it leans Democrat. And right now, oh well, it's only 5% of the votes. Okay, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
It's only 5%. Wisconsin leaning Trump. I mean, this is just so hideous.
Yep.
Jesus.
Next in the hopper, your immediate thought as you were attacked by an orangutan. It's voting time.
Oh no.
Thank you for letting me know. Thank you.
It's the same thing.
Some breaking points. Okay. Oh, Griffin, their producer. I know what you're talking about. Oh wow, that's hilarious. That's what's her face? Klobuchar.
Crystal ball.
The Klob.
What about Klobuchar?
That she's losing with only, I mean, 5% of the vote in, but she's losing right now. Yeah, we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to dig into the state, the Senate and House races.
Are there any states that are up for state like party?
Say it again. Anyway.
Class takes your new form. Put in your votes.
Oh, no.
Wow.
I'm just
Brutal.
Yeah.
My mother is an artist and she taught art for a while, and one of her male models would get really offended if he felt like his penis was not properly represented, and he would go by and like tell people that they were not doing him justice.
Jeez.
Did he have a fluffer?
He did not need one, apparently. Dexter was his name.
Well,
and he was very proud of his God-given
His monster dong.
monster.
Say while crying a single tear.
He's like, I like this so much, I'm gonna go pose nude.
Yeah, I need to share it with the world. It was generous. It was super generous. All right, so this is in Pennsylvania. Jenna is saying that Hazu has 2 times the votes that Stein has. Interesting.
That's the libertarian, right?
Is that right? Hazu? Okay, let me just
Chase Oliver
to
Audience, what the heck?
wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Okay, the
Rob me.
House.
Coming up next, a new slogan for the Greyhound Bus Company.
I don't get to.
All right, good to see Summer Lee is still up, for goodness sakes.
Okay, next one. What's Kanye West's personal mission statement?
Oh no.
Okay, vote.
Damn.
Oh
man.
God.
I think I've just committed to losing.
So did Kamala.
Who was that, Mr. Chestnuts? That was good. That's, yeah, she really did. Okay, yeah, I thought that's what you had said, that it's Green Party Senate candidate. So it's just curious that Hazu has twice as many votes as Stein, right?
Round 2 is let's see the damage.
Wait, really? Okay, I have too many distractions here. Clearly, I'm not doing this very well. I'm the big loser.
Not yet.
I can help look things up.
All right.
Oh my God, Pat!
Round 3.
How many rounds are there?
Flash. One final chance to catch up. And
last
everyone
round.
gets the same prompt this time.
Yeah, last one.
All right, here we go.
Invent the full phrase that goes with this acronym.
Oh man. I gotta find PG-13 Fs.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay, I need to see CNN having a cow. We're going to switch over to that really soon. I swear.
Yeah,
Oh, are they having a meltdown, Kimmy?
Yeah, interesting. 10% of the vote in Minnesota state. Oh, wow. Bob is behind 10 points in Minnesota.
Dang.
Wow.
Let's see what you've wrought. In this round, you've got 3 medals to give to your 3 favorite quips: gold, silver, and bronze. Choose wisely.
All right, and then we're gonna watch the CNN meltdown. This is gonna be a disaster with no introspection at all.
A lot of just straight up F-bombs.
Yeah, and who they're gonna blame? Are they gonna blame Black men and Jill Stein voters?
Probably
Joe Stein voters. That's probably their MO.
That's the whole deal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they geared up for this.
Yeah, I mean, they asked for it. It was their whole thing.
They're already doing it already online, so it's just, yeah.
I mean, the truth is, like, we're all gonna, and like, they're gonna be fine, and it's just gonna hurt the least amongst us the most anyway. So, you know, they're just gonna raise more money off of.
All right, let's see who earned those medals. Bronze first. Here's the silver. And now the gold. Great. Let me just turn those medals into points for you.
Yeah, you know, Audrey, I saw that also. I'm really interested in that because, all right, wait, I know. Let's see.
I'll take second on that.
Who is the big winner?
Let's see.
Went from second.
Man's got it.
Fifth.
Dang.
Okay, look at you, Zeynab. I love it.
It is.
Rock
You're
on.
I am funny. No,
You are funny.
100% gentles. Yeah.
Look at you. You guys are awesome. I want to see the CNN meltdown, and then
Let's
we'll
see.
maybe
Yeah,
play
let's
again.
see it.
but
Let's
you-
see it.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you want to come back to this? Do another one? All right, we'll do another one.
Yeah.
But let's check in. We'll take a break.
Check in with with election night.
take a
stuff.
break and see the CNN meltdown.
Yeah, because that could be funny. That's actually my little timeline cleanse. I'd like to see them melt down. Pat, I think you're the one who has to.
Yeah. I got to
that happen,
unshare this and share that, and give me just a second.
Okay.
I think we'd be lying if we said that there wasn't some bittersweetness in liberals losing their mind over this.
I mean,
I mean,
That's not the reason I don't want Trump, God knows, but
No, I
yeah.
know, but like, if we're
No,
ever going to
because-
get back on the path,
It's hard to
right?
make any projections or analysis except to say Wisconsin once again is incredibly close. So let's come back out and move over to Battleground Michigan.
Holy shit.
This one here, for those of you familiar, if you watch a lot of cable television, you've seen Debbie Dingell, the Democratic Congresswoman from west of Detroit. Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor is her district. When those votes come in, not only in Atlanta suburbs,
Is he frozen? He's having a
It's
coronary. He's having a
it's
stroke.
frozen in real time.
He doesn't even know how to handle what's happening right now.
Look, he's just
Yeah, he had a stroke.
computing.
What do you think, Pat?
Let's get him back here.
It gets frantic in campaign headquarters at this point.
Wow.
I think it's bogged down because we have so many guests.
I know. I think I'm really sorry, but I think we maybe have to kick you guys
No,
out
it's
for
okay.
a little and then come back in, right?
That's fine.
I got to take off anyway. I'm on the East Coast. I got to get to bed. So.
Yeah, let's just shoot for another game at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Well, no.
Well,
8 is when they
almost 8
announce
o'clock.
elections. So let's do
8:30.
8:30.
8:30.
8:30.
Okay.
All right.
All right. See you guys then.
Thanks, you guys.
Good.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye.
All right. So let's see if we can get that running. Are you handling it, Pat? Are you frozen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Maybe, but it'll probably unfreeze now that we're
Okay,
dropping
okay.
some people here.
8%, somewhere in that ballpark. That gets you nervous. That gets you jittery. Here, you're still jittery because you're losing, but you know there are a lot more votes out there. This is the second largest county in the state, Wake County. They're up to 82%. So you're starting to get a little nervous there. You're looking for places, that's 94%. You're looking for places that are your color, that's 95%, that are in the 60s, in the 70s,
You
or
can
the
hear the
30s,
fear.
right? This county, it's not as much population, but at least there you have some hope. Let's look at Mecklenburg. They're at 90%. Now, again, this is where the biggest numbers come in. So that 10% can matter, but it's the only.
Is that because of us? But there's only 2 of us right
Probably
now,
me.
huh?
Hang on.
What if you just do one?
Oregon has a close toss-up race. California's
They have voted together since 1992.
Oops, I did that. All right.
Oh my God.
2016. Right now, as we get closer into late night here, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by 116,000 votes, only 67%. So a ways to go there, a ways to go. The Senate race is also tight. Guess what? There we are in Pennsylvania. Then you come over here. He's leading in Wisconsin.
Oh my
This
God.
is a state, 2 elections in a row has been decided by ballpark 20,000 votes. Trump's lead is 26,000 votes right there. Again, battleground Wisconsin, very close. Vice president's team scratching to try to find votes. And Michigan, she's leading in Michigan, only 30% of the vote there coming in. So to me, as I look at this map, the blue wall states become paramount, Jake.
Indeed. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all,
Ooh,
California,
okay.
which has 54 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. And we have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of California with
Shocker.
those 54 electoral
Shocker.
votes. Not unexpected. Harris will win California. CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So what does that mean for the electoral? Too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon with 8 electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris cracks 100 now.
Just putting this up there that New York Times already has called more states. But anyway, yeah.
Win. Donald Trump is 59 electoral votes away from that. Let's look at these battleground states now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6%. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5%. Donald Trump has a 2,356 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48.4%. Donald Trump has a 28,576 vote lead with an estimated 59% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He's at 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,411 vote lead with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 136,328 vote lead. That is with 88% of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia.
That's
in
pretty
North Carolina,
crazy.
another battleground where Donald Trump leads, 50.8% of the vote.
Wow.
Kamala Harris has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now with an estimated 85% of the vote in from the Tar Heel State. In battleground Michigan,
Oh my
Kamala
God.
Harris in the lead.
That's
She has
crazy.
51.3%
I didn't know
of the
the
vote.
needle
Donald
was
Trump
up and running today.
46.9%. Kamala Harris is 74,838 votes ahead of Donald Trump, but that's less than a third of the vote counted there. 30% of the estimated vote in from the state of Michigan. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead there still, but narrowly so, 50.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 73,375 vote lead. That is with 78% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Mexico, Harris leads there too, 52.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.5% of the vote. That is with an estimated 69% of the vote in. Harris with a roughly 43,000 vote lead. Let's go now to Abby Phillip, who is at Harris campaign headquarters in Washington,
This is going to be
D.C.
funny.
at the campus of Howard University. Abby, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything?
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours, and my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing. The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race that they have been expecting.
Shocking.
She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because the margins are so small. And just reading from that memo,
I think it's
we
going to
have
be
known
wrapped up.
all along our clearest path to 270 was through the blue wall states. And again, they point out the cities we were talking about: Milwaukee, Detroit, and of course Philadelphia. Abby, a central question hanging over all of this, and indeed the crowd here waiting behind us: is Vice President Harris going to address the crowd? That is a possibility. We will see in the coming days as we hear some helicopters overhead here. We will see. But the bottom line is they know this is a close race. This is going to be not resolved tonight in their eyes.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be really clear pretty
critical
soon, don't you
moment,
think?
I think, for the Harris campaign
It might not be.
to
I mean,
show
but
where
they'll
they
be
get to
hanging on by a
270.
sliver of,
And Jake,
you know,
it looks
possible
like they are not
mathematical
closing really on anything
Harris
in the
thing, but
map right now that is not called. They're
we'll
still
see.
waiting for the polls to close in parts of the Sun Belt, for those results to come trickling in. But again, it's the blue wall
Arizona's
again.
really
It
close.
is it's Pennsylvania, it is Wisconsin, and it is Michigan, where the best chances are for Harris to get to that 270 that she needs to become president of the United
right now,
States.
Pennsylvania.
All right, Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John, explain the theory of the case for
Where's
the
your
Harris
map?
campaign right now, if you would.
Right.
What'd you say?
And you heard
Where's the
Jeff
map?
and Abby emphasizing even the campaign, saying
Our map
essentially
or his map?
they don't rule out any other
Magic.
possibilities, but we're really banking on the blue wall. Well, at the moment, as we speak, 2 of the 3 blue wall states, that's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, 2 of the 3 are red. We're not done. We're not done. But 2 of the 3 are red. Why is that significant? Well, let's look at the Sun Belt states. And again, Harris campaign is not ruling this out, but you show this here. Donald Trump, 142,000 votes ahead in North Carolina. I can show you the live outstanding votes. And when I show you the live outstanding votes, you will see some pretty big circles in the blue areas, large metropolitan areas and suburban areas where the Democrats do quite well. I just want to say, at 85% reporting statewide and 142,000 vote lead, is it mathematically possible? Are enough votes out there? Yes. When you get to this point in an election in a state Donald Trump won twice, you start to think, okay, this looks like it did in 2016 and in 2020. It looks more like 2016 than it did in 2020, to be honest with you. But you look at it, and if you're in the Harris campaign, you're calling all these counties, and you're trying to figure out, how many votes are out, and what percentage are we getting. But if you're looking at the North Carolina map, I'd rather be Donald Trump than the Vice President of the United States right now. So then you bring up the Georgia map, and again, this one, I'll say this again, I'm a broken record. 2024 is not 2020. There's not as many mail-in ballots. We won't have as many large percentages.
Just wanted to show they have 179 to 214 on this, just so we're Oh, Pat, sorry. Where's the other one?
Yet at the same time, I just said that. I want to tell you, he's 136,000 votes ahead in a state that was decided by 11,000 votes last cycle. 88% of the vote is in. So where is the live outstanding vote? Live outstanding vote. This is where in the Harris campaign, you're just hoping that overnight these Democratic areas report not just their votes, but a lot of votes. You're hoping turnout exceeds your expectations. So you see down here in the Savannah area, this is where the races are won or lost for Democrats, Atlanta and the suburbs around it. So let's come out of that map. And again, here's the key point. Fulton County, 90% of the vote is in. Yes, she's getting 72% of the vote. Just want to check, compare that. It's a little below where President Biden was, but it's close. But remember, he won the state by 11,000 votes. So she can't really afford to be below him anywhere, or not by much anyway. You move over to Cobb County, 91% in. This is a big suburban county, right? So 91%, you have some change to make up there. She's at 57% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 56, so she's running equal, maybe a little bit ahead there. So let's come over to DeKalb County here. Let's come up to 2024 and see what's left. 11% left. Again, large, very Democratic area. You see the 81% there just to the east of Atlanta. Let's just check 2020. Biden getting 83. 81, 83. You might think at home that's not that big of a difference in a race that's very close. Yes, it can be. a big difference. So we have to watch at the moment. Let's do it this way. Come back to 2024, and let's just pop in this and see where's Harris underperforming. Where is Harris underperforming Joe Biden? In a state Joe Biden won by 11,000 votes.
Yep.
You can't really underperform. And she's underperforming in 28 of the 159 counties, right? So
who could have
we have
called
more
this?
votes to be counted. We're not done yet. This is not a final glimpse. But you see out in these rural areas, this is part of the secret of Joe Biden's win in 2020. He got his butt kicked by Donald Trump in these small rural counties, but he did better than Hillary Clinton. Blue-collar workers, rural workers,
you know, Biden
is
like
Joe Biden did just a little bit better.
Thrilled about this.
And in a state decided by 11,000 votes,
right
that can matter. So again, you asked me about the
I want to
map.
see the
We're not
demographic
done.
breakdown of the
Harris
exit
campaign
polls.
will update us.
Yeah.
How much she lost.
We have people on the
black
ground asking
voters,
the people
and
on
Hispanic
protest with Pam Brown what votes are still
Muslim
outstanding.
voters.
But if you look at this map right now, I want to switch. Well, let's just check real quickly where we are in Wisconsin. 61%. I want to check Milwaukee. This is where, okay, only a 53% in Milwaukee. Black turnout in Milwaukee better be huge in the uncounted vote for the vice president to catch up. I talked to a Democrat out there earlier who said it was good. They didn't say it was great. They said it was good. And I asked if it was great, and they said it was good. So we'll see how that plays out.
They're setting up a soft
Dane
landing
County,
for the loss.
74%. We're at 91%. Again, not to
And
be a broken
that was the
record,
whole
75%.
point of
A percentage point
Obama's
can matter. Underperforming by just a little
chastising,
bit.
disgusting,
So
just
she's
you
losing
know.
in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 32%. So we got a
Blaming
long
black
way to
men
go
in
in
advance
battleground
for
Michigan.
the
We'll
loss
come
that we
back
all
out here.
predicted in
And
2019.
this one is the biggest. I'm going to show you why in just a second. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've been saying it for weeks. 19 electoral votes, the largest of the battleground states out there. 72% in, 178,000 vote lead. That's a healthy lead. Now, again, let's look. Let's look. There's a lot of votes. This is what happened. Remember 2020. Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now, but we shall see as we come out. And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want. One little quirky thing. Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history. And when you look at the numbers tonight, excuse me, if that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that?
At Pennsylvania.
Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states, but in terms of the path to 270,
I think she's going to
if
lose
he holds
Nevada.
the leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, she cannot afford to lose that.
Yeah, Nevada
Yeah,
right now, they're not even doing it. They're not even
at the moment as we switch
telling
maps,
us what percentage
please
they're
jump
at.
in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in
Well,
Baldwin,
that would be the
who
best
is
part
at
of the
Polk
night,
County
actually,
Center
Cora.
in the best city in the world, Philadelphia.
You know, they have made obviously so many mistakes, and in 2020 we had, you know, just to take like a little bit of a journey back in 2020. Oh God, this is so small. Here come the readers. Look at that. I don't know if Devin's still awake, but I made it 3 hours and 12 minutes without putting my reader down. Matt Brunick, according to the exit poll, Trump did better in 2020 with every race and gender except white men. Change from 2016, white men down 5. Everybody else. White women up 2, black men up 4, black women up 4, Latino men up 3, Latino women up 3, other whatever up 5. You know, I will say that when Romney lost in 2012, there was a postmortem, right? They did an audit on the election they ran. And I don't like anything about Republicans, but like they did something different. They tried that. He won in 2016. They didn't, I mean, none of the Republicans wanted him anyway, but like Trump won in 2016. Then he got even more votes from certain demographics, most demographics in 2020. And Democrats have done nothing since then except tack right, throw all of their base under the bus and expect to win. I mean, that's been their whole story. That's what they've done.
Yeah, and I think what will be interesting tonight and tomorrow and the rest of the week is how they try to shape right off the bat this loss and where they put it, because especially if she loses Michigan, which I really want to happen. I really want her to lose Michigan because that is just the asterisk. You cannot avoid why she lost Michigan. Even the press, CNN and MSNBC, have put out to their viewers the story enough for them to understand that Michigan is about Palestine.
Yeah.
And if she loses it, they're gonna either ignore it immediately or lean into it temporarily and then reshape the story down the week. But I'd like to hear some clips tonight by some of these people admitting they lost it because of Palestine. And you'll hear some of the pundits that have long-term careers come out, like Axel. He'll come out and say, she lost it because of Palestine. And they'll make some admissions tonight that they will walk away from in a couple weeks. They all do.
Because, I mean, I know we are all on the same page with all of this, but like their business model is not reliant on winning elections, right? So all of the people who fail up, who get us into wars, who lose elections. I mean, Pelosi lost 1,100 seats in 2010, right? She still remained the House leader or Speaker of the House, whatever. She still gets to be like the person who everybody's like, oh, wow, she's so smart. She's the person, like she lost 1,100 seats. And they never look at the fact that the reason Barack Obama won is he came in and we thought he was going to be progressive. He talked about healthcare for everybody. Didn't do that. Codifying Roe. Didn't do that. Getting us out of the two wars, Iraq and Afghanistan. And instead didn't do that. Didn't punish any of the war crimes, but got us into 5 more wars. But the thing that helped him win was that we thought this was going to be hope and change, right? Gore was very conservative. Kerry ran a really tight, small race. Obama came in and he's a brilliant speaker, but also made us think that he was going to do something different. Pat, that's so nice. He put that up.
Hate
That's
to do
sweet.
it, but she's
I know
right.
hates to do it. But and so then we have Clinton, Hillary, who, is an asshole about Bernie, and they rig everything. And Bernie was so popular. He absolutely would have beaten Trump in 2016. All the muckety mucks knew it, which is why right away in 2017, they started doing their, Hamptons Stop Bernie meetings with Kamala and Mayor Pete and the, Neera Tandons of the world. They know what's popular.
No, and that's why, look, this election is going to come down to they didn't listen to what people wanted. They offered nothing. They were wrong on the war. The public wasn't with them on the war. They wanted you to feel their economic pain, not tell us the economy is doing great. They didn't want someone coming in after Biden and saying we're just going to continue Biden, which is what she did. She couldn't even lie to us, and that's how a lot of the public
unpopular.
felt.
And she says there's no difference between her and him.
Yeah, and the Democrats' own messaging was save democracy. So you're going to save democracy by voting for the person that didn't go through a primary, was historically unpopular herself as VP, and when she ran in a primary, she had one good debate. I think she won that debate, but she didn't earn our votes. And your whole message initially was democracy is the stake.
Yep. Oh, we got another projection. Here we go.
Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, will go to Democrat Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the electoral map. Right now, Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's take a look at the key races now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a roughly 3,000 vote lead. That's with 51% of the estimated vote in from the state of Arizona. In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 50.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 50,000 vote lead right now with 63% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with more than 165,000 more votes than Kamala Harris, with more than 76% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 131,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got 10% to go there in Georgia, but Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina, another battleground, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 50.7% of the vote. Kamala
I mean, that's
Harris
so crazy because New York Times has already called North Carolina.
More than 130.
89% of the votes are
lead over Kamala Harris with an estimated 87% of the vote.
We should switch over in a minute and
Michigan,
just check
Kamala
on
Harris
Fox
is in
and
the
see
lead.
what they're doing.
50.2% of the vote. Donald Trump
That's the thing,
has
if you wanna-
48% of the vote.
Yeah.
Harris has
I'll
a
do it.
more than 40,000 vote lead over Donald Trump with 33% of the vote in there. John King.
So, Jake, just going through some of
there's
these
that
counties.
Pelosi on my screen again.
Michael, Isla, who always give me a reason to fight, I will keep fighting. To my Lima Company Marines, the man I put
So he lost to, did he lose to Carrie Lake? Is that what we're
for the
seeing?
dads who have to miss that bedtime
He beat
for
Lake.
their kids
From
to
the-
work that overnight shift.
Well,
And
Fox
for the
is showing a
kid
Democrat giving
sleeping
a
on the floor tonight in
winning speech.
Arizona, dreaming of
We could always go
He
over
made
here.
a joke of it. He made a joke of it. His family made a joke of it. The governor of Virginia.
I can't do it. Sorry.
She's awful, but you're right. He did win. Sorry. I know that's what it says.
Vice
I'm
President
Let's see
Kamala
what
Harris
ABC is
underperforming
saying.
where she needs to be at this moment, according to our 538 benchmark. Take a look at this. She needs to be at 51%. She's at 47. Donald Trump ahead. This county has gone Democratic for the last 20 years. And right now, with 81% of the vote in, Donald Trump ahead.
Very interesting. And I think there's going to be a lot about the youth vote and how it broke down and whether or not the gender gap bears out that we've reported on, John.
And Trump had a huge rally in State College in
not
these
gonna talk
closing
about
days.
genocide.
It was one of his
Unbelievable.
biggest of the final rallies. A lot of college students turning out, waiting in line for a long time, sitting through a long rally. Really quite a story.
And you have some exit polls on the youth vote in Pennsylvania. What are you seeing?
Yes, Donald Trump actually doing 8 points better with the group 18 to 29 than he did when he was in 2020. But Kamala Harris is winning. It's still just that he's doing better than he did. 53% of the vote, a little more than half, going for Kamala Harris. And this is a group that certainly she has gone after. She has talked about how Gen Z is impatient for change. The baton is in our hands. She's talked multiple times about a new way forward. We're seeing more of the same in Wisconsin, where she's edging him out, but still he's doing much better than he did in 2020. Here she has half of that youth vote in Wisconsin for that 18 to 29, but Donald Trump's still outperforming himself from 2020.
Wow, it's really interesting because when I was over looking at Wisconsin with you, we were looking at Madison, and I was wondering if the youth vote and the gender gap is going to become a story in some of these key counties. And when you see Lindsay saying that Kamala Harris eking out by 2 points in the exit polls among young voters, and what is the benchmark of where she should be in Dane County? I mean, obviously she's beating him there, but
a full point behind, and that's exactly it. And it's not just the percentages; it's often going to be turnout as well. And this is a county that Biden was able to get, I think, around 180,000 votes out of it. I talked to someone, a Wisconsin specialist, who said that's what you need for years now. Reince knows this better than anyone. Democrats have been running up the score in Madison, the liberal college town, and said they've got as much as they can, and maybe they reached a limit tonight.
I think it's really interesting. Thanks, Rick. We're going to stay on this. We're going to be laser focused.
They reached the limit on their bullshit being bought by people.
Absolutely. Hey, the runs, we're so frustrated. We are not able to get the MSNBC feed. Do you want me to see if I can do it from mine?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, let me just see.
See if you can do it. I'll just put us on CNN for a minute.
All right, you put your thing back. I'm going to move this back to president without the needle and see if I can find it.
Votes from Philadelphia, does it become mission improbable? I think is what you're looking for as we wait for more votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And again, Trump wins Pennsylvania, the map gets near impossible. Not impossible, but near impossible.
There have been stories written a week or two ago about Democrats in Philadelphia sounding the alarm and basically using the press to send the message to the Harris campaign that they didn't think that the Harris campaign was listening to Philadelphia Democrats enough about the need to improve the margins. And just, Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020, but he improved his vote count in Philly from 2016 to 2020. And it looks like he's doing that again.
Okay,
tonight.
yeah, go for it.
But I just took off the sound. Sorry, give me 1 second. Is that right? Is that what we're watching here?
Is that the show or just the?
It says live. They maybe are going to a hey.
It's information only without pundits. That's amazing.
That's the latest information.
Or maybe it's just what they're showing temporarily.
I think maybe they're like going on to a. Should I put
Oh
it
no,
to you?
it's just an election board.
Okay, wait. Let me go to YouTube because that might be the thing that will show them actually.
We set up the Harris.
Oh my God! Sorry, I'm messing everything up. That's her. Okay, skip. Okay, here it is. Let's see. Da-da-da. No, it's the same thing. That's their live. Oh, this is their election board. You're right. Yeah, not streaming. All right, let me see if that didn't work well. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna try again.
That's right. Keep hunting. I'll put us back on.
All right. Sorry about that.
All good.
The Trump campaign says, texts and phone calls work to turn out voters. Democrats think it's knocking on the doors. If this map holds up, that's going to be a big conversation about motivating and turning out voters in this technology.
What about
what works
policy?
best? What kind of contact
What about
works best?
that?
Or
why would you do that? Ever?
The vice president's campaign, well, they say she only had 110 days. She didn't have enough time to introduce herself.
Oh, is this
that part? We're not done yet.
That's
what's
major
going to happen. If that happens, is who the finger pointing in the Democratic Party. We're not there yet. But as you watch this map fill in, another thing that is distinctive at the moment, we're not done yet. In 2 presidential elections, Donald Trump has lost the popular vote both times. At the moment,
I got
5.1
Kornacki.
million votes ahead. We're just starting to count in our most populous state. So there's a long way to go, and that could change. That could change. But that would be a trophy if Donald Trump wins this election. That would be a trophy he would very much like.
It still is on that same board, though.
The popular vote in 2,
even though it says it's live.
And you also know there are people in the senior echelons
Justin's
of the Trump
looking
campaign
for
who say that they still do direct mail.
I understand. It says election night live.
That seniors, you can't reach seniors through texting and emails. That the way to reach them is with direct mail, which a lot of people in politics today laugh off. But guess who votes more than young people? Seniors.
You think maybe
Sarah
they just
Seidner.
went to
Let's
add?
go to Wisconsin if you can, because I want to bring in Sarah Seidner, who's at a vote counting center in Milwaukee right now. With 66% of the vote in, Donald Trump is in the lead there with 50.6%.
I think he's
Wisconsin
he's
general,
taking notes
Kamala
right
Harris
now.
47.8%.
Okay, 1 second.
Donald Trump right now in the lead by.
I mean, it's kind of
60,000
amazing.
votes.
We've had this on
Sarah,
for 3.5
who
hours,
with you, can tell
and
us about
not
the
a
outstanding
drop of
vote
policy
in
talk
Wisconsin.
has been spoken yet.
Not a single thing. Yeah, he's just making
strategy and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything. Yeah, I think he's like, I don't know.
Okay,
if this is worth it.
This is going to be the right one.
Yeah, but like nothing's happening. He's just like writing notes right now. We're not hearing them freak out.
Oh,
right?
Is it commercial maybe?
I think it might be.
Commercial feed. Well, let's just put this on until we see.
Let's put it back to something good. I'll keep tabs on this.
There was an issue. A door was not locked. And so they, out of an abundance of caution, decided that they were going to rerun through the absentee ballots, 30,000 of them, but they've been able to do that. And now they're about 80,000 of 325,000 that have already been processed. All right, with me now, we have Patricia Ruiz-Cantu and Douglas Haig, Republican, Democrat. Both of them are on the Milwaukee Election Commission. First of all, how are things going? And do you think we're going to find out something soon?
We will. I think things are going really well, even though we had a little hiccup. But as we united, all the
depends on how you define really
and
well.
The parties, I think that it's extremely important that we were in the same page and that we had an agreement and everything is going well.
what did you make of this? I know Ron Johnson came out, a Republican, and was very, upset with all of this and was sort of making hay about it. What were your thoughts on what happened with these machines?
Well, there was a human error in part of it. So when it was caught, we just simply did a rerun on the with the processing and the tabulators, and even probably some of the tabulators should have seen it, but it was caught by one of the observers who brought it to the executive director's attention, and it was acted upon immediately. We took care of it, and yes, we anticipated a much further delay than we are, but I think we're right on schedule where we anticipate to be earlier. And true, if you can see around and look at the poll workers at work, we both have Democrats and Republicans working side by side.
We've got Kornacki on if you want to try Kornacki.
25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when
I don't know what to do about that.
Is it playing through your speakers?
6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here.
So what should I do? Share the tab.
You're actually going to overtake Harris here, but the fact that it's late at night and Trump has made gains and have held this so much so far.
It says it's sharing the tab.
It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger leap.
DM me that link.
Okay.
Is it something you found?
Yep. 1 second. I'm DMing it to right
my
now.
Twitter, and we'll get it.
Can I do it to the private chat right here or no?
Oh yeah. Do that. Until then, I'll.
And a Democrat who are election commissioners, that there was an agreement. This is going to be a free and fair election here in Milwaukee. People are watching every single bit of this and agreeing that things are going as smoothly as possible after that hiccup earlier today.
All right, Sarah Seidner in Milwaukee. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at Milwaukee and Wisconsin at large. Donald Trump's in the lead with 66% of the vote in the state in general. Tell me about the WOW counties, if you could.
So you're right around Milwaukee, or the WOWs. Let me get to it in just a second. I just want to interesting. Number one, we've learned about Senator Johnson in recent years. He likes to put out press releases before he knows what the facts are. Sorry, it just happens to be true, especially about voter integrity. That's how it's.
Did you do that?
Yeah, I need to switch my screen share.
Okay, so
here we go.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I could take this out and it could all go through my computer, but for some reason it's not going.
We are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there. This is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties in New Jersey the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. Okay, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, there usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again,
yeah, I don't know how to fix my audio so that it comes out of not the speakers, it comes out of my earphones. But for right now, let's just take a look here because they have, let's see, I'm going to switch to this, to the New York Times for right now. 1 second. So we see, share screen. Okay, there we go. Share. All right, let's do the New York Times. God, that's a lot of red, huh?
I almost got to say.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much. It's basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here. Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 level? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
All right, Steve, thank you. We've got a call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota. We have that projection. There we go. The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected in Minnesota. We're going to take a quick break right now. There's a bunch of other Senate races right now where we haven't checked in for.
Okay, so we're trying to hook up with Jen Perelman, and we're figuring out a way that maybe we can just do a crossover right now. I need to send them the link for this, but I am not sure how to do it without leaving the studio, so I don't want to do that. Do you know where I can
you just hit right next to leave studio, there's invite. So copy that and paste it.
Leave studio. Oh, God. Got it. Thank you.
All right. We'll have some CNN on while you're gone.
Okay, good. Yeah, do for sure. All right, let's see.
Why did that get resized? Oh, I shared the wrong thing. Hang on.
Is in the lead right now. Not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all 3 blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada. We're not done with the count. We're not done with the count.
But this is right now the map of 2016.
That is the map of 2016, and that is the 5-alarm fire inside the Harris campaign to get on the phone. Again, we're not done, and we lived through 2020. And I want to say it again, slowly and clearly. 2020, this time.
5-alarm fire. Wow.
And there were states that changed, and they were largely, Pennsylvania changed. Trump was ahead in Georgia. Things have changed. There's not as many mail ballots out there as in 2020. So I would not expect as dramatic a swing. The question then becomes, go state by state, county by county, is the math there? And, I'm trying to be fair and try to be, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. When you're leading in all of them and you're Trump, I mean, that's what you're sitting in the headquarters. So maybe they're not going to win them all, right? Maybe they're not going to win them all, but they're leading in all of them right now. And so let's just look at what happened here and come on in. Number one,
that's ridiculous.
It's the smaller rural counties when they
What's
fill
the
in.
COVID spread just going on
again,
over there on CNN?
Say, that's not a lot of votes. Well, that's a lot of votes.
Coughing
you have it there,
all over each other.
And then you have it here, and then you have it again here.
Has anybody had a drink recently? I feel like we need to
in all these little counties.
What's happening?
120 votes there. That's only 5%.
We're going to
Jackbox,
but
it's
I
a lot when you think
right
go
this
through a
moment.
state,
But let's
and you have all
spin
these
the wheel.
counties, and then the question is, so what are the Democratic margins, right? You've got 83 counties in the state of Michigan, so 56%.
Yeah,
we're about
it's always
halfway through
allergies,
10
right?
counties.
Okay, 1 second.
It's the Grand Rapids suburbs, and she's running a little bit ahead of the president there. But Jake, the big question in Michigan is, when do those Wayne County votes come in, and what do they do to the?
We got to have a little bit of fun here. 1 second. Whoop.
Oops, wait a minute.
CNN
Major projection.
That Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7 battleground
This is
states
the big
that
one
we're
the Democrats were
keeping an
dreaming
eye
about.
on, and we are calling it
their new
for
path.
Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump now has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed to win. Let's go to Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, CNN is now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. This is the first of 7 battleground states that the campaign is watching with eagle eyes.
Yeah, Jake, remember when I told you a few hours ago that it was going to be seen as a gut check for the Trump campaign? Listen here, it's a bit of a delay, but your call is playing right now over the loudspeakers in the room, Jake. You can hear the party here, the partygoers gathered at the convention center here in West Palm Beach cheering as your call is coming on the screen. They have been glued to CNN for the last several moments, watching John King at the map, going over each of these numbers. But North Carolina is an important benchmark for the Trump campaign because they were watching it to get a gut check for how they believed the rest of the evening could go. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing from Trump campaign sources is they are increasingly confident as the night is going on. Still not certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin, and as this is moving forward. Jake, I will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was watching the results come in with his constituents back in Shreveport. He is now headed here tonight because he is predicting a bigger Republican margin in the House, a Republican takeover of the Senate, and he says he believes a Republican is going to win the White House, therefore Donald Trump, Jake. Obviously, still waiting to see, but a noticeable shift here in the mood at the Trump headquarters.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach at Trump HQ. Thank you so much. So the first of the 7 battleground states to fall, CNN projecting North Carolina for Donald Trump.
This was the most probable pickup for Kamala Harris, if that was the world in which we were living. That is why Donald Trump went down there multiple times in the last 24, 48 hours of the campaign. And it clearly did not happen for Kamala Harris. And Trump, he's telling his people, I'm told, and just like we heard from Caitlin, that this is something that portends well for the future. We don't know what it means for the other states, but what we do know is it's even more evidence that that blue wall is the path for Kamala Harris.
And that path is just more and more narrow, I think we're seeing as the night goes on. But also, so many people thought that perhaps this would be an election that in tenor and tone would be closer to the midterms, a big conversation about abortion. That is not where it's going. It seems like you're seeing that male turnout is starting to produce what the campaign wanted.
You know, I think a lot of us came into tonight wondering, was it going to feel more like 2016 or 2020? And 4 years ago, I was at Fox, and at almost exactly this moment, at 11:20 p.m., we made the very controversial call. They made the very controversial call of Arizona. And that changed the whole feeling. And that's one of the reasons the Trump campaign was so furious about that call, because it was the first flip and the first indication that maybe it was going to be different than 2016. Right now, and look, there's a lot of voting and states to be called. But right at this moment, this does feel more like 2016 than 2020. No question about
It is interesting. And yeah, and the fact that we're calling it at this point is also significant, because I don't think North Carolina was called last time 4 years ago until maybe a week after the election, or it was certainly after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania came on Saturday. I think North Carolina was Sunday or Monday. The fact that we are making this call now suggests that there's a bigger gap than there was last time. And Donald Trump won it last time by something like 75,000 votes.
I'm trying to look up
he is
Dearborn, Michigan.
overperforming what he did in 20.
Yeah, I couldn't find. I was
and
just
she
looking
is
too, and I can't find the city. Here's the Michigan results.
But that's for the whole state, yeah. And I know, like, I guess there's the county and the city, and I can't even find. Yeah,
do more.
I found the county
at
breakdown
the wall
too, but
is you do have
nothing
kind of a
the
sense
city.
of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that she would have a better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that
couldn't.
Biden economy.
Yeah, and
but she didn't try. She didn't run on a single
that
policy that would have outrun
what
it.
people are
What
feeling
they
every
talking
single
about?
day. I mean, we were talking earlier about whether or not the sort of women and the idea of this being the first post-Roe presidential campaign was going to supersede how people felt when they were buying eggs and milk. And certainly North Carolina and other places that we are seeing start to formulate in these other states, the answer is no.
You know, we have talked about it all night, and we've disagreed.
But meanwhile, anytime anybody talked about the economy, they derided them and said, just look at the stock market, you morons. What are you talking about? And now they're going to try to save their own reputations and say, you know, listen, you just can't outrun that and the headwinds and la 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 la.
Yeah, no, it's all the economy is actually good. It's just that Democrats aren't messaging about how good the economy is, you know?
Yeah.
And no, the economy is not good. The economy, if this is the good economy, I'm not voting for this, right? Because there's economic hardship. There's, you know, the wealth inequality gap has grown tremendously. Like, jobs don't pay enough to pay your bills. Rent is through the fucking roof, you know?
I mean, you know, this was one of we didn't get to this, but this was one of Stephen's this one we did. Sorry, changes in poverty. This one, the rising cost of living hasn't impeded the country's impressive economic growth, but it has devastated many people's economic well-being. So percent living paycheck to paycheck went up 5% from, I mean, this is horrifying anyway. In 2020, it was 61%, and the latest reading was 66%. Percentage of people having difficulty paying for basic necessities went down by 0.6%. But like, that's 4 years of a Biden-Harris administration and nothing has changed. And the percentage of people living below the poverty line in the richest country in the world, in 2020, it was 9.2%, and the latest reading was 12.9%. So nobody's voting for that when you say there's no difference between you and Joe Biden, and you're running on some tax credits. Fill out more forms.
And you know, it's that you're also telling people what you see is not reality. And like, at some point, people are just like, I know how much gas costs. I know how much food costs. I know how much my rent costs. I know how much my job hasn't increased to match the cost of inflation. you know. So you can tell me, yeah, there's jobs, but do I want these jobs that don't pay the rent? I got a child that I have to pay for childcare. Half of that money is going to go to childcare. Do I even want to work? Can I afford to work?
Yeah, it's cheaper to stay home than to go to work, not be with your child, and have to pay just as much as you're making for your childcare. And, you know, then your kids, I mean, sorry, but like, you know, your kids aren't on a schedule and then they get sick and you don't have healthcare. And so now, like, there's downstream effects of being a working parent. And if you're a single parent or both parents are working and you can't actually take care of your kids, you know, that's a full-time job also. And so nothing was addressed by any of this. Yeah.
And just failing to recognize how much it was going to harm her and not move on this sooner. Like, I hate hearing this new spin that we just heard, which is probably going to be it. Was 100 days enough? You know, should they have made this move earlier? Should they have just stuck out riding with Biden? You know, like anything to not talk, like not a single policy issue yet on any of these shows we've watched.
Nothing. They're blaming it on everything but that. And I mean, I haven't heard once them say
good
anything
news.
about...
Tim Kaine won. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Just saw the update.
Who has long COVID but voted against provisions for long COVID or something just recently, or mask mandates in hospitals or something. I mean, just, you know, yeah. Yes, Biden would have been crushed for sure, but you know he's sitting at home right now. Well, he's asleep. He's been asleep for 5 hours, but this is like sweet revenge for him.
Yeah, and this is the next phase to follow here. We're not on it now, but
Republicans are leading in
so now the next
seats
pivot is going to be how bad is it going to be?
Let's
for
get you an update on
Democrats
where those are right now
in
with
the
some
House.
key race alerts. These are live results coming into CNN. We start with the state of Wisconsin. There, the CEO of California-based SunWest Bank, Eric Hovde, is 29,000 votes ahead of Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's seeking her third term in office. 70% of the vote. And we just got an update. The lead pretty much the same in Wisconsin for Hovde. In Pennsylvania, this has been going back and forth all night. But right now, the former CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, Dave McCormick, currently leads incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey by about 120,000.
That's actually shocking to me that Sherrod Brown lost. I'm going to the New York, the Times map right now. Ohio. Yes. Oh my God. I mean, listen, I know everybody knows, like, I take no pleasure in it just being flat out right-wing Republican takeover of the whole country. But we haven't had an opposition party for, decades, honestly. So it's the Dick Cheney Democrats. What are you going to do? I mean, what are you going to do? Oh,
Sorry, I'll mute it.
It should be on.
As expected, we'll go to Kamala Harris. Washington State with its 12 electoral votes to the Democrat Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's look at the electoral map right now. Donald Trump has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 165 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. We are waiting for more votes in the big three blue wall battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin that both campaigns are watching very closely right now. A total of 6 top battlegrounds remain undecided as we get later into this election night. Stay right here for the next big rollout of votes. Right now, we're going to squeeze in a quick break. Stay with us.
I think that was a note to us.
That was a note to us. And I just wanted to answer, how badly did he win? Did he lose by? Sherrod Brown lost to Bernie Moreno by 215,000 votes, 50% to 46%. Just miserable. All right. I am going to put the wheel up. Oh, you have the wheel up. I need to find it, though. I have so many tabs open. Wait, give me 1 second. What did you say?
I said I have a million tabs open.
I know. It's like so funny. Okay, here we go. All right. 1 second.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. Oh, okay. Listen. Pat's been dying for us to add this to the wheel. It's an ask me anything or ask him anything. If you got anything, ask it. And if you want to think about it, we can spin the wheel and come back to it. We're trying to do a couple new things.
Some heady questions for Lila. Nothing's off limits. She loves personal.
I'll answer anything. I have no secrets. I'll talk about anything. Okay, here we go.
And Spike came by just in time for a puppets too.
There we
Look
go.
at that.
Look at that.
All right, I got us here. Let's go with the vacuum cat.
I love that. My dog sheds so much that I clean up like sweaters off the floor every day. But when I take out the vacuum, I'm like, wouldn't it just be so great if I could just like do a little vacuum on her and just like grab it? And she does not like that at all.
Yeah. Well, normally cats freak out about vacuums. This little shit doesn't give a crap about a vacuum at all.
Well, she's scrappy. I like that.
She's fearless. Yeah.
Got a high strike. I know, Lucky. She comes and she just wants the food that my sweet husband did bring me some food that I keep like shoveling into my mouth. You know, I don't like to be hungry. All right. Does anybody have a question for either one of us? Oh my God. This is hilarious though, Beth. If I love that. The Harris campaign shut off the sound on the TVs at her watch party.
Oh,
That's exactly, yeah. They shut off the sound. Y'all.
I think I'm gonna play a timeline cleanse because that wasn't enough with the vacuum.
Okay.
And this is a shout out to Kamala.
I love her. And I love her parents for teaching her how to rock out so hard. That's awesome.
She's killing it.
All right, we got a question. Truth to tweet.
We have reader off?
Which readers are sexier? I think Pat's are.
These are cheapos. I don't buy expensive ones because actually when we were pre-planning our show, you didn't even catch it, but I had them on my head and tucked into my glasses because I just have them everywhere. I had 2 sets on.
I mean, yeah, I got a bunch of like $2 ones,
such
right?
an
Yeah.
old person. I'll have them on top of my head, here and on sometimes. It's happened.
I have the worst vision of anybody my optometrist has ever met. It's -12. It's really bad. So I didn't think when I got older, I thought it would like come back because I'm nearsighted, but instead it's like, no, I still need my contacts or my glasses or like, you know, Coke bottles, but I also need readers now, which is horrible. It's really sad. Okay. I'm going to tell you what goes on my charcuterie board because I love cheeses. My absolute favorite cheese is a Poisse. It's so good. It's runny like brie and it's really stinky and it's so good. I love gorgonzola. I love prosciutto. I'll eat pretty much anything, but the stinkier, the better.
Okay.
But those are easy questions to
You're
answer.
bougie, but I appreciate it. I like the food too. Who doesn't?
Yeah. My husband, Josh, hates that. And we actually had a really funny experience because I love stinky cheeses and he doesn't. And we went to a restaurant when my older son Asher was just a baby, and we got there, and Josh started smelling around. He was like, "What is that smell? Is it Asher's diaper?" And no, it was a cheese board with really stinky cheese that I loved. It smells like the zoo. You need animal shit for that. Yeah, I love Humboldt Fog. So good. I love Humboldt Fog. Yeah.
We have the generational change folks here.
No way. We figured it out. They figured it out.
Here.
Colin figured it out.
Hey.
You guys.
Technology. Hell
But
yeah.
I don't know that they're on ours. So that's the thing.
Oh,
Like,
no.
we're on with them, but they're not on with us. So like their people see us, but our people don't see you.
No. We needed to start earlier with this whole thing. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so you need to do what we did. We texted
Yes.
you, and you got an email. You have a link, and if you do what we just did, you'll end up in ours too. That Colin sent you.
Okay, so what did you do? Because if I leave here, I'm
You
not
don't
sure how
need to leave here.
Okay.
Just go into your email and click on the link.
Oh, you sent us an email. Got it.
It's
A
email?
new
This is
window.
enough.
Do a new email. Which email did you send it to, Colin? Whatever Peter sent.
Yeah, the one that you.
So just
Lila
open
should
up
have
a
that.
new window and
Okay.
click on it and just see what
Okay.
happens. This is new to us, so we'll see.
I know this is all like there's so much tech geeking out tonight with all of our different windows. I'm looking and I don't know. Wait, sorry. Why am I not
No,
seeing
it's
it?
all good. I can't believe that I'm part of somebody that figured it out. Well,
I love it. Okay. Oh no, I see it here. Okay, but this is gonna. Okay, 1 second.
No, you need a new window and just click on it.
Right. So, it will automatically open up Safari, and then I have to put it into a new window in here. But we're gonna do this. I'm so excited. I can't believe.
Yeah.
Colin figured this out. Okay, 1 second.
Colin's the best.
Colin is the best. We already know
Seriously.
that.
Okay. File new window. Wait, but we both have to do it, right?
We already did it. We're in.
No,
you.
I mean, sorry.
We're in your screen.
Pat and I each have to do it separately because we're not. See, we're not in the same room.
I see. Yeah. Well, no, really. I would think only one of you would have to do it.
Okay, Pat, I'm trying right now. So
Give it a shot. If it doesn't bring me, try posting it in our private
You
chat
go
here
back
and
to
see
us
if I
and see
can
what
add
happens.
it.
Yeah. Okay, so it adds. So Lila's here.
Handle it, Lila.
okay, so Pat,
Yeah.
I'm there, but I
Right.
think you need to do it also because it's only me.
Pat just needs to click on the link as well.
Click on the
Yeah,
link.
I don't have the link though, is the problem. Lila.
You gotta
Okay, I'm
email
gonna
it
send it to you.
All right.
But also,
So-
I'm not sure why I have an echo because I muted myself in your window. But then I'm gonna have an echo on ours.
It sounds okay on ours. I mean, I think let me know when it's sent and I'm refreshing.
So it'll come through on both sides. Okay.
Pat, I'm sending it to your text. Is that okay?
Colin says we need to mute something.
I'm doing okay. So give me
Yeah,
1
send it to
second.
my text and I'll send it to myself.
But I can also
No,
do
not
it
us.
to I can do it to I can do it in our private chat also here, whichever is easier. But you
Yeah,
need to
do the
open a
private
new
chat,
window. Okay,
please.
so I just did that, but here's what I'm not understanding. Can you hear us on both or what's
Yeah.
happening?
I see
Oh.
you. Go on back onto theirs and see what happens on theirs. Yeah, we're on yours and ours.
Okay. This
Can
is
you guys
awesome.
do it with us?
It's letting me enter. Just give me a second.
Go back over here. There he is. You're here. How do we
Mine
undo
is
that?
okay, but when I undo it, I feel like we're gonna get
Now there's an echo.
yeah. So how do I do that?
I don't hear it now. I feel like we're the Brady Bunch.
But will that mean that
Now
our
there's an
viewers
echo.
don't hear us or your viewers don't hear like okay, so I don't have a
So can
I'm on a
So do we
Mac.
need to do that?
Ah. So
Um,
Colin, so we can, should we just X out of the other channels so that way they can see us and we can see them basically?
What do you mean? You can't X out of it?
No, this one up here.
Oh,
Their channel. That's what I'm saying. We don't need to be
Look
rolling.
at us being all fancy
Yeah.
trying to do a thing.
We could get out of that. No, then we won't be on them. You can't.
Oh, a projection. Okay, wait. We have to hear the projection. Are you doing it, Pat?
Yeah, I'm just keep it on screen while we figure this
But
out.
I don't hear anything for that.
Well, I just turned the audio down so people can
Okay.
work out what they got.
Okay. So I don't have a right click. Is that command or control for me? I don't know.
How do we do it? Do we need to do that?
Do we need to do that, Colin?
Which one? All right.
Okay.
Right click on the window.
I know, damn Apple. But what's right click for Mac? Does anybody know? Justin, we got you there. On the browser, you mean like real in that bar? In just like the regular address bar?
Let's go to their.
Yeah, right on the tab part itself on top of Chrome,
Yeah.
right where it says StreamYard Studio.
Yeah.
If you right click that,
You
for
just
me,
do
it says mute
Yeah.
site.
We can.
Did I just
Guys,
mute?
We're going to make it easier.
we're going to make it easier. Guys, if you want to continue watching this podcast and you want to continue watching us, join us over at the Punch Up Pod. We're going to join.
We've been on
there.
for a while and it's later. So we're going to switch over and just go over to
We're
them.
going to come over
That's
to you guys.
really nice. Thanks, you guys.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
fine.
We're
But
and
no,
it's-
I'm just glad
all
we've
good.
gotten this close. Like this is as close as we've gotten in being able to do this. So like I
We're
feel like
gonna-
I'm making
yeah.
progress.
This is good. I mean, thank you. Come
We'll
on
prepare for
over
it better
and
next time.
yeah,
We'll
but I
prepare
like that this is something that we could do. Like that's very cool if we can figure it out. And I'm sorry, I know I'm the only Mac person, but
No, don't feel sorry. I mean, well, yeah, you
You're
should
not.
be sorry about that,
I
but
use
don't
the
be
Mac
sorry
too.
about not figuring.
Guys, we really appreciate you all being here.
Yeah, guys, check out Punch Up Pod.
That's so nice. Thank you. All right, I am gonna mute myself over here on yours because I feel
right.
like yeah.
Guys, we'll see you on Thursday. We're going to be over on Punch Up. Bye.
Okay, so I'm gonna close out of this window. Ta-da! Oh, no, I don't want to do anything. Oh my God, cancel. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Am I?
Are we
Can you
good?
still hear
Our
me?
audio's good?
We should be good, right?
Ready?
Pat,
Do you
I think
guys
we're good.
hear
You
us?
guys there?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I think we're doing okay. All right. So when we last were paying attention, we let's go back to the New York Times, right? Where are we on any updates?
Oh, I've
Did
got
you
an
guys-
update for you guys.
You have a good update?
I have a very good update for you guys.
What is
Tell
it?
us.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
I told you I was coming back. Totally coming back for one more ride, and it's
Oh,
going to be a
God.
lot of fun. We are
God.
about to make America great again.
Again.
in
God.
24 and beyond. We told you.
Can
it
you
was
It's
believe
terrible.
this is where we are? Like, I just honestly, I
Yes.
cannot believe it. I mean,
'Cause
I
look at
know
what
it.
the Democrats did.
Yeah, we're all getting what they deserve. I mean, really,
No,
that's like
it's-
that's where we are.
But you know what? At least what I said, I just said this about him. I called it a long time ago, but what I at least say about him, he's been elected. He won some primary votes. People actually picked him.
Yeah.
She doesn't have that. I mean,
Nothing.
That's a problem.
Yeah, she's going to lose by so many close margins that if they had a more democratic process, that might have been enough. If she changed her policy on Palestine just a smidge, that might have been enough. If she didn't court Dick Cheney, Dick Cheney and these
the Cheney-
Republicans,
Cheney
that might have been
Democrats.
enough.
Can I just say the fact that the one thing I really wanted to see
Wait,
in
Peter, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Is anybody else? I just want to make sure we
Is
get this because
there.
Okay,
Is that
okay.
better?
Oh,
Is that better?
Yeah, because he touched the thing. Yeah.
So the thing that we were just talking about just a few minutes ago, the one thing we really wanted to see in California was Schiff have to run against Katie Porter. And what Schiff did in order to get Garvey as his opponent goes to show you just how filthy corrupt the Democratic Party truly is at its core.
Yeah.
He threw millions of dollars behind this guy to make sure that Porter couldn't win.
Yep.
And all the while, what do you think they did with all the Senate money instead of having to face a challenger like Katie Porter? It lined the pockets of the consultant industrial complex. And that's exactly what they did here in Florida. And the thing that is really telling about this election and why you kind of had the feeling Trump was going to pull it off again, his margins of victory in these states have been substantially bigger than they ever were before. Like the fact that he only won Texas by 6 points in 2020 and is winning it by 14 or 15 points now is just a great example. But on top of everything else, one of the only Democratic senators worth any amount of weight, Sherrod Brown, is done. Now he's out. And instead, what they did was they decided to put a shitload of money behind Colin Allred against Ted Cruz in Texas, and he's getting his ass kicked. So
is he? Oh, the last I saw, okay, I didn't. The last I saw, he was up by a little bit. Yeah.
No, Ted Cruz won the state by about 10 points, and so it just shouldn't.
Ted Cruz, like you, do you like his own people don't like him?
No.
Jesus. Yep. 54 to 44%.
So I really think this election, as much as anything, is really, it is a referendum on the Democrats in a way that I don't think has been done before, but I'm still not convinced that they're going to learn anything from this.
No, they won't. But people will leave the party. They'll implode. They'll gradually
will.
cease to be relevant. That's my prediction. Is like they'll just be less relevant. Not that they'll ever have a come to Jesus moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then what happens? Because there's, I mean, I haven't been able to see the Jill Stein numbers or any of the other third party, right? But what will happen? Because the Democratic Party has become very clearly just the neocon Republican Dick Cheney party. They love it. They welcome all those George W. Bush war criminals. It's all so great. It's a big tent because we love our war criminals. But like, what is going to happen? Like the media narrative is going to continue. It's going to be black men, young people. They haven't even, I've not heard one mention of genocide yet. Not one.
Good luck.
No, because they don't care about that. Doesn't matter.
I think they've tacked so far right already that it actually makes it easier for them to justify voting for all the Republican things that come up.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to have an opposition publicly to a lot of the Republican stuff other than the social stuff, and gay marriage and things that really matter to a lot of people. But like economic issues, we have no representatives left.
War.
I didn't get my lady rights back down here. We didn't pass abortion in Florida, and we didn't pass cannabis.
Well, we did win. The vote was definitely in favor of passing women's.
But we have to do a 60% threshold here.
Right.
But leave it to Florida to fuck it up. It's what.
Oh no, these morons voted for the 60% threshold like 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's really too bad.
I think that the juicy part of all of this is going to be the Bidens are going to have so much to say, so much shit's going to leak about what really went on behind the scenes, about what Kamala's people were doing.
That's going to be excellent, actually. I'm looking forward to that part of it.
I actually am too, because and Jen has been saying this forever and a day, that this really is all just Hillary Clinton pulling the purse strings behind the scenes, that she's the one who's still running the show.
And you can see that we like her just as much now as we did when she offered us herself in 2016.
I mean, this is exactly 2016 all over.
Yeah, but
again.
the discussion,
we didn't have a primary.
I mean, all that stuff's juicy and it'll be interesting, and we'll see the real catfighting behind the scenes. But it's all a distraction from actually talking about policy again. They're still going to make this all about like, oh, should they have pulled the plug on Biden so soon? Did the way they do it not play out? It's all strategic discussion, not, hey, should she have shifted policy position on Palestine? Should she have offered more? She should have
actually gone further right and not talked about any housing credits.
I mean, and they cannot get out of their own way. And so then you have somebody like Clinton stand in Michigan and basically tell people that we know your family's dying, but Israel.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Like, and then they're surprised that didn't go over well.
I can't apologize for that.
That's good. Do you think he was trying to sabotage her at all? Or because we were talking. No, you just think Pat agrees with, I think, your take, which is like, he just thinks he's the old man who knows a lot and he's the statesman and he's going to explain it to all the young, stupid people.
Like Obama did. Same
thing. He puts a story on the same spin that they always are putting out, the same story, the same Zionist spin, but he thinks I can folksy it up to where people will get it.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like when I hear him, especially, I feel like the 90s called and they want their politics back. Nobody's buying your story anymore. And that's and I felt like that when Obama had the nerve. And I know so personally, like that really pissed off Black people.
Yeah, of course.
Like it really did. Like I know people that purposefully, Black people, have voted for Trump because of how condescending and disgusting the Democrats are to them.
Pat and Lila, look at this statement from Coruscant. I mean, that really says it all, especially for Florida. But red state Missouri passes abortion codification, $15 minimum wage, guaranteed paid sick leave. It's like, why does Florida always have to fuck everything up?
Well, we're Florida. And here, no, the one thing is I hope it discourages people from moving here. That I'm hopeful for. We have a serious problem here.
Go back to California.
No, we have people want to talk about, I've said it and I'll say it again. We have an immigration problem here, and it isn't what people think it is. We are having an infestation of Israelis. And when I tell you that it is noticeable, it is noticeable.
Yeah.
I could see that. Yeah.
And it's not pleasant. It is not pleasant. And, people, they talk stuff. People are talking shit about Haitians. Haitians aren't genocidal. I'm not worried about Haitians. We have people that supported genocide freely coming into our country like there's nothing. And we're worried about the Haitians?
I know. And also, I just saw a statistic that over 200,000 U.S. citizens fought in the IDF.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's about right.
I mean, are they going to be charged with anything on their return? No.
I hope so, but you know what? When I tell you that, let's say I think it's close to 1 million people have left Israel. Israeli citizens have left Israel over the past year. About 1 million people.
Yep.
Now, some of them might be going back or planning on going back. I don't know, or whatever. But I am telling you, a huge, sizable chunk of them are here in South Florida, and that is a burden that Florida does not need. We have enough shit. We have enough problems. We don't need genocidal people relocating here. That is the last thing that we need.
No,
I think we need better conversations about the issues that really matter and how we go forward from here. I think a lot of times people are just too scared. If there's one thing I think we can take away from this particular election, is that a lot of people that I think were intending to vote for Jill Stein, they went and voted for Trump instead.
Just as a fuck you.
Yeah. And on top of that, right now, based on the vote numbers that are coming in from your state, Trump might win the popular vote by 2 million votes. Like, he's going to win it, and he's going to win it comfortably. Like, that is a staggering development, and one that really...
Yet I've been saying this for months.
Yeah, it kind of puts them back on their heels in a way that I don't know how they're going to talk their way out of this, because that's what they're looking for. I think right now they're just looking for whatever excuse.
Well, they won't be able to blame Jill Stein.
Yeah.
They're already starting with the Russian bullshit.
Let me tell you, if there was an omen going into this election right off the bat today, was when they had that thing on social media saying that somebody called in a bomb threat in Atlanta and it was the Russians. I said, oh, they're going to lose. They have to lose now.
Yeah.
It's obvious that they're just setting it up. Like, what else could it possibly be?
I mean, they had Newland, right, on with, who was she on with the other day? Was it Maddow talking about it was going to be Russia? I mean, of course it's going to be Russia. In 2022, when Democrats did well, somehow Russia wasn't part of that, but they also weren't part of 2020. They were part of 2016. They're going to be part of 2024. It's like, okay, sure.
It's only when you lose. Reminds me of when George Carlin did the bit about the sports fans always thanking Jesus when they win, but they never blame him when they lose. Like the athletes, like on the field, like, thank you, Jesus, but they don't blame him.
Well, no one's going to be more shocked and not know how to respond tomorrow than the libs who watch CNN and MSNBC all the time.
I know. Their heads are going to explode.
It goes to what you were saying, Peter, about how do they recover their credibility somewhat when they've spun all these narratives that don't work. And I don't think they do. I think they just slowly keep bleeding their audience. And that's why Trump picked up young voters, because young voters don't watch these propagandized TV shows.
And you know what? You're bringing up a really good point. And I said this to Jen last night. Who really puts stock into endorsements? You could maybe make the argument that Taylor Swift's endorsement might have swayed a chunk of voters, but
Joe Rogan's endorsement
definitely made a difference, in my opinion. Now, how you can
Hi,
Oh,
It's the
That's
first time
part of
she's
the
made a public appearance. I had to.
That's a first. Hello.
That's part of the evening.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
That is adorable.
That's a
I've been-
beautiful woofosaur you've got
Thank
there.
you. Trying very hard to get her to be on camera. Good girl. Okay, thank you.
You got part
You're-
German Shepherd in that dog.
I know she's like a little wolf coyote.
I see her. She's
sorry.
got like that shepherd face thing going.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
totally.
sorry, but Coruscant again with an excellent comment. Blue MAGA super chatting that they should do a January 6th. What would that look
Oh
like?
my God. It
What
would be a
would
whole
that-
bunch of men that can't even change their fucking tires trying to pull off a fucking revolution.
No,
I
they're
can't.
they're just fist pumping in the air. They're just
This is what I say. If there's a revolution, I kid you not, the red people are going to kick the blue people's ass.
Yeah, it's not even a fight.
It's
Come on.
not even a fight. I assure you. The red people, not only do they have weapons, they're prepped. The blue people living in high rises on the coast, I assure you, they're not winning a revolution.
I think the more pressing thing now is, the one thing that everyone has always said about Trump is that he's just one of those guys that he wants to be liked. He wants everyone to kiss the ring. If you're good to him, he'll be good to you. Is he really gonna? Is he really going to have a different type of administration? Now, I know everyone has opinions about obviously Tulsi and RFK,
right?
But as far as I'm concerned, if his administration is not going to be stocked with the likes of John Bolton, then you got to try to find the silver linings wherever you can. Now, of course,
But what can I ask you? Why do you think it wouldn't be? I mean, obviously he had him last time.
I don't know that he really knew what he was getting into the first time. And I have no, trust me, I'm not a Trump person. I have no.
I know you guys. I'm just trying to
I do prefer, and I've said this before, the thing about I do prefer about people like RFK and Tulsi, even though I disagree with them on so many things.
Yeah.
Those are both people that speak truth to power and have spoken truth to power, even when it wasn't popular to do so. And RFK is somebody that speaks against corporate power.
Yeah.
And so the idea of having him speaking up in a position where he would have control over big pharma is infinitely more appealing to me than whatever big pharma tool would be appointed from a Kamala presidency.
and that's also the issue with Tulsi more than anything else.
The
is
corporate
because
problem. They speak up to that. I think that's at least, I don't know.
the
It's
the big issue
But-
with Tulsi. No, go ahead.
Well, I just
Go
want
ahead.
to interrupt real quick because I get where you're coming from. He has fought against
corporate like climate
yeah,
stuff,
RFK
or
has for some
corruption
climate
or
stuff,
whatever.
but he's
Yeah.
also dead wrong on COVID. So, when we're mid-pandemic, I don't want the guy dead wrong on COVID running health policy.
Well, no, and I get that, but I don't find him to be authoritarian, right? Like I find him to be somebody that really does think we need to be eating better food and really does think that, there are things that we could be doing health-wise to improve ourselves. And I know that that's not anything we would get with somebody having like a representative from Big Pharma and Big Ag on their cabinet. And, and Tulsi, I have issues with her too. Absolutely. I have issues with her. She is not my person.
Yeah.
But I think that in terms of being taken seriously on the world stage, she's way better than Kamala. I mean, like I can't even take Kamala seriously as somebody that would go overseas and talk to people. How could she even have a conversation with anybody?
Yeah. She would just say, I was raised in a middle-class house. Yes, he is. And I know like he's anti-vax. I know he did, like he says his kids were vaccinated with like the regular stuff. I think that he is concerned about the corruption in Big Pharma. And then he goes down the rabbit hole and takes it too far. And I think it's really dangerous. But the other thing is, I think Biden is really dangerous. Biden killed public health. We don't even have a CDC, right? So like, I guess to me, it's sort of a wash. Like I sort of despise them all, but then I also think what you're saying is that, I mean, God, I can't believe I've sort of become this, but like, we just need to shake it up and do something different because this isn't working.
Well, I think what you get with the left is you get them normalizing bad policy, bad science in their own way, where when you get that from the right, if you do get that from RFK, for example, who I think would be a disaster.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I think
Yeah,
he'd be atrocious for the country, but you'll get the left pushing back on that anti-science part of it. You know, the left is going to hang on to their vax only theory, and
Right.
they're going to defend the
Maybe
vax.
they'll
to
bring
the
back
left.
masks or talk
But
about
you know,
COVID
they should
again.
be incorporating some other stuff. But I think the left wakes back up again under Trump and says, "Oh, we have to follow the science again," which we didn't do for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the same people that were outraged about him building a border wall didn't really complain about it when Joe continued it. I mean,
And
we
by
know
26 EPA laws, like, what are we doing? Yeah. Go ahead.
that's but nobody pays attention. So if Trump was doing that, they're paying attention. So I've
Yeah.
said it before. He facilitates the revolution because he makes the wealthy elitists uncomfortable. And it is only when they get uncomfortable that they even participate and give a shit. Otherwise, they're all going back to brunch.
Yeah.
They won't care.
Yeah. And I also believe that the whole issue with healthcare, whether it's and I like RFK for one specific reason. When he talks about the real economic problem in this country that is affecting us all, it's a huge problem in California. It's a huge problem in Florida. Private equity has completely taken over the housing market. And because of that, and he is the only person who was talking about this, whether it was, I mean, I stayed in an Invitation Home, which is owned by BlackRock. I have firsthand experience with just how bad corporate housing really is. And so because of that, and he's out there talking about BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, if we don't deal with this, like we just did a segment on the live stream when we just finished, the one Democratic Party adjacent group that we like is More Perfect Union, and they do some really good content.
Yeah.
And they were talking about what's going on in Montana and what they have done to housing up there. How it's become another.
It's unaffordable to live in Bozeman.
It's a billionaire's playground now. They've completely turned it into that. And so as somebody who works in commercial real estate, I refuse to do business with private equity. I won't do it. And you have a choice. You can private equity might pay you a little bit more, but they don't give a flying fuck about the community that they're going to destroy. That doesn't mean anything to them.
Zaina had
all
a
about
question
money.
for us. Something about Dems left night, 65% down ballot seats uncontested. Do we think it opens opportunity? Yes, in the right seats.
Yeah.
In the right seat. We were just talking about that. Like
Dan Osborne had a great showing in Nebraska.
Yeah,
He
it's
might
just
not
got to be
win,
the
but,
right seats.
you know.
You're gonna any seat that's like such a red seat. The idea that Dems throw money in it is so stupid and such a waste of time. They throw money at things that they know are unwinnable because they want to feed their consultant class. They don't even care if they win or not. They just like to have the campaigns going.
Regardless
it makes a lot
of
of money.
regardless of what party you fall under, as far as I'm concerned, you have to speak out against this broken system. The system is broken almost beyond repair.
We're just sick of it. People are just sick and tired of it.
Yeah.
And I do think that people like Tulsi and RFK represent that. And not to mention, it's very interesting to me that both of those people were Democratic people. They were both in the Democratic Party and were both basically dismissed. And Trump was more than willing to say, hey, I'll work with you.
Yeah.
That's promising.
It is. I mean, it is. I mean, he's so transactional, but it also just feels like chaos. So you never know what might happen. I mean, you look at so Tulsi left her seat in the DNC to support Bernie. And now she's with Trump. Joe Rogan, right, says, I'm behind Bernie. And now he's Trump.
What does that mean, though?
Giving money to Democrats. And so I think, and I mean, again, and like you guys, and I feel like I always have to preface anything I ever say, but like, I can't stand the right. I'm not right. I don't like any of them, blah, 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 whatever. But like the Democrats they are just step in with the neoliberal neocons. That's it. So like, how do we shake that up?
You can't.
I would never vote for Trump. I would never. But like, I do think it's interesting what's happening.
No, you'll totally vote for me. You'll vote for me.
I mean, look, we've said it. The real change and a real revolution is not going to happen in electoral politics. We're not going to have anything happen there. What we need to do is be focusing on labor, and we need to be focusing on coordinating to have a general strike on May Day 2028. And those are the kinds of issues when we get like groups. Like I noticed when they were at the DNC convention, how so many of the groups, and there were so many different groups they're representing, but they all put everything on the side and they were all about Palestine, even though they all had their own individual issues. Like you had the pro-choice people and you had all the people, but they were all focused on Palestine. And that's what we need. We need not just all the labor unions to have their contracts up at the same time. We need all the organizations to show up for labor, because that's where we have the best bet of making the biggest difference. We need like yellow vest situation.
Yeah.
We do. And
yeah.
I mean, I think we all kind of agree that this gets us closer to that, and Kamala would have gotten us farther away from that.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time Trump won, he was the grenade. Everyone wanted a grenade. Throw a grenade in, fuck up the system. Let's see what happens.
Right.
I don't care. We'll find out. And then he had a shitty presidency. But to come back now, after all this time, when everyone knows what he is and Democrats still can't beat him, is really a pox on their house, unlike the first time. The first time you can understand the Democrat who voted for Trump in a way.
But
well, it's how bad must they be?
Yeah.
How bad must you be that you can't beat a game show host snake oil salesman?
Who's like racist and bigoted and says the most vile shit ever.
And I think he does that. It's such showmanship. And here's the thing. I don't necessarily find him. I find him to be narcissist. I find him to be just all about him and money and whatever that is. I think he's completely transactional. I don't think he has any particular issue with any race or anything. I think he's just about him. And
I totally agree. But he's gross, and anybody should be able. I mean, I know that's what you're saying. I'm like, yes.
However,
no.
However,
I feel like him since the 80s.
But you've
me same.
But you've often said that he is the perfect manifestation and
Yes,
representation.
I do
of our
believe
country.
that he actually does represent this country. He is the perfect representation of this country and what we are in the world.
Which is why they all hate him.
Somebody better, and so I feel like we kind of need to wear that. He is us. I don't see how people like the whole world thinks of us how I think of him.
And I also think, and I think the boomerang is going to get thrown back at them in a way that they didn't see coming. And this time, like I said, I don't know based on these trends. I mean, at some point they're going to have to call these races.
Notice how they're holding out all the swing states. Like,
oh my God, it's crazy. I'm looking. It's still at 0% on so many of them right now.
I just want to check
because it's like the network sweeps. Like they're holding out to the last possible minute to get their bump. But I think that they're holding out because they don't want her to be as humiliated as soon as possible. I don't know. But
the fact that he is up 4.5 million votes in the popular vote, to me, this is something that I think they wanted to be able to at least hang on to. Not only are they not getting it, but it's going to get really ugly. And they're not going to be able to explain this away. There is no Russia here. There is no conspiracy. You are a broken, corrupt party to the hilt, and you will not change. That's what people need to understand. You actually have a better chance of shaking things up in the GOP than you do in the Democratic
I think
Party.
so too.
They have shown, and the point and the reason why it's not going to change is a couple of reasons, which I'd like to get to with you guys. Number one, in the home stretch, when she had to make the difference, especially in the upper Midwest, who was her main surrogate that she's going around with? Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
That's her top person.
That's
You
it.
couldn't think of anybody else to go with you, but no, let's go with her because that makes sense. And then you think about what's going to come in the future with the Democrats. Just look at Michigan, for example, which I hope is the final stake.
I do too.
I really do.
I'm hoping for
that
those
has to
Muslims.
be. Yeah, I agree.
So what is so telling is that when you think about all the things that have happened, particularly under Whitmer's watch, between Flint and Kalamazoo in particular.
Yeah.
Dana Nessel is a fucking criminal as far as I'm concerned.
She is.
And
Yeah.
she is going to be the favorite along with Pete Buttigieg to become the
God.
next governor of Michigan.
Those are going to be their choices.
And that to me says a lot about who's in control of the party. I thought the most powerful thing that happened over the course of this election cycle was Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters speaking at the RNC. That should have shaken the Democrats to their fucking bones, but it didn't.
No, they
All
just got
did
annoyed. They
was
got
tell them how fucking
indignant.
dare
Well,
you do that. It's like, no, that's the
Well, capitalism controls the party now. That's it.
Yeah.
Both parties. And
With donors,
when you
yeah.
can't even, when your party winning doesn't even matter more than the capital interest. Like she couldn't pivot her policy one iota on Palestine.
Even
And
to
that-
lie.
Couldn't
Right.
even
She
lie.
couldn't even make it up.
Yeah.
Right. At least Trump makes it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
she
but so
couldn't
going-
even do that.
But going forward, we're going to have Republican legislation and Dems compromising with Republicans. So we're just sliding hard right. And it's a dead end. You know, Democrats
I think that the selling point, and this is what I would be talking about. I'm actually in the process of moving to the Florida Panhandle within the month. And what I have learned when you speak, even with like successful Republicans, they all almost universally agree that we do not need for-profit middlemen in between us and our doctors. Like the talking point is there.
Yeah.
Single payer healthcare is there.
Yep.
It's just there's never really an attempt to go after them in a very methodical way. In some ways, dare I say, to even become Republicans to do so. The Democratic Party has shown time and again that if you thought it was bad enough what they did to Bernie in 2016, the last 2 presidential election cycles has proven they will take it even further.
They don't
And
care.
This one in particular was so egregious, where they just said, we're not even going to have a primary.
And they need to be punished for that.
Yeah.
That is
And the genocide.
Yes.
And the genocide.
Yes.
Like no
It's like there
primary.
needs to be a repercussion.
And think about
3
what
rigged primaries in a row, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Right? 2016, 2020, and 2024.
And they sit there and
Democracy.
say Trump is the threat to democracy.
Yeah.
You know,
The fact that
yeah.
these are the choices, democracy's already gone. Like if you're looking at these 2 choices, we're already past that.
And
like,
you almost
there's no hope.
And you almost have to wonder, I don't know how much of a difference this would have made back in 2020, but remember, all Rogan said was, yeah, probably Bernie. And then they go fucking apeshit, and Bernie denounces Rogan, and I'm thinking, what the fuck are you doing? And who is telling you to do that?
Who does that?
And that was back then, and he had 10 million views on that live stream.
I wouldn't have even denounced support from David Duke. Who denounces an endorsement? Just because somebody likes you doesn't mean you have to like them back.
Trump's live stream, Trump's podcast with Rogan is going to hit 50 million views. It's fucking insane.
I mean, I'm going to quibble with just like the smallest thing because, I mean, I feel like, David Duke isn't even in this. Like Joe Rogan, even if I don't agree with all this stuff, isn't anywhere close to a David Duke. So
no, but I just hate that people get annoyed by someone else endorsing you.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't control who endorses me.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
somebody who's
Well,
run.
no.
That's annoying as shit. It's not like if you don't take money from them and you're not out there touting their endorsement, you don't need to control who endorses.
Like Kamala should denounce the Cheneys endorsement instead of running with them.
That's an issue.
Yeah.
Well, and then a week after the David Duke thing, when they ran campaigns against Stein on, who was it? Who's the white
Richard
right,
Spencer.
Richard Spencer comes out and endorses her like immediately.
This is the thing. Like this is why I don't hold people accountable for who endorses you unless
you embrace
it, take money, promote it.
Right.
But you can't control who supports you.
Right.
I've learned this, and you shouldn't have to.
Yeah. You shouldn't have to. I totally agree.
No,
I totally agree. But it is just so rich that they made a whole thing about David Duke supporting Jill Stein, and then she gets endorsed by Richard Spencer, which is hilarious. And Bernie went on Rogan. He didn't change his platform. He brought the right over to him, or the disaffected.
Yeah.
The same when he went on to Fox, right? Like, and they pummeled him for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they've got this Yahoo walking around with the Cheneys and honored and 200 ex-George W. Bush war criminal staffers. Like, I mean,
and
it's
our biggest
revolting.
Yeah, and then constantly reminding people that they wanted to pass the Republican immigration bill. We're trying to be as Republican as we can, people.
We're trying to screw the immigrants and the Muslims as much as the Republicans. Don't hold us out.
Are so far right. What are you talking about? And then the other thing was, Trump couldn't even build his wall. We're building it.
We're better. We're better at building the wall.
Yeah.
Big, beautiful wall.
You're Pat, you're the volume person.
Trump.
Oh, you want to hear some audio to go with this?
I don't know. They just said like it's news breaking.
But again, they're still holding out. Looks like they called Georgia. They didn't call
Donald Trump
Georgia on
has
here, but it
now
looks like they
been
called Georgia
projected
there.
to have won the second of seven key battleground states, with 5 more to go. And obviously, the blue wall states, as you were saying, are crucial.
And this is a flip because in 2020,
these people,
Joe Biden won. Now, despite the fact that Donald Trump tried really hard to find those 11,000 plus votes, they weren't there.
Oh, shut the
and
fuck
this time
I
around,
cannot
the
with this
projection that you
woman. I
just
cannot
made is
stand
that
this
they
woman
are there.
in the
plus,
bash.
who knows however many
I call her
votes there
Dana
are.
because she wants to be
So
called Dana.
this is even
Yeah,
more
she doesn't
evident
deserve the correct
why
pronunciation.
we heard the Harris campaign manager, Jenna Malley-Dillon, say to reporters maybe an hour or two ago that the Sun Belt is basically gone. and they're looking at the blue wall, and they're still insisting that it is possible. But this is, again,
2016.
a very bad news for
I mean, we went into the night with a lot of people talking about a potential realignment with both parties. Who would be the mix of people in each coalition? But it's actually looking pretty close to what we know in the past. You have white women voters with no college degree going for Trump in our exit polls. Similarly, with Latino men also going very heavily for Trump in our exit polls. So there's a sense that, like, people did not necessarily go into the ballot box and secretly vote for someone else. The people who in the past voted for Trump came home to Trump.
You know, people will be going through these exit polls and the analysis and what worked for Trump and didn't work for Harris on gender.
But they have it as
back
well.
in 2020. Biden.
I don't know, you guys. It doesn't. I am really wondering if they're. Oh, hi. No, my husband keeps checking in on me because he knows I can't stand being hungry for a second, and he keeps bringing me food.
That's so nice. I know. I'm sitting here
man.
hungry. That's so nice. Good man. Hi,
Josh. What's up, buddy?
Hi, everybody.
This is Jen and Peter.
I've been listening. You guys are amazing.
No,
I
you're really
disagree
great.
with
You're
your
the really
feelings
great
about Kennedy, but I will let it go
Well,
because
Pat agrees with you.
Me too. I'm with you, Josh.
Listen, I have a lot of great ideas that you just haven't really taken into consideration as of yet, and I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you got to do it again. Do it
Say
again.
it again, buddy.
I said that I have a lot of great ideas, and you just haven't listened closely enough. I may be a Kennedy, but I am sure of myself when I say that Donald Trump will make America great again.
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 That is
We're not RFK
awesome.
people. I'm not. We're not. I'm not.
No, but you know
anything
what?
people.
It's like I say, you can take a given issue where, on the one hand, RFK is correct about what private equity is doing to housing in the United States. And in the same breath, he makes a comment about we need to remove all fluoride from water. It's like, can't you just stick with the shit that you actually have a good point
I mean,
on?
again, we're not fans.
But that's why you can't put him in charge of the health of the country. Like, that's a big non-starter for me, because that's
I'm
most
really
important thing.
I'm really worried about the vaccinations and
we have
baby
bird flu.
bears.
Like
baby bears, I'm very, very upset.
I have a problem with that too. The baby bear thing is a problem.
Well, again, all of these things would be completely irrelevant to even discuss if we had a single payer healthcare system.
Well, there
All of this stuff is just so. It's so simple. It's like politics is not complicated. People are complicated. It's like you're trying to explain to them, as I was telling your wife and Pat in regards to California, when you talk about the worst representatives in all of politics, Adam Schiff is right at the top. Here's a guy that literally funded his opponent to make sure that he got to the upper chamber in Steve Garvey. Yet we all know that if he had to go up against Katie Porter, it would have been a fight and she would have had a real chance to win. But no, all the consultants need to get paid. It's not about what's good for democracy. It's about what's good for the bottom line. And Adam Schiff is going to do great things for his corporate donors in the state of California when he gets to the upper chamber, which he just did.
You apparently don't show off Josh ever, huh?
Josh, blink twice if you're held hostage. She had under the table.
Send smoke signal.
I have to be nice to Lila, otherwise I don't get to eat.
I hear that.
Well, as well, nor should you.
Well, eating's important if you want to live. So, yeah.
How long have you been married?
Way too long.
That's like the lamest.
We're getting toward the end.
It's,
There's something to look forward to.
We've been together 32 years. Married
Okay,
in
so
2001.
what year did you get married?
2001.
Okay,
we
so
got married
I've been with my husband since 1991, and we got married in 97.
All right, you beat us by a year for like the relationship because we were 92, but yeah.
So I understand. It's a long time, man.
It's a
long time.
Pat, stay single forever like me, man.
All right, I'm going to go wash Lila's plate.
But he's going to do it in a way that I'll have to rewash before I put it
Of
away.
course.
Let's face it.
I love listening to you all. You're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Nice to
it.
meet you.
Cheers, Josh.
Baby bears. Baby bears. Think about the baby
Yeah,
bears.
no, there's a. I'll look at yeah.
Think about it. They're eating
I don't
the
think
cats. They're
the
eating the
cats,
dogs.
Oh my God. We're so screwed, you guys.
It's kind of amazing that we're here.
Oh, that's right. They did.
Yours.
Yeah. So
Considering, well, just consider.
Wait,
wait.
yes, yeah, I'm missing everybody. Okay, start over. Yeah.
Sorry. No, I just was going to say it's amazing we're here considering how bad Trump ran down the home stretch too. Like you can't even beat that. This guy's trying to lose too.
I actually don't agree. I actually thought that when the race shifted, believe it or not, I actually thought it shifted after the debate because they were so sure that they had it. But I said to Jen shortly thereafter, she was the one who said, we're only doing one debate. And then right after she said, no, we're going to do another. I said, whatever internal numbers they're getting off of this debate, they thought they were going to get, they're not getting them. And now they know that it's not looking good. And that's why Trump held off. And then
I mean, short of the Puerto Rican comment, surrogate comment.
Yeah, the eating the dogs, eating the cats comment.
That was as bad as it was. I mean,
and
that
then
was
somebody got in his ear, whoever it was, just told him, they probably showed him the numbers. Like, listen, this is what people want to hear. This is what they don't want to hear. And then during the last month, the only thing that you could really argue that he did that was perhaps an unforced error was doing the rally at Madison Square Garden. That wasn't a necessary thing to do. And of course, there were, I think even Megyn Kelly pointed out, there was like a big bro fest.
Well, but Trump loves that shit. He loves it. He loves campaigning. He doesn't love being president. He loves campaigning.
Yeah. And if you guys remember when he was president during his first term, he loved to just go out and we went to one of his rallies.
We went to a rally.
And he was the president. And it's like, no, he just
That's the first time in my life that I ever was at a rally with the president. And he was down here. We went. I was just getting ballot petitions.
Two things stood out from, well, actually 3 things stood out from the crowd. How Latino it was.
Yeah.
How Israeli it was.
Well, Orthodox Jewish as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Orthodox Jews.
And then when you think about the crazies in the Trump brigade, and this is Florida, mind you, it's like 5%. Now that 5% could be very loud and very obnoxious, but
that's what gets the news coverage.
Correct.
But that was by no means the bulk of his people.
No.
Not even it was so diverse.
Yeah.
Ages, socioeconomic. I was there. We were just collecting ballot petitions for me to run against Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And that's one thing all the Republicans agree on is they hate her. So I was just there collecting ballot signatures, but it was very diverse.
And speaking of Debbie fucking Wasserman Schultz, she only won re-election here in South Florida by 8 points against a good candidate in Chris Eddy. I got to tell you, she's never been this.
That was as close as it's ever been.
The fact that it's 8 points, and especially in an off-year election, I could see where somebody might think, you know what? Let's go take her out.
Until we get redistricted, I just don't see it.
Yeah,
well, we want it to be you, Jen. We are rooting for you.
You know what, though? But part of me feels like, just like I feel like Trump is the perfect representation of this country, she really does represent this district in the way of, and in terms of the people that really participate and are involved.
Yeah.
That is very low number, mind you.
Yeah.
But she does. I mean, I kind of feel like the people here that I know in that, they kind of deserve her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the only problem, I mean, I agree with you, and then we all get what they deserve.
Right.
Always,
Oh, absolutely.
Right? But it was interesting also, like we showed a couple of the last campaign ads from both candidates. And, the Republican National Convention, if you didn't talk policy or know anything, if you're just like watching the show, which is all any Democrats were doing with the Kamala Joy one, right? It was actually kind of awesome. Like it was a lot of love. There were lots of different, people from all different demographics. There were a lot of women who were talking about how Trump had been incredibly supportive of them. And it felt like, oh, wow, you're really going to put one over on all these people. And then he kind of got back to his feeding the fuck your feelings MAGA crowd. And and he did, the garbage joke, whatever. I mean, that's like a comedian. That's not his policy, even though it's also his policy. But anyway, and that kind of went really in the wrong direction for him. The last ad that they did, and it has Tulsi in it, it has RFK, and it has a whole different tenor. It's like, again, they don't talk policy. I don't believe in any of his policies. I think he's atrocious. But the vibe of it, which is all we're getting from Kamala anyway, was like very uplifting. It was multicultural, multi-age. It was men and women. Like it really felt, and what it just sort of shows you is, of course, the whole thing is just a fucking show for everybody. Yeah.
And that's where some of this crossover is starting to happen. The Republican Party is better at populism than the Democrats are. You know, they're representing, like it or not, people attach their feelings to them easier than they do the Democrats now. I mean, for Kamala to lose, you know, to go from Joe Biden and have less support in the Black community than Joe Biden did as Kamala Harris.
They ain't
I
Black.
can't think of a bigger shit on your campaign. Like, I mean, that right there is like, what? And that means people are focusing on policy, and they're punishing you for not fulfilling any of the things you said last campaign. And they're
I also say that Deborah is
Jen, because I want everybody to hear what you're saying, but I'm seeing a lot of people say that we're getting echo from somewhere. I just want to make sure we handle it before you
do.
Say
I
your,
have
your pearls of wisdom.
I was just going to say Deborah Grossback is one of our patrons. I was happy to see you.
Look at that. Hi, Deborah. I mean, she is like awesome. We love her also. Are you guys all still hearing echo?
I don't.
Okay.
I think it's fine. I think Jen, it's the same thing. Top of the mic thing. I think when you're below it, I don't know. I could be wrong.
Okay.
I don't know.
But I love the look that you just gave to Peter. It was like your echo.
He asked if he could bring something up that I don't want him to bring up.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to. I thought
no. He asked if he could bring something up that I don't want to give. I don't want to give a certain person 5 minutes of airtime because you don't feed a narcissist. And so I don't like to give certain people airtime because even though it's negative, it still feeds the narcissist. So we're going to not.
The point is, the party has shown time and again for the longest time that if you give in, we were saying before earlier on the stream that even if Kamala won, the whole boogeyman concept is not going away. They were doing it during the presumed what looked like potentially a competitive primary with DeSantis and saying how evil he was. It's like they'll always have a boogeyman to bring you back to the herd and tell you, yeah, I know we really suck, but they suck just a little bit more. And so stick with us. It sucks, but it's fine. No, it's not fine. In fact, now I think what's actually happened is Trump really has shifted the map in like a big way because he has a multicultural coalition. Like it's real.
Think about how far we've come. The man who initiated a Muslim ban was just endorsed by the Muslims. How bad must they hate the Democrats? I mean, like
I mean, he didn't do a genocide. Like I'd rather be banned than genocided, right?
Yes.
Like,
well, think about how disgusting is that the Democrats are losing to a demographic that this person banned from our country.
Lila, you know what the other sad part is that all of those wine moms in Sherman Oaks now all of a sudden are going to give a fuck about the Palestinians because Trump is now the one who's going to be in power. And now all of a sudden the Palestinians, we got to do something about that. And
maybe they'll care more. They cared more about the immigrants with
as long as the Democratic establishment gives them approval to say something, they'll say it. Because as long as Kamala or Joe was there, it's like, no, can't talk about it. Not good.
I mean, it is so sad. And all these celebrities who just came out to endorse her, who said zero for
I said
year.
before, I said et tu, Mark Ruffalo. Like, seriously?
I mean, at least like gross. And I can't stand like the digs at Jill Stein and calling her corrupt and it's all so vile. But like at least but at least he's been talking about Palestinians this whole year. But all these people like Beyonce and who are like coming out, like you've said nothing. Well, this party is like we are watching babies exploded in real time every day, and you've said nothing. And now you're going to say to save democracy, we have to vote for this fucking disaster of a person who was so unpopular she had to withdraw. She was going to come in 5th in her own state, and we're going to talk about her saving democracy. It's so disgusting. They have all, it's like Trump has truly ripped the mask off of everybody for the last 8 years.
I'm
Well,
actually appreciative of that,
yeah.
to be honest with
And
you.
and listen, as a former actress, there's only one Susan Sarandon. It's a shame, but she's like the one person who has any real principles, who's just gonna stick to what needs to be done. And I mean, listen, there's some other good people out there, but
Marsha Cross. She's not as like famous or known, but she's
Oh,
an
I know who
actress
Marsha
who, you know,
is.
like
Yeah.
like
Of
there
course.
there's some
There
that
are
like
some people.
high profile people, nope, not willing to risk it.
And the real scary part is the whole thing with Diddy.
Well, they're
that
blackmailing a
goes
shit ton of people to come out and dance for them.
really deep.
Yeah.
Like that is it's probably a lot worse than we think. And as I've said, if there was
Like
no one-
Usher, what was that about?
no one is denying. Everyone's like, no one is denying that Trump was friends with Epstein. But if there was any proof that he was on that island, you better fucking believe
We
that
would have
come
it.
out. That would have been your October or even November surprise. If there was any proof that he was on that island, that would have come out. But it didn't.
But you have to wonder how they're getting celebrity. Like that's the thing. Like what you said about Usher. Like how are they getting people that are seemingly not wanting to be involved to be dancing? Well, what do they have on you?
Now all of a sudden J-Lo's coming out. She was in a relationship with Diddy for a couple of
Oh,
years.
there's got to be. She's definitely in that over her head.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time that he was arrested for having a gun in the 90s, she was with him.
She
I mean,
was there.
I do think that all of this is like a Mossad level, like how you keep all of your people under your control.
Well, and I said the thing about Diddy is that thing will never see a courtroom. I don't know exactly how it ends. I don't know if and when and how he gets suicided or how they do that. But I know that that case will never see the inside of a courtroom.
I doubt it.
There are way too many power money people who have money to lose if that sees the inside of a courtroom.
I will tell you guys this about Florida that will be very interesting in the what you would call the post reflective period in terms of what happens. Florida has always had very unfortunate distinctions. Tonight we added another one to the list. We became the very first state to not codify women's reproductive freedom. It passed in several states, including several red states tonight.
But they don't need 60%, all of those states.
But of course, Florida doesn't do it. But here's the thing. We got very
Sorry. Just key
Did they
race
call
alert
it?
just came up.
They didn't
Yep.
call it, or they're not
They're
calling
not called
it.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
92% with 4
with a 3.5 point lead.
Yeah.
But who cares? Let's continue the same trend.
How about that one? Are they going to call
They're
that
gonna say,
yet?
"Oh, she should have gone with Josh Shapiro."
Of course they will. Yes, go with the bigger Zionists. That's exactly what.
That's what it needed. We
That's-
needed a
that's
bigger
what you
Zion.
Actually, can you are they showing what the race looks like in Minnesota? If that's even close.
Why do you want Minnesota?
I want Minnesota because they picked Tim Walz. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but Minnesota is not. I don't think that was like necessarily something that either buddy was like talking about. They have to have.
No, I
Does
understand.
anybody care? I mean,
But it is Walz's state, right? Like it's kind of interesting.
think.
Right? Yeah.
Right?
you would think.
Well, right now it's trending in Kamala's direction at 63%. But again, it's all right now. I believe would he be? I think he's either at 268 or 269. 269 obviously clinches it because the House will ultimately give it to him.
What?
If he wins Pennsylvania and then he wins Alaska. I don't know if there's any other outstanding, and that's without any of the other swing states. That's all I'm saying.
I actually think that he's going to win all the swing states.
That was your prediction. You
That
said
was
you
my
got more.
prediction. I think he's going to win. I said he's going to win. I think it's going to be big, and I think he's going to win the pop. I think
And
all
right
of it.
now he stands at he is up almost. That is amazing. He's up almost 5 million votes in the.
Yep. He's at 5 million votes right now. Wait, I'm going to switch
that's good.
out my
I'm telling you guys, because Jill Stein has gotten nothing in this election. What that tells me is that anyone who really was thinking of voting third party, they eventually just said, "Fuck it, I'm voting."
Yeah, there
I've had
must be.
enough.
Well, I've always said there's definitely the undercounted Trump vote.
Yeah.
And there's no secret Kamala vote.
right. People are super proud about that, Joy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is where we are now. That map is blood red.
So they called Georgia. They called, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is very close to being over. You know, again, in Pennsylvania, the only thing that really matters is there any type of a sizable vote share that hasn't been counted in Philadelphia? That is the only thing that is holding this
You mean
back.
Pennsylvania?
Well, no, the vote count in Philadelphia is the only thing holding it back from calling it for Trump in
I see what you're
Pennsylvania.
saying.
That's it. And so
I like how they made Georgia extra red.
I know. I'm looking why that is. Oh, because it flipped. Yeah.
it's a flip. Yeah.
Oh,
that's right.
good
It's a
for
flip.
them.
Yeah.
The distinction.
Because I mean, it probably wasn't great that it started off lying about the $2,000 checks. Like, imagine.
I was just going to say,
yeah,
maybe lying about those checks didn't play very well with people.
Maybe not.
That was actually one of the good things that Trump did. Remember, he had lost the election, and then he still was able to get those checks out before he got out of there. And I'm thinking, well, that was nice of him to do that. But remember, he probably always had it in the back of his mind that if he did lose, he was going to run again anyway. Like, he was determined to get that second term. And now, if ultimately he does clinch this in the next hour, which it kind of looks like is where it's headed, he will have historical distinction. He'll be the second president in our country's history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms.
Do you think they'll certify it? Do you think the Grover Cleveland?
was
Oh,
the first.
thank you.
Do you think that they'll certify it? Do you think that this Jamie Raskin thread of we won't certify it?
You
Like,
never
do you
know.
think
I mean,
that's going to do anything?
this is
They'll
turning
certify
into
it.
such a landslide that I don't know how the hell they could ever that they could dispute. I mean,
Well, that's what
maybe
that's
they are
why
that insane. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows?
I hope.
But it really is a referendum on this entire system. This isn't just about the Democrats. Like, it's such a referendum on the system. And from the very beginning, we said this on the podcast when he said in his first 100 fucking days, the parliamentarian says, I can't do it. It's like, oh, that's it. That's the end of your presidency.
Well, and this is what I would say to people who even argue the lesser of two evil things about it. It isn't even about that. These people, let's say I believe that they've been working tirelessly to get a ceasefire in Gaza. Let's say I believe that.
Well, yeah.
Well, then they're the most incompetent people that I can imagine ever.
You really
If
want
you've
have to
been
pick
working tirelessly
which
for
way.
that for this long,
Yeah.
and you haven't done it, then you suck so bad. So then why would I ever support? You're so incompetent.
And that ties to every issue. Abortion rights. You lost abortion rights. So I'm going to vote for you to save abortion rights when you didn't even put up a fight. You did nothing. You've offered nothing. All you've said is send me a bill and I'll pass it. Like, that's
Vote harder. We need 2 more Democrats. And when you all do all of it, I will sign it. Thank you. For the
The moral of the story is people don't move to Florida.
Jenna Colby says 70 degrees at 1 a.m. in Pennsylvania in November.
Right. Nothing to see here. We're not having a climate situation. Nothing
And
to
as
see
I-
here.
We're not going to ban fracking.
No.
That's the climate vote, is the woman who says she's
And
not going to ban.
I don't know where you guys stand on this, but I am an advocate for nuclear power. And the reason I'm an advocate for nuclear power is twofold. Number one, it is a primary energy source that can get us off of coal and natural gas, fracking. And then on the other hand, when you think about all of the lobbying money that big oil spends on Capitol Hill, they don't spend it on stopping solar and wind. They sure as hell spend a lot of money on propaganda saying we can't have nuclear. It's going to be Fukushima. It's going to be Chernobyl. It's going to be 3 Mile Island. It's all that shit. And to me, always follow the money. If the money is telling you not to do something, then chances are that's what you need to be doing. That's where I stand. And
No,
I don't know enough about it, but I've heard so. I mean, I
a lot of the
understand
fears
that.
of
Yeah.
a lot of the fears against nuclear are based on large plants, and they have a smaller model with lots of small plants and different technology.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on it myself, but I understand. I definitely understand the argument of like, hey, I saw a lot of TV commercials against this bill. I'm going to vote for that bill because that's where the money is. You know.
Yeah.
Vote against the money. Almost
The one
every
thing.
time.
The one thing I want to hold over the Democrats' head, if however which way we're able to get the information, I want to know in the state of Florida how much of the financial infrastructure was spent on Kamala's ground game versus on Amendment 4, women's reproductive freedom.
Yeah.
They spent this entire election cycle saying basically 2 things. We're not Trump, she's a woman, or 3 things. We're not Trump, she's a woman, and women's right to choose. Okay, well, let's see what you actually did here in Florida, because you got that close and you didn't win it. You had to have done a lot of polling to know for sure where you stood and how much money you needed to do in terms of ads and where you needed to get the votes out. And you didn't do it. And you lost this state by 14 points. Please tell me how much money was spent on Kamala's ground game versus how much was spent on Amendment 4. It's probably going to piss a lot of people off if we find that out. Just saying.
Yeah.
And the consulting class.
Yeah.
Reeks of the Clinton Foundation stuff and the Clinton Global Initiative and how they tied in the money with the candidates and
anything else.
Okay. So based on what we're seeing right now, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he's the president. So
well, I'm looking at the New York Times map right now. Let me just put it up here so we can all be looking at the same thing. 1 second.
I'm going to be right back.
Yeah. Okay. So there's not that many states that haven't been called yet, right? So Nevada, he's up. That's a 6 electoral vote state, and 68% of the votes are in. Arizona, it's pretty much tied with 54%. So let's just
again, the only thing that matters about Arizona is what is the vote count in Maricopa County, which is the Phoenix metro area. That is all that matters. If that, depending on where the votes are, that's okay. So
can you see that? Sorry, because I'm on a different screen when I'm doing it. Can you see what I just highlighted?
So 56% of the vote in Maricopa County has been counted. So it's still too early in Arizona to determine where it's going to go. You've got these pockets in the western part, the southwestern part of the state, which runs into these border areas with Mexico, where obviously immigration is a huge, huge issue.
Right.
Pima County, I believe that's where Tucson is. Yeah, that is where Tucson is.
Yeah.
So you've got 55% reporting. So and maybe it's going to be closer than one would think. And I think part of that reason is because Ruben Gallego is very likely going to defeat Carrie Lake for the U.S. Senate seat.
I think that's already been called. Maybe.
Yeah, he did. Carrie Lake lost.
Yeah.
It hasn't been called yet, though. I don't know why.
Okay.
We had the call earlier, but maybe
he's got he's got a 10-point lead. They predict the polls may not be correct, but the polls going into Arizona had Trump with a slight, like a 3-point or 4-point edge in the polls, but Gallego was up on Carrie Lake by like double digits. So, I'm totally the best person at picking candidates to run for office, believe me.
Yeah.
Carrie Lake, you want to talk about a person who absolutely was catching a meal ticket off of Trump's ass? All the way. Maybe she'll get another TV. That's what she's going to do. You want to know what she's going to do once she loses? She'll get a job on Fox News or OAN, something like that.
No, she'll get a job on MSNBC, and they'll be happy to have her. Nicole Wallace. Thank you, Chaya Little Medita. We appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, no, Carrie Lake is actually very loyal to Trump. So I think she'll get something with like a Fox News or an OAN, and she'll see if there'll be an opportunity at some point in the future to run for a congressional seat in Arizona. That she'll probably do. That I could see. But I think that this is as much a fuck you to the Democrats than it was probably in 2016. Because I think
so too.
Yeah, they just didn't really know what to expect. And
I'm thinking long term here too. Democrats are going to take the wrong lessons. We all know that. But post Trump, if Trump has brought in some new people to the Republican Party, right? He's made headroads with black voters, Hispanic voters, young people. So take away the parts of Trump that are disgusting to a lot of people and have a reasonable sort of Republican fill that role next. And the Democrats are in real trouble because they're going to run as that reasonable Republican themselves.
The other thing you have to remember is that one of the more positive aspects of Trump's first term is that he did do some pretty good stuff related to criminal justice reform. What if in this term, he is an advocate for, let's say, something like, tuition-free trade schools? We're totally going to teach you how to do a job. You're going to do a really great job.
You come
and
work
we're
for
gonna pay
me.
You come work for me. It's going to be great. And he's the type of fucking guy who would just do that just because he wakes up one day and says, we totally got to get. It's like when he first walked in. Can't we just give everybody Medicare? Sorry, Mr. President, it don't work that way. Well, this time you just don't know.
Right.
Listen,
We just don't know.
I would be the one telling Trump right now, end the war in Ukraine and end the genocide in Gaza. They will build fucking statues for you all over the world.
And I think he does want to be liked. I do think the fact that he took that endorsement from the Muslims, I do think that gives him pause going forward with this. I do think he sees that this was a big issue and that it matters. And I do, whether he does anything about it.
Yeah.
96% reporting in Pennsylvania. Trump has a 3-point lead and they will not call it. Of course. And this again gets back to this whole idea of you are sealed. If there is one thing, win or lose, that Trump was going to accomplish, and now he has really accomplished as a result of what looks like going to be his second non-consecutive term, corporate media is dead. Like it's dead.
Yeah.
Good.
And
good riddance.
And may it be dead and buried. May the shows that we do,
she'll
right. join the View.
Well, and the other,
Let her.
because she's going to go away.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Right.
Oh, hey, Peter, so people have been asking, what's your @ on Twitter? Just really quickly so I can put it up here.
What is
It's
her?
at Mar-a-Lago. That's my Twitter. You can check me out over there. No, it's Peter Hager _KW. But I don't really use Twitter.
No, our Twitter. What's our Twitter?
So at Generational Change.
Yeah.
Oh,
at
okay,
Generational Change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody's asking about your Twitter.
Well, I was because people were. I'm just saying.
Oh, he doesn't really put, but it's his personal. He doesn't really. Yeah.
At Generational Change.
Make sure to subscribe to Generational Change on YouTube and Spotify. That's what.
Okay. Wait, but I just want to make sure. 1N Generational Change.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. YouTube and Twitter. There we go. Yeah. Okay.
That's us.
Sorry. Wait, and I know he had something really important to say. He had to go to the bathroom. So now you use
me on social media. So for people will say, hey, we talked on social media. I'm like, I haven't been on social media in like 4 years, but okay. I enjoy my
send
life.
Jen pictures. That's Peter. That's Peter.
That's what I tell people. People will tell me, they're like, well, we had this conversation. I'm like, no, you and Peter had a very nice conversation. I got off of social media when the people were they're too mean. People are too mean.
Yeah.
And I don't need that negative shit in my headspace. And if somebody has something to say to me, like I say, I'm Gen X, come say it to my face.
Yeah.
Bring that over here. We'll talk about it. I don't need to get involved in your bullshit online.
Yeah. I don't do the fight stuff. I mean, I'm on Twitter every day, way too much, but I don't get into all this stuff. Oh my gosh, she's going to do a whole thing right now.
Yeah. They already said that Kamala's not going to speak tonight, no matter what.
Oh my God.
Of course she can't. She can't speak. Like, I don't think anybody who's not capable of having a conversation with someone like Joe Rogan is qualified. If you're not capable of sitting down and doing an interview with a regular person and having an interview, we don't need you anywhere. We just don't. There is no use for you here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're going to be president with no depth. I mean, we get that with Trump, but that's built into it. He's still the grenade guy. Who cares? Yeah. But as a Democrat, you're supposed to understand the breadth of issues and fight for us working class people. That was our Democratic mantra, and it's gone. It's long gone.
Something I talked about before, just see how you guys feel about this. I'm sure you think it's also disgusting, but like, how dare people like Kamala and Obama and these people over the past months be asking for donations, for small dollar donations from grassroots people when you're also taking corporate money, like you're playing both. I find that so infuriating and disgusting.
Over $1 billion.
Anybody
who
like
sent
10
her money today
is a moron. I'm sorry. Any regular grassroots person that sent her money, knowing that she takes corporate money, is a moron. That's what I think. That is so ridiculous. No, she won't make a concession. I don't think she will. I know, like, it's one thing, like, if you're grassroots, yeah, you have to solicit small dollar donations. That's what you have. You're all that. But when you're taking corporate money, how dare Barack Obama sit there on an ad and ask people to send $5, $10, people that are busting their asses? It's so disgusting.
Blame them then for not voting for your right-wing candidacy. It's so vile. Yeah.
I just think we are, well,
yeah, there's that.
But that was, would take them so long to call that one.
But that also begs the question, like Peter was saying earlier. So let's say hypothetically Kamala won, but then this is what Congress looked like. Okay, so then what?
She would just
then
be
what
like, "What's the border bill? Here, I already got your border bill. I already got your genocide. I already got your no health care. I already got your fracking." She was all set for her. Like, she loves them. She was gonna what's her face? Liz Cheney was gonna probably be her Secretary of State or Defense or whatever. All right.
Just what people wanted after coming off of Joe Biden, who said, we'll work across the aisle, and we saw it not work for 4 years.
I mean, it actually worked perfectly.
It worked perfectly,
for them,
right? Yeah.
But like people say that working cross aisle by bipartisanship is inherently good. Not if you're
it's
looking
fucking
for
evil.
bad shit.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting. I'm so tired of that. And all they ever do is say that they want better Republicans while they fight as hard as they can to crush the left. That's their whole deal. Like, they hate us.
It also looks like Michigan. It also looks like what's her name is going to lose Michigan. What's it, Slotkin?
Yeah, if there's one Democrat that I really want to see lose, it's
Ugh.
Alyssa Slotkin. And we don't need a CIA spook in the U.S. Senate.
Awful. I agree.
Could have had Hill Harper, but no.
I'm looking right now. Michigan, she's down by 5 points right now with 61% of the votes. And okay, Pat, I know you're like our fun bringer, our joy, our bringer of fun and joy.
That's a sad state of affairs at this point.
No, that's really good. Do you want to? Should we spin the wheel? You want to?
We should spin the wheel. I don't even have my bowl, but we should still spin the wheel.
Okay, wait.
Put the wheel up, and we'll give it a whirl.
One thing and present another thing. 1 second. There's a lot of stuff. I also have to.
Yeah, I've never had so many windows open at one time on this computer.
Bathroom so bad.
That's what I had to go do. I've been sitting here since 8.
Oh my God.
I was on.
You haven't gone to the bathroom since then? Oh, that's what you just went to
now
do.
when I just went. I went. That was my first time since 8.
Wow.
My time.
Wow. I haven't gone either, and I have the weakest bladder, famously, in podcasting.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked you didn't. I went once.
Well, okay. So my husband's a urologist, and one of the things that I don't know if you remember this, but like when you have a baby and you get the catheter in the hospital, if you have an epidural and you have to have a catheter, and I remember, like, to me it was like the best thing ever. You mean I never have to get up to go to the bathroom? That's like the coolest thing ever. And so I've often joked with my husband, I'm like, just hook me into a catheter. I'll never need to get up and go to the bathroom. So I kind of get that.
I'm totally into that. And when, like, at the beginning when people were taking COVID seriously and we had to go see my older son's graduation, and we were going to do it in a parking lot at the Rose Bowl, but I was so worried I'd have to go to the bathroom, and I didn't want to have to go inside the bathroom. And we got like a plastic little urinal for me, which I never used, thankfully, but it's still in the garage just in case it's there.
Just in
so
case.
I might bring it for our next election live stream because I'm dying. Okay, here we go. Spinning.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Wait, that's a different wheel. You guys have a new wheel.
Oh, look at this. We've got
Ask me anything.
we got a few more people here. We got
Ask me
we got
anything
an
ask
me
them anything.
Yeah, we got so let's leave that thought in people's heads so you can think of something you might want to ask of Jen or Peter, and then I'm just going to spin it again while you're all thinking, and we can come
That's cool.
Yeah, baby.
See, and I'm going to but that's okay. I'm making your head. But normally when I'm watching you guys, I do partake when you do. Like I do. I make a special point to even get up and walk across the room. I don't allow myself to have water pipe near the bed.
Yeah, baby.
There we go. Oh, Pat, look at you. Let's go. Let's see it.
This
Pat.
It's
Make it a long one so I can go pee.
I know. I'm like, can I go pee in a minute 17? Lila, you got to hold
You
the fort
can.
down. I'm running.
No,
Let's
I'm
go.
running.
Get the fuck out of here! Oh no!
Hey! Where are you going?
Bombastic side-eye, criminal offensive side-eye.
I just love.
That's so funny. I like the bears. The bears is
bears
good.
are so cute.
Bears are good. I actually
Bears are
did
awesome.
recently- Have you ever seen a picture of a bear with no fur?
Oh yeah, I have a whole video of that. I should show it one time. It's creepy of all the
so
different
weird.
animals without the skin, the fur
Yes.
removed.
To me, bears are so freaky looking without fur. Like they are so freaky.
They really are. They look like just giant rats. I mean, obviously.
Yes,
but,
they look like giant rats. Not. It's
I used to live in
really
Tahoe,
weird.
so we saw bears all the time, and
They're such beautiful creatures.
they really
are.
are. But if
Yeah.
you're really close to one that's like touching a tree and clawing or something, like it's scary how like you feel really powerless. You know,
Yeah.
like
Oh,
if
it'll
it wanna
just have
do,
its way
you're
with you, and you'll have no
done.
control.
But they're all domesticated when they're coming near people. I mean, the ones that in Tahoe at least, you're completely safe, but don't.
But
be
you're
an idiot
talking about
tourist.
brown bears. Brown bears.
Yeah, not the black bears are the ones that are the brown bears. Tahoe's got black bears. Brown bears are the ones I think that are
They have
really the ones that are.
Okay, because black bears, that's what we have in North Carolina is black bears. And they don't really mess with people. Not really. I mean, they'll mess with your food and your bird feeders, but like they really don't mess with people if you don't mess with their cubs.
My favorite one was definitely the grizzly bear that came running towards the swing. And he
likes
it,
it, yeah.
But then he eventually gets on it, and you just see.
I feel bad for people whose recreational paraphernalia gets used by wild animals.
Well, that's also the thing about our Western expansion that we've done.
You should
know?
see what a moose can do to a swing set.
Yeah. I mean, down here in Florida, we have
Not
you know,
moose.
we have wild boar, we have bears.
We don't have them in South Florida, though.
No, but North Florida especially. But this is the thing about
we have 3 species of monkey. Currently, Florida now hosts 3 different species of monkey.
And that's also the thing about where are humans really supposed to where are we supposed to live? Since I don't have Peter, have you spent any time anywhere in California? Yes, I have. Only in Southern California, but I have been to several places. I've been to LA a handful of times. My favorite place in California, bar none, is the Joshua Tree National Park in Palm Springs. Really, really loved hiking that park. It was like a 7-mile hike. Really had a great time doing that. California, from an East Coaster, is a place that I love to visit, but I would never live in. That's how I look at the state.
No offense.
And I will say for both of you guys, the best part about LA, in my opinion, will always be the food. Best Mexican or Tex-Mex, whatever you want to call it, and the best Japanese I have had.
Sushi here is pretty
Is
awesome.
in Southern California.
And surprisingly, in the valley, which isn't close to the ocean, which I mean, I know it doesn't have to be, but like in the valley is where some of the best sushi is, which is so
Well,
funny.
you know, unfortunately, because of where all the places that are getting gentrified at this point, you know, when you've got, you know, Whittier, when you've got even, you know, Englewood, you got such a great food truck game in Southern California.
Yeah.
And so they set up shop in a lot of these places. And who doesn't love street tacos, especially street fish tacos?
Yeah, I like fish tacos.
That's where you want to go. And it's so great. And I love sushi. You know, I'm mostly pescatarian. And so I just want to, I mean, I can eat it all day.
I see people are curious about monkeys in Florida. It is very interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
Monkeys in Florida.
We have 3 species now that live here.
Oh, wow.
3 completely different species of monkeys reside in Florida at this moment. None of them are indigenous. None of them are from here.
So what does that mean?
It's weird. So one of the ones that we have down here in South Florida, they're called vervet monkeys.
Okay.
V-E-R-V-E-T. They're vervets. And they started out down here as part of this like sideshow circus many, many years ago. And a bunch of them have just thrived and lived really well near Port Everglades. And so there's like this whole colony of vervet monkeys. We also up in the west coast of Florida have rhesus monkeys, which is RHESUS.
I sorry. I was like, they're racist? What?
No,
Yeah,
that's
that's what I said.
racist.
That's totally
Like,
it.
it's
No.
not Reese's, but it looks like Reese's. But
But
anyway,
yeah.
we have those, and now we also have spider monkeys that are living in the springs areas up in the northern Florida when you go through the springs, and they're not scared of people, and they literally will like come down the trees while people are like kayaking by, and there's like all these spider monkeys now. And none of them are indigenous. They're all just because they live well in the environment. Like they can thrive in the environment. But yeah. Oh, Florida is like, we're like Jurassic Park now. Between the iguanas, the gators, we're the only place that has gators and crocodiles in the same place.
That's crazy to me. That's actually crazy to me.
Jenna told me, please don't.
When I first went there, my very first, Josh grew up in Florida in Sarasota, and the first time I went there, and we went to one of the national parks, and we were on our little kayaks. Josh and I were in one, and his parents were in another, and we're just like going or whatever. Not, I don't even know because I'm so bad with all this, like kayak or canoe, and you just see all of a sudden these like little eyes poke up, and you know that if my oar had by accident hit a crocodile or an alligator, that would have been the end of us, right? But you don't know.
It depends. It's for the most part,
yeah,
it's gators, and for the most part, they're more scared of us than we are of them. Gators are not
Everybody
really
always says that,
necessarily
really.
aggressive.
Okay.
Crocodiles can be aggressive. And the other thing about crocodiles is they'll go in the ocean, they're saltwater. And so we actually will have crocodiles, not just in the Everglades where they're primarily, they will swim around. We've had not that long ago, since those hurricanes, there was a crocodile swimming around off Dania Pier, which is right near us.
It's like
Sharknado at the beach. Crocodiles swimming around the beach.
Oh, come on.
Oh, but it's very true. We're also having an inordinate amount of bull sharks in our inland waters now. We have a whole bunch of bull sharks that are now in our inland waters. So people that do stand-up paddleboarding and all that inland in the freshwater, you get bull sharks now.
He's going to bed. He's depressed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, he would have been depressed either way, but like he's taking an Ambien and going.
I hear you.
Bye time.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't live near bull sharks and
he doesn't live near bull
gators.
sharks.
Give him something to be happy about.
Yeah, there's something to be happy about.
Exactly.
Everyone's saying good night. We had a request for the Onion video, which actually did a nice little spoof of the Steve Kornacki people on our
Dude, freaking the shit libs were all they're all saying, oh, do you see how biased Steve Kornacki is? I'm like, oh my God. The lengths that they go to try to, like, if you do not fit into their perfect worldview, it shatters them. Like, it shatters them. It really
they really have no response except for Russia. I mean, Republicans are the same. Although I will say that I don't see Republicans in power just deriding their own voters the way Democrats
not at all.
Never. I don't see that.
They fear
Not
their
at all.
voters.
Yeah, not at all. All right, so we're gonna take a little timeline cleanse kind of moment just to see this the Onion video.
Okay.
New polling out this week shows a tight race in a handful of hotly contested swing states. Joining me now to break down the numbers is ONN's Jason Copeland at the Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, let's go even closer. Zoom in a little bit more. Right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now, I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the rib cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden, out of Erie, Pennsylvania, out of the solar system to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is a big map. Thank you, Jason. Coming up next, the Trump campaign is in full-on damage control after footage leaked of the candidate being extremely rude.
In perilous times of great uncertainty, across every corner of a helpless world filled with terror and lies, the truth will be shouted by the only cable news channel you can trust. This is news without mercy. This is the Onion News Network.
News from.
That's
where we
so
should get our
funny.
news from.
That was
I mean,
so freaking funny.
They've been so right on about so much stuff. Like Israel, like people will post Onion headlines from 10 years ago talking about, genocide and, the shield that they had to kill that was a 1-year-old baby or whatever. Yeah. It's really sad when the Onion does better news than our actual sources.
Well, look, we've had this for a while where we go to our comedians for news and our news for comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah. My God. SNL is going to be so insufferable with 4 more years of Trump. Just the blasé, corniest. I mean, I don't watch him anymore either, but like all the talk shows will have the same boring shit.
Low hanging.
I mean, he'll be entertaining himself with his tragedies, but
yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? If Bill Burr is going to host on Saturday, I hope he just fucking goes off screen.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's good.
That's good.
Yeah. See, now he's
good.
You're all a bunch of fucking morons. You
He's
don't
good.
understand.
He's good.
You think Trump's bad? How the fuck do you lose to him again?
Yeah.
He's gonna have his.
But I mean, it's true. And, Democrats did the whole Russiagate thing, which was a total lie, instead of doing any kind of introspection, but they like their money better than they like winning. So what do you like? I don't know. Like, how do you fight that? Honestly, how do you fight that?
I don't know. We got cat ass.
Yeah.
I know. There's a lot.
a lot.
You got a lot.
I think we need to continue to focus on what actually matters, which is we have a broken economic and political system. The only way that we are going to fight our way out of this is through labor, and how we continue to coalesce, even with people that we may not necessarily agree with. And look, there's a lot of people in labor that support Trump. It doesn't mean that they will not support the causes and the issues that I would like to think, significantly agree on, especially as it relates to healthcare, especially as it relates to economic opportunity. Like I said, I think tuition-free trade schools is a big one that I think we could get them on. There's a lot of things out there that could make the difference.
They won't call it though, right?
Yeah, he's got a 3-point lead.
I think, right?
It's still sitting
6-point.
They're not calling it though. Like they're really holding out the swing states. I'm surprised they called Georgia and North Carolina at this point. But
Wisconsin is at 90%. He's got a 4-point lead.
This is silly.
I mean,
Pennsylvania, 93% in. Michigan
Trump's now got a 1-point lead in Arizona.
You only have like half in Arizona, but still, I think he's going to win Arizona. I thought that one was going to be his. Their biggest issue is immigration. I think that is just, I didn't see Arizona as close of a thing as
he's going to win Arizona, Nevada.
He's going to win all the swing states. He's going to win all the swing states.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's over.
Trump,
They're just not
it
going to
looks like
call it.
Trump is going to potentially win a congressional district in Maine. That did happen back in 2016. I believe it was the 2nd district. Yeah, the GOP currently holds a 25-seat lead in the House. Again, there's a number of House races, as you know, to be called in California, so that's going to narrow the lead. Can't really say for sure by how many at this point. But yeah, and Nebraska's, I guess that's the one congressional district that the Democrats had their sights set on.
Is that why they're showing that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Why would they think they would get? First of all, it's one vote.
It's a weird thing in Nebraska.
Like, not who cares about Nebraska as a people, but like, why would they focus on that as a?
Did they think it was like indicative of how the nation was going to go?
Trump.
They did. They just called Pennsylvania.
I think they did. If that is an indication? Oh no, I think that's confusing. Yeah, you shouldn't put that up like that. I thought that's what they did.
None of this has been good since Tim Russert died.
94% of the vote is in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump is up by 2.5 million votes. Or 2 million votes. So he's 51% right now to 48. How come we can't hear this, Pat?
There's no miracle. They're not coming back.
Yeah, but how come we can't hear what they're saying?
Oh, I haven't muted.
I didn't know if it was on my.
We got a long way to go, and sometimes Nevada takes days. It's possible he'll even add Nevada to the 2016 map. Now we're not done. But this is a very impressive map for Donald Trump.
Not
done. I shouldn't have waited until 1:35 in the morning to do this, Jake. But as you know, we're on television. There's a great team of people here that you can't see, working the cameras and everything else. I have a great new media team that helps me with the Magic Wall. I want to show you one of the things the Magic Wall team, the new media team, came up with as we look at these votes. So your challenge in Wisconsin, right? The vice president has to turn around Donald Trump's pretty big leads. I shouldn't say pretty big leads, 125,000. Wisconsin, 2 elections in a row, decided by 20,000 votes and change. His lead, 90% of the vote in, is 125,000. That's a landslide in current day Wisconsin. We're not done yet, but our team has come up with a great way to look at this. So you're looking at votes over time, right? And what is the challenge for the vice president? Well, the vice president needs to narrow the gap, but go back to the beginning. Trump was ahead early. Harris got ahead of him. They kind of danced together for a while. And you see this flat line as we go. We've moved 1 a.m. You see 1 a.m. down here. The only way for her to win is to close those. Not happening.
Gee, thank you.
It's not been happening for a long time. That's Wisconsin. Let's move over to battleground Michigan. Same thing. She starts off way ahead. He comes up. They're competitive. He pulls ahead. And again, you're going, we cross past midnight to where we are now after 1 a.m. Pretty much a straight line across, meaning what? She's not narrowing the gap as more votes come in, right? Which you're trying to come back. It's pretty simple to look at home. So there's those two there. And let's come over to the biggest of them all, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Closer.
We're going to get all those like game theory. Hillary could still win. This is how, remember all that? Like, who was that guy who used to do that? Seth somebody? I don't know.
In a straight line across, but the red line has stayed on top all the way across. That's close, 51 to 48. But she, that's close. But she needs it to narrow even more. Just a different way to look at it is just to see you're trying to find the trajectory. And is there any possibility that's going to close? And at the moment, there's no evidence that those lines are coming closer together. Closest in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But again, Donald Trump at 51%, 191,000 votes ahead with 94% reporting in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just want to go back in time. Beginning of the night. I said she's the variable. Her first time on the national ballot as the presidential nominee. He was the constant. Not in my lifetime. 3 elections in a row, the same Republican nominee for president. Well, Donald Trump getting 50%, 51% right now in Pennsylvania. In 2020, he was a 49. In 2016, he was a 49. Trump was the constant, right? The question, Democrats always said Trump can't get to 50 in the battleground states. So you have to eliminate the third-party candidates and just get above him. Just get above 49, get 49.5. Well, Trump tonight blew that part up, at least where we are right now, because he's above 50 in Pennsylvania. He's above 50 in Michigan, where he was at 48 again. And you go back to 2016.
Wow.
48. Trump was a constant, except this year he grew. He's growing anyway. We don't have the final numbers right now, but he's above 50 there. And then in battleground Wisconsin, I won't go back and forth again through it again, but he was a 47, 48, 2016. 2020, and there he is about 50% with, again, this.
You know what I think's interesting? Our bingo card. We're not hearing any of that.
Yeah, you're right.
Not a word of it. Like, it's all just like
Interesting.
talk about how the Democrats played what they did. It's not like, oh, they should have appealed more to black voters, or abortion
Garbage.
should be waived. We're not. None of this talk is here.
Yeah. Well, if it is true, and Fox has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump,
That doesn't mean it's so, but it is so
But
anyway.
assuming that it will hold. If Fox is accurate, you would like to think that they at least have somewhat of an inside, track on this. If Pennsylvania has been called for Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. So there you go. Happened again.
Happened again. 100% the fault of these asshole Democrats, and they're going to blame us, even though, from every single moment of it, we've had to fight for everything, right?
Well, you know what I say? Embrace it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. When people
Embrace
say
it.
to me, like, that a vote for Stein is like a vote for Trump, I'm like, all right.
Good.
Yeah.
Let it be.
First of all, I find it sanctimonious that there is this assumption to these people that she is the lesser of the two evils. I don't know that I believe that. I don't
agree
know.
with you.
Evil is evil. I honestly think we're probably better off with 4 years of Trump than 8 to 12 years of Clintonism. I don't think we can survive that.
I agree. If only because half the country and the corporate media will actually start reporting on at least a few things, which they decided not to.
Yeah.
But it's all awful. Like, none of this should be happening, right? 20 years ago, we should have taken climate seriously. We should have, and by the way, we're just ignoring that COVID is still infecting 1 million people a day. Long COVID is going to decimate the workforce. I mean, even if you don't care about people, it's going to decimate people. They don't even have a cure for it. People are dropping out. We don't have any, health care to try to take care of it. We're not sending money to try to develop any kind of cure. And now we have bird flu, which is actually going, like, that is way more lethal, and it spreads faster, and they're not even talking about it.
No, you always talk about the soil.
Oh, it's a huge, we're poisoning ourselves. Well, and that is, look, at least RFK is talking about our food source.
I mean,
we've got serious ag issues here, and that's big ag is one of the big that's one we don't ever talk about as much, because we talk about big pharma, military, industrial complex, the Israel lobby, but big ag is a big problem.
It is a big problem.
And that is something that, if we could possibly do something that reins that in, that is a step in the correct direction.
I want Virag and all people to really understand that I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that the shift in the two parties is real. I believe it's real. And we'll see how it shapes out.
Yeah. And the water is poisoned in a lot of places.
I think, I look at something, for example, you can make the argument that the worst and the best GOP representatives in this country are all in the same state. They're in Kentucky. The worst is obviously Sarah McConnell is the worst Republican in the entire country.
So bad.
And then on the other hand, you have Thomas Massie, who in my opinion is the best Republican in the country.
Yeah.
And somebody as simple as him replacing McConnell in the upper chamber.
That would be helpful.
Is continuing to facilitate that movement.
Because that's a normal conservative. Like, you can work with a normal conservative. I don't mind people being conservative if their constituents are conservative. Then you should be conservative. He's not a corporate whore.
I'll tell you what is going to be interesting, though, now that it is official. Again, it's only a matter of when it's officially called by everybody else. But Trump will be the president.
I'm just waiting to see if they fight certifying it.
Yeah. What's going to be more interesting now is that of all, I know this can make you guys laugh. It's very likely that Matt Gaetz is going to run for governor of Florida. So
oh my gosh.
Hang on for that one.
Again, we've had Rick Scott. Nothing is as bad as that. That's what people think DeSantis is bad. DeSantis is an improvement for us.
The funny thing is, as much of a as an unlikable person as Gaetz can be, he's actually one of a handful of contingent of GOPers, and he's also young, that does not take the corporate special interest money. And you know what?
Sorry, you're talking about Massie?
Matt Gaetz.
Well,
Massie doesn't even meet with lobbyists, but to me,
Matt Gaetz doesn't take corporate money.
I didn't know that.
Gaetz doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't. And I think that now, if he's going to run for governor, that's going to change.
And trust me, we don't like him. I think
no.
he's disgusting.
Yeah.
But he he is somebody that has stood up to his own party. And that is something that I appreciate that they do in the Republicans Party that we don't ever see on the left. They don't ever the left never holds their people accountable, and the right does.
It is.
I think Rick Scott's a crazy person.
I mean, it's true. They don't hold their people. We don't hold the Democrats. Not we. I'm not them. They don't hold their people accountable. And Republicans in their party, they do. They pull their party.
That's also one of the things about Massey that I always liked about him is the fact that he told Trump to go fuck himself on multiple occasions, and no one even blinked an eye. You cannot say anything. You can't even say anything negative about Nancy fucking Pelosi. Like, that's a non-starter. And that therein lies, I just think in so many ways, when Trump won in 2016, it broke them. Like it could not believe that it happened. But remember, the only reason Trump won in 2016 is because they rigged the primary against Bernie Sanders. That's it. There's a lot of
that's why people think I'm enjoying this. None of this was my pick. I picked Bernie in 16.
Yeah.
This wasn't what I wanted.
Guys, we are in the Biff horrific time tangent of Back to the Future.
We are.
That's where
we're in the Biff future.
Yeah. We got stuck on that. We got to find the DeLorean and we got to go back to the future and I don't know.
That's so funny. Somebody was looking up the monkeys when I was reading them. I know I am a plethora of useless information.
No, I love it. I love it. I just want to remind everybody of what we thought was coming in 2018. This is what we thought we were getting.
There's a lot of people in the Democratic caucus. When we are courageous enough to just puncture the silence on an issue, they will start to move. Don't people realize that the most powerful position you can be in is when you are not materially attached to a position of power? If you're a one-term Congress member, so what? You can make 10 years worth of change in one term if you're not afraid.
Capped.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly,
I'm glad. You know what? She is so capped. She's not going to ever win anything bigger than where she is.
I hope it was worth it. I can't wait for what Alex is going to say about. I can't wait for her explanation about how absolutely.
Let's see who she blames. She's going to blame all of everybody.
Oh, she'll do. Yeah.
She's been so disgusting now for years, but like that Instagram where she talked about disgusting Jill Stein and
I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you.
We covered that. It was gross. Yeah. And when she says, and you come out every 4 years. Yeah, because you know what? They have to spend all their time and money trying to fight to stay on ballots.
Yeah.
When I see people retweeting Mark Elias, who's the biggest shitbag maybe in all of the Beltway, he is the DNC attorney. He is the head attorney that oversees all ballot access in all these major states. He is the guy that did everything in his power to kick Matthew Hoh off of the ballot as the Green Party candidate in North Carolina. And that's just one example of the millions upon millions of dollars that they do. So when they come out and they say, the GOP is really funding their ability to get on the ballot because you're spending millions to keep them off the ballot. Yeah. Can you blame them?
Yeah. It's like, when mainstream media doesn't cover a story. And so it's only the independent media. And then it's like, well, if this were really true and, whatever, that there really was a peace deal that could have been had between Ukraine and Russia back in, by the way, December of 2021, we would have all heard about it. Right. But instead, nobody covers it. So then when the gray zone or, electronic intifada comes out with the story, it's completely sidelined because it's not being covered by something major. And then it's a year later, but it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy because of course, if mainstream media doesn't cover it, then the rubes who only will believe something if it's passed on by legacy media. And it just feels, what is going to happen? Will there be any way? I know there's not going to be a wake up call with the people who don't care if they win or lose because they're still going to be millionaires.
No, I think the GOP is actually set up very well for the future. And I think the Democrats are in a lot of trouble.
I think we're going to see even more, the party is just going to slowly become more and more irrelevant. And then we'll be a single party. I mean, everybody's so critical about, oh, China, and they have one party.
You
and
said
it's
it wrong. You got to say China.
And it's state media and whatever. Well, look at our corporate media. How is that not state media?
Oh,
and we have two parties, but they're one party. So it's really no different. I don't, I'm not a proponent of it. I'm a proponent of no parties. I actually just would like to have no parties. I don't want parties anymore.
Let me tell you, after the midterms in 26, Trump is going to set up like this entire, like, Knights of the Round Table type thing. You're all going to come here. We're going to have everybody in every corner. We're going to have Vivek. We're going to have DeSantis. We're going to have Dulce. We're going to have Mr. Vance. And you're all going to propose to me why I should support you as the next president of the United States. It's going to be glorious. We're going to put it on TV.
He wants everyone to come kiss the ring.
We're going to kiss the ring. We're going to make it a prime time ratings bonanza. Everyone's going to enjoy it. It'll be really great. And honestly, as much as that's a joke, it wouldn't shock me if that is what they do. And they have very recognizable faces and people that actually are.
They have upcoming people.
Yeah,
We don't. The Democrats have no upcoming
the Democrats
people.
Nothing. They've shut them all down.
Or not even that. It's that.
Who do they have?
You're gonna, like I said, emblematic of the Democratic Party. Dana Nessel versus Pete Buttigieg for the right to run for governor in the Democratic Party.
Oh my God.
Like, to me, that says it all. Like, it really does. And that's it. And again, Adam Schiff going to the U.S. Senate without a real challenge, and all the while, just kind of getting fucked. And again, it's bad. It's bad. But people are gonna have let the shit libs have their few days of crying. And
I just want them to move. I just want them to go. I want everyone who threatened to leave the country if Trump wins, please go and take your traffic with you.
Yeah.
Where are they going to go? Israel.
I don't care as long as it's not South Florida.
Go to the south of France. That'll be better.
What kills me is every shit lib I know is going to ask me why did this happen? How did this happen? Like, it's going to be how. What have I been saying for the last fucking 8 years?
What are you going to say to them? Like, what's the
response? Turn off
MSNBC
and CNN.
Yeah, turn off MSNBC.
Turn it off.
I'm going to say you ignored Palestine. You offered nothing for healthcare. You offered no shift from policy from Biden. Economically, people are suffering, and the Democrats are out here saying they're doing great. And you campaign with Republicans down the home stretch. Maybe listen to your fucking voters.
But every liberal, they're like, well, she wants to win, so that's why she's going after the right wing. When did that ever work?
It doesn't.
But they don't question they have always said that listen, there's a lot of issues with MAGA, but they are nothing cult-like compared to Blue MAGA. Blue MAGA doesn't question anything.
Exactly.
It's like, take your fucking medicine and choke it down.
Yeah.
Even with the genocide, like we know Bill Clinton, we know that your people are dying, but Israel and vote for us.
And on top of everything,
here.
And on top of everything else, I have never, and I have been following this stuff since I was 5 years old. I've always been into this. It is what it is. I thought George W. Bush was an incompetent candidate. Kamala Harris blows him out of the fucking water.
George W. Bush can sit down and have a conversation with somebody.
Like,
he's an idiot, but so is Trump. I mean, but he can at least sit down and have a conversation.
They misunderestimated me, and now I'm proud to say that
I never underestimated him.
This Kamala Harris, she's even worse than me.
I lived in Texas, and I was living in Texas in 2000, and I was there when he was the governor and was running for president. And I remember, like, he's a moron. He's a moron. He's going to be a moron. He lived up to exactly what I thought he would be. He wasn't disappointing to me at all. I expected every little bit of village idiot that he was. Obama was disappointing. W was exactly as expected.
Yeah. And this is, like I said, this is historic for many reasons. But this was the ultimate test of the Democratic establishment. And it isn't this, but here's the problem.
Yeah, and they don't have monkeys in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and it's not even a question of the Democratic Party.
Monkeys can't live there. It's too cold.
Independent voters, just like they were not going to allow Hillary to cheat her way to the presidency, they weren't going to allow Kamala to skip her way to the presidency.
Exactly.
It's not going to happen.
And truthfully, I think of this as another time stopping Hillary. I really do. Like, let's rip the mask off. 100%. And it's like, if it weren't for those meddling kids, it's so Scooby-Doo to me. And it's like, I personally, there is nobody that I can think of in my lifetime that I would want less than Hillary Clinton. I cannot stand that woman. I cannot stand that woman. I cannot stand that woman. And so that's how I think of Kamala.
And on a final note, if there's any shit to come out about LeBron James, I'm kind of looking forward to it at this point.
Is
Really?
there
Like, do you care about that?
Yeah.
Wait, but do you know about stuff that you're just not saying? Because I don't know anything.
So the thing about LeBron is that when he came down to Miami back in the summer of 2010, he apparently was going to the same medical facility that the likes of Alex Rodriguez was going to. This is the whole Balco scandal. And there is a point of emphasis here that happened after he went back to Cleveland in the summer of 2014. And he apparently came to training camp a lot thinner, and in the early couple of months of the season, he wasn't doing too good. And the next thing you know, he takes off for like a couple of weeks. He comes down to Miami, and then all of a sudden he comes back and he looks like he's like jacked up all over again.
He could have gone to a health spa.
Yeah. And so ultimately, it looks like he may very well have been taking performance-enhancing drugs for about a decade. And if that's not enough, the phrase, "they ain't no party like a Diddy party," that's LeBron James who said that, and it's on camera. There is video of him saying that. So,
and that's how this is just me like spinning more of a gossip rumor.
Sorry if you
that's
guys are
how
Laker fans,
Obama got the NBA to not do the strike that they wanted to do.
yes, Chris Paul was the head of the players union, and they were going to stay. Again, this is during COVID, and it was during the bubble that was happening in Orlando, and they were prepared to basically go on strike unless there was some type of police reform. And the only police reform we actually need in this country is to end qualified immunity. That would literally change policing overnight if they did it. And Obama came in and said, "Nope, can't do this."
Jesus Christ. This is what I get. It's a fucking prosthetic, gross, my husband's a horror movie writer.
That's gross.
It's disgusting. I can't move my thing because it will change everything. But like, there's decapitated heads. There's piranha eaten. This is our office, and it's all just like memorabilia from Josh's horror movies. It's so
That's
disgusting.
totally funny.
If there is,
but did he bring wine?
Oh my God! Ew.
Right? And like, look at her neck. Like,
that's
she's got
so gross. Ew.
It's very real feeling. It's disgusting.
Yeah, that's gross.
It's all over our office. It's awful.
Nice.
That's why I have to have the green screen. Is that it?
Man.
Are you saying goodnight?
He's
Like, I don't even want you on screen right now because he's a little bit hopped up on his sleep enhancement.
Took some sleeping pills, going to bed.
You're Ambien. You're wasting a perfect.
Give him a mic. Give him a mic.
2028.
Pete Buttigieg, 2028. Let's go.
please.
Not him.
And you know what, guys?
That's just
this is
gay
almost
white
like
Kamala.
This is like the perfect note to end on. Coruscant just saw a blue MAGA super chat that said, "No one wants to address how Hispanics, Latinos embrace someone who hates them. It's time we stopped walking on eggshells with that demographic." Hey,
that's about what they think. Like, that is how
there
they
you go.
think.
Keep pushing them to the GOP. Eventually, you'll have your white suburban housewives party. That's
Enjoy
what
your
you're-
clan meeting.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. You
This week on Twitter is going to be so vile with stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
This is why I'm not on that. I cannot deal with those people.
That's actually, I'm gonna like actually like embrace it and smush it all over my body and be so happy to hear all of their meltdown. I can't wait. I'm just gonna.
That's how I
love
feel.
it.
I'm looking forward to their neoliberals.
Pat, as far as I'm concerned, we really need to be calling out like all of the who's the fucker that I hate the most.
My mom's name.
Fucker I hate the most. Remind me again.
Right.
While you're thinking, no, those are those are
Who
made by
David Pakman.
Oh, you meant content creator. David
who are
Pakman.
very good at doing things like that.
Oh,
we
yeah,
would never
yeah.
be able to make any of these prosthetics. These are done by professionals on set, but sometimes Josh is lucky enough to keep them and horrify me with them. Who's the person you hate so much?
David Pakman.
David.
Oh,
He's the worst. And I just
The
want
people
you to
that
know-
hurted the left to vote for Kamala instead of hurting the Democrats to vote with us.
Correct.
Don't ever speak up to power. Always punch down at the voters and tell them why they should suck it up and just enjoy their genocide and no health care.
How's that working for him?
Yeah, and this is, of course, this gets back to the problem of, what you would call polite politics or decorum politics.
Yeah.
This is the one thing that Jimmy has always been right about. It's that, no, you can't be fucking nice about this shit. Now, granted, Jimmy's obviously in it for a career and he makes a lot of money.
That's another issue.
But the salient points that he does make at times is actually correct. And following how we grow from that is key. Like, for example, Pat, I don't talk to Jeff Campbell down here anymore. I can't even remember the last time I even addressed him.
Oh my God.
Had a conversation with him.
Miami Jeff. I didn't even, because I'm not on social media, so I only know him as just his friend Jeff.
It was a debate.
I forgot he existed, and I want to credit Trump's presidency for that, or
yeah,
Biden's,
no,
whatever,
because see this on repeat over and over and
You're
over.
going to have to retire that, Pat. We're going to have to find another one.
Oh my God, that one's brilliant. I love that. No. I'm glad that she's now going to go away because now she'll have nowhere else to go.
I said this to Jen on our live stream. I'll say it to you guys now. She will be forgotten before he's sworn in on January 20th. Like she will be in the dustbin of history that fast.
Yeah, I agree. She's not going to crawl out and try to Hillary Clinton her way through life.
No.
Nobody liked her to start with. The one thing we were talking about Hillary earlier, and I knew she was in deep shit when the libs that I know who really were sad about Hillary were like, I don't really like Kamala. I'm like, ooh, that's not polling well right there because they had reasons to come out for vote for Hillary, wrong, right or wrong. They attached to her story and history and had some faith in it, and were fighting misogyny and thinking it was a sort of a go girl moment or just a woman should be president, right?
Yeah.
But then none of that transferred automatically to Kamala. They didn't like Kamala.
No.
Well, she also, Hillary did have at the time because. In the 90s, I think there were a lot more Democrats who were fully on board and thought he was great. He was the first Black president. Remember that?
I was a lot of things in that presidency, believe me.
Even though he did the whole Sister Souljah thing and announced in front of the Stone Mountain that he's something disgusting.
What is that? What are you doing?
It's like the turkey 1, 2, what?
Just remember what I did when I was president of the United States. I did NAFTA. I did normal trade relations with China. I did the crime bill. I did the Telecom Act, and I repealed Glass-Steagall. That is why our country is in hell. Yeah. There are things that Reagan did that were bad. And of course, we all know that Bush did the same on the foreign policy side. But in terms of domestic policy, the worst domestic policy that you can say in terms of how we ended up where we ended up today, there were two things that Reagan did during his presidency. He reduced the top marginal tax rate twice instead of once. And of course, it's always supposed to be based on shifting markets. He reduced it to 28%, and he repealed the fairness doctrine. And that really what set things in motion.
Yeah,
because the fairness doctrine is what gave us Rush Limbaugh. That's how it happened. And so the fairness doctrine is also how we ended up with people like Don Imus and Howard Stern on a very big scale. But ultimately,
and Glenn Beck and Rachel Maddow, everything just became
100%. And then as a lot of people have been suggesting, especially with NAFTA, they were trying to get Bush on board with NAFTA in the latter part of his first term, and they couldn't get enough momentum for that. But then Clinton gets in there, and it was the first major piece of policy that he passed with a supermajority Democratic Congress.
Yep.
So to me, it's
Chris Hedges' whole deal, right?
It is.
And we all,
It is. So listen, will any lessons be learned after this?
No,
Probably
I need to go. I've been sitting here since 8.
I know. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And it's so much later where you are. You're amazing to come on. Thank you. And
I love watching you guys. You guys are my Sunday, Wednesday shtick. I watch you guys, and then I go into my Tim Black because he starts way later than you guys.
Okay. Well, we are so grateful. We've seen you in the chat so often, and obviously we try to come in whenever you guys are on.
Oh,
Love
God,
you,
I don't.
you both, and thank you so much for
Absolutely.
coming.
Thank you guys
here.
for doing this. As soon as I saw you, I'm like, oh yeah, you guys are going to do a live stream on election night. We should go. Here he is.
Just want to remind you, we're making America great again.
Again.
Now we totally have to get up to Mar-a-Lago. Goodbye.
Jen, 4 more years of that, huh?
4 more years.
Hey, listen, I got a stand-up comedy career now thanks to this.
Right.
this
If
guy.
he didn't,
Get
right.
it.
I mean,
Get it.
How are you going to do Kamala? That would have been hilarious.
He can't do
can't.
women. I don't let
Blackface.
him do women. It's
Blackface. I
not
recommend
good.
blackface.
Well, yeah, he'd have to.
We had
blackface
on. What
drag.
was her name? Cammy? Or
Yeah, no.
what was her
Lila,
name?
there's a lady who's in LA.
She's a comedian.
Tammy something.
We had her on the show, and
Really-
she does Kamala,
really
and she
good
does
impression.
Nancy Pelosi, and we had her on as Kamala, going over her interview that she had done. It was
funny.
She's great.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have her come back on this time as Pelosi.
We'll have her come on as
Yeah.
Pelosi.
Yeah,
Okay.
now do her explanation for why.
But
they
yeah,
failed.
so she does.
and give us some stock tips as well. You know, because
Yes,
that's
you need those stock tips for sure.
We'll look
Thank
at
you,
that. I'll
guys.
watch that for sure.
You guys are amazing. We're going to figure out how to do this in a different way next time with Colin. It's going to help us all out. Cheers
Thank you
to
guys.
both
Bye,
of you.
Lila. Bye, Pat.
Bye, guys.
Great seeing you guys.
4 more years.
Appreciate it.
Same here.
4 more years.
4 more.
All right, Pat. Longest live stream we've ever done. 6 hours, and we have a show tomorrow. You prepped? You prepped?
And we don't have a result, but Trump won. Let's just call it right now.
You guys, this is crazy. It's crazy. We didn't pick an actual one good thing, but we're gonna just leave with a little part of something that none of this is good. I know everybody feels the same. Like none of us is right wing, so this sucks. This sucks. Like we had 2 right wing choices. This sucks. But the only good part of it is there is no way Democrats should have been able to win by doing genocide. And if that had happened, I think that would have been the absolute end of any hope for anything in our country. I am hoping that this is some kind of a wake-up call. I don't know, but Democrats couldn't win after doing what they're doing every day for over a year. That's.
I agree. They had to lose, and they lost not because the right offered something better, but the left didn't offer a fucking thing in the world. They ignored their voters' will the entire way through. There were no progressives fighting this administration, so the loss, the alleged progressive squad people, they own this.
Useless.
and they turned to scolding us instead of scolding the party, which if they had done that starting a year ago, at least on the Palestine issue, Kamala probably would have won, even with all the economic shitty policy that the Biden administration put
Even if she'd
forward.
done nothing else, which they should have, 100% all true. The protesters are hardcore, so appreciative that they just keep showing up and reminding everybody what we're all feeling. So cheers to them. Cheers to you. We're going to see you so much sooner than probably anybody wants. We'll be back tomorrow for a recap.
Yeah, we won't have live coverage. We could if it's still
we'll just,
on the verge, but
talk
we'll have a
about
lot of,
Yeah.
we'll pull stuff from tonight that was really
we-
telling and have it tomorrow.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh. Wow.
CNN just called Pennsylvania for Trump. So
It's over.
you can call this over at this point.
Yeah.
All right. Fitting way to end the night. Perfect timing.
And
I could go on for hours. I'm sorry we didn't play more Jackbox. We wanted to
I
end
know,
with
I'm
more
sorry.
comedy and fun. It's just really hard to with guests on and with following stuff. So yeah. Anyway, back to seeing you tomorrow. Cheers. Thank you all for being here.
And here's a one little good thing. And we'll see y'all tomorrow. Keep punching up.
Today, we are gathered here to say no votes for genocide. My message to American voters is that you do not need to vote for parties that are continuing to support the current genocide.
My message to Americans is that we have to draw the line at a certain point. If genocide is not your red line, then what is your red line? We also have to recognize that voting for the lesser of two evils is exactly how we got here in the first place, having Trump and Kamala Harris supporting a genocide. We're not going to get free by just checking a box every 4 years.
My message to people of this country as elections are coming up is that it is time to abandon our capitalist two-party system and commit to liberation and stand with the people of the world, stand with Palestine, and to stand against genocide.
I'm here to say why I'm not voting for genocide, because I am a Brazilian, but I am also a nurse. And as a nurse, shame on me if I will vote for someone that's supporting, giving support to bombing hospitals.